On September 17th, 2016, the top teams in the world will face off for $200,000 in the Guild Wars 2 World Championship.
This could be absolutely amazing. If they take this, they will take the cake.
Oh my God, orange logo pulls it out at the very last moment.
What is happening right here?
Look at that, look at the smiles on those faces. They've taken it.
Witness the birth of legends. September 17th on twitch.tv/Guild Wars 2.
Live from the ESL studios in Burbank, California here, we bring you the Guild Wars 2 World Championship, as these 6 teams will face off to figure out who will become the undisputed world champion here of 2016. The fierce faces of the teams here lay strong, and we find out who will be walking away with the grand prize. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the analysis couch here. My name is James Kyle Carroll. I'll be hosting throughout the entirety of the day to be watching the fantastic battles that are soon to ensue here. And alongside me, to my left, familiar faces indeed, as we have Mr. Syndronier, we have SupCutie, and we have Jebro all the way at the very end of the couch. Guys, excited for today's tournament and the games?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, the biggest prize pool we've had in the history of the tournament, you know, getting to this stage is so important. We're so excited. Watching those videos as well, the hype behind this event, we're all pretty excited, mate.
I'm so ready for this event. I mean, this is the championship.
Yeah.
I expect some of the best games we've ever seen. These teams are so ready to take home the prize money.
Yeah, I can only agree with SupCutie. Like, it's going to be some really intense games today. Like, I'm looking forward to all of them.
Yeah, it's going to be good. Of course, alongside our gentlemen that we have here as well, we have our commentators over at the desk. So let's check in with them, see what they think about today's games.
Thank you very much, James. I'm Joe Storm, Noah Cell, and alongside me for the first couple of series here is going to be Christian Hierix-Thomaser. We're looking forward to that first series between Never Lucky and Denial Esports. You know, I talked to Jeff from Never Lucky earlier today, and he told me he can't wait to get off respawn in about 15 seconds. So kind of talks a little bit about this matchup going into this one.
Yeah, and you know, Moobs being the self-proclaimed #1 Rager, I'm kind of worried for Jeff's personal health, but we'll have to see what happens. Hopefully they can pick themselves up and play well in that first series.
All right, let's send it back to the analysts to hear their thoughts on what's coming in today's tournament.
Thanks, boys. Informative as always. Do appreciate that. Of course, we'll be checking with them in just a little bit's time for that first series of the day. For now, though, let's do some cleaning business. We've got some stuff to talk about. Here is the format for the tournament as a whole here, as it will be the usual good old Conquest 5v5, Jebro.
Yeah, indeed. Normal map rotation as well. When we're going to, we've got best of 5s across the board as well. So it's going to be a fantastic day. Potentially, we could see, you know, a repeat of a map. How it works out today, we'll have to wait and see what maps are going to favour which teams.
Of course, in that best of 5, if it does go all the way, there is the potential that we get a repeat map SupQE. And then mind games can be a factor there. You know, going into a second map for a second time. Who knows what can happen, right?
That's correct. And a lot of these teams have, you know, a favored map for their team. So it'll be interesting to see, you know, what teams are really pulling ahead on which maps they're looking forward to. But pretty standard setup overall. All
right, so let's take a look now at what is at stake here for the World Championships. It's not only the title of claiming World Champion, but also $100,000 for first place, and then it goes down the line here for a total of $200,000 on the line throughout the day. It's not small change by any means. Big money on the line here, Syndronier, and well, it's overall life-changing money, I would say.
It's going to be immense pressure for all the teams. Like, it's the biggest prize pool ever, and the pressure is just too much for them, I think.
We'll see if they can deal with it. We'll see if they can deal with it here. So let's take a look at which teams are going to be competing throughout the day. Of course, here we have 6 teams compared to our previous 2 Pro League finals where we had 4 teams apiece. 3 teams from America and 3 teams from Europe, or I should say state North America to be correct. As PZ, we have Astral Authority and Never Lucky representing North America. We have Denial Esports, Vermillion, and Rank 55 Dragons representing Europe. So boys, looking at the bracket here as a whole, single elimination, we have our current rank 1 seeds from North America and Europe already into the semi-finals. What are the highlights? What stands out for you guys here going into the bracket, Jebro?
I mean, one of the things I'm really not really concerned about, you know, Never Lucky coming to an event, to a LAN where all 5 of these boys have not been to a LAN event before. And we talk about this every single time, how they will deal with that potential pressure. You know, there's a crowd, there's the money, they're on an online event which has a ton of viewers as well. It's, you know, how they will cope with that pressure is one of the things, you know, which potentially could be interesting, like, you know, hyped about today as well, and how Denial we're going to play against this team as well.
Right, let's take a look at the schedule as well as to what's going to be going on throughout the day here. Of course, we have our 2 quarterfinals, 2 semifinals. We will be wrapping things up with the final later on down the line. Of course, with the 3 American teams here, Sup Cutie, are you ambitious and hopeful for your Merry Bros?
You know, I'm really hoping NA can pull out over EU this time. I think our semifinal matches are going to be some of the best matches we've seen, but I'm actually looking forward to PZ versus Vermillion, which is going to be our second match. Right. That'll be one to look forward to.
Synchrony, I mean, likewise on the flip side, you being from Europe, can you put Sup Cutie in his place here? Do you think the Europeans are going to bring it to the Americans?
The Europeans are just going to conquer NA again.
All right.
Just conquer.
Just conquer, mate. Just conquer. We shall see. Make sure as well to get involved over on the Twitterverse as well with the hashtag GW2WC. I don't know why that was so hard to say, but there you go. Get involved. Jebro knows all about that. Make sure to tweet us as to who you think is going to be winning out on some of these games. I know that one says PL for Pro League, but ignore that one. It's WC at the very end of that hashtag. So make sure to do that. But for now, we can talk about our first game of the day, which is a very important one here, because it will be Denial Esports going up against Never Lucky. We start things out with Europe versus America here. And Denial Esports is a team that comes in as current reigning world champions. Jebro, this team at the moment didn't have the best of times during the qualifiers.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like you say, they're stacked with talent, champions as well. And that's the important thing to note here, you know. It was that engineer necro combo which really essentially screwed them over in the qualifiers. They had difficulty with it. Helseth, you know, admitted that. The guys know that. But, you know, it's all about that prep and realizing that's something they potentially have to put up with in the finals. But obviously there's word on the street. I'm not going to mention it too much now about different builds, different classes, and actual combinations which are going to come in, which will even change that dealing as well.
All right. Well, of course, they are the current reigning world champions here in Denial Esports. Let's see if they can defend their title and see what they had said about the upcoming tournament.
During the Season 2 Pro League, we made a lot of roster changes that made us wind up to the current roster that we had. And after the Season 2 finals, where we did our incredibly dominating performance, we only intend to do better going forward. One of the team's biggest strengths is how they perform at the LAN. You need to be energetic, you need to have a certain will. It really shows in this roster, and it's one of our biggest strengths.
We have players that have played for a long time. We all like each other individually, like both in life, online, and on top of that, we have, from my perspective, the best players in the game, right? So when all that comes together, you have a great team.
One of the things that truly separates Denial Esports as a team is that we have a lot of veterans in our team. We have Ram and Denshi and Frey. All 3 of these have been in multiple tournaments before. They've done really well, and they have the full package. Many people will have like just one person that's really skilled, and that's basically the whole roster of players, which means that they don't really have the craft and the strategy around it. We have these veterans that are really good at theory crafting. Then she brings an immaculate support on top of just the stability that he provides. And the same can be said about Brahm's defensive capabilities and Frey's snowball rotation. And then we also have Draze, who is absolutely insane in terms of mechanical skill.
Draze is a machine, a very, very efficient machine. As long as he's getting maintained, he's a beast.
And then they also have by far the best mesmer in the game, who's just absolutely stunning, and that is me.
So about Never Lucky, I think they are definitely not lucky to face us in the first match. It's never easy to do that much of a travel just to go back home after 1 hour.
The fundamental difference between us and Never Lucky is that if they would beat us and then face rank 55 and lose 0-3, the event would be an incredible success to them. However, if we lose to absolutely anyone in this event, it'll be a failure. We have different perspectives, different goals, We're a completely different caliber of team, and we will absolutely not lose to them. The way our team approaches this final is basically, if we don't take first place, the event is a failure to us. It doesn't matter what placing we're gonna have in the end in this regard. If it's not first, it's bad.
The goal is to win. People have talked about how it is, you know, you would win 2 events in a row, no one's done it before. All these things are cool, but in the end, you just want to win.
This World Championship means a lot for me. It will be a great satisfaction to be the first team that win 2 lands in a row.
It would mean so much. We would thrive off this victory, we would keep becoming stronger. The feeling would be satisfaction, raw satisfaction.
Arguably one of the big favorites of the tournament here if they're able to get over the previous qualifier jitters that we saw there going on. And looking forward into the future here in this tournament, looking for that #1 place, as we heard very clearly there. Synchrony, you're a player that I think beyond anybody else in this room, beyond anybody else in possibly the world, has the most experience with this team, to say the least. What is it that makes them such the well-oiled machine that they believe they are?
They're all such good individual players, and they do so much preparation for every LAN event. Like, they're sitting, like, I think they are the most team, like the team that plays the most compared to the other teams.
Okay. Well, that puts them in a good spot. It puts them in a good spot here going forwards for sure. And then on the other side, of course, you know, as Denial Esports are looking quite strong, we have Team Never Lucky. A team here that kind of comes in as probably one of the wild cards, I would say, from the North American scene, Subcutie. We haven't been able to see them on LAN at all. It's all their first time LAN experience.
That's correct. And this team, they formed not too long ago, actually. Surprisingly, though, they are at the LAN, so they were able to overcome people in a much shorter amount of time than the other teams had to prepare. So, I mean, even among the players here, they've done an exceptional job.
All right, well, of course, this is the newest formed team here at the tournament, looking to prove themselves at their first ever LAN tournament. Let's hear from Team Never Lucky.
Hi, my name's Paul Bentz. I'm 21 years old. I go by the name of Olrun, and I'm team captain for Team Never Lucky.
I'm Derek Cambley, also known as Moobs. I'm 20 years old, and I play Guardian for Team Never Lucky.
Hi, my name is Luca Petraki. My in-game name is Stormbright Pizza. I go by Hypno as well, and I play Revenant on Never Lucky.
Yeah, so all the other teams have been around for a long time. Our team is new. We were mechanically one of the best teams, even if we were new, so I'm not surprised that this brand new team is the one that came to the LAN.
We managed to pick up some players from lower tier teams and build ourselves up, and we ended up getting second place in the qualifier for the biggest tournament in the Guild Wars franchise history.
So Team Never Lucky has a lot of really skilled individual players. We haven't really built the synergy that other teams have. We've never met each other in real life. We just kind of put the team together by taking some of the best players that were around.
They all have strengths where they are better than the other teams at the event, and as long as we work together, we can beat them. All the personas that we have on our team, they're very eccentric, very crazy people, to be honest. They're very friendly. So in that sense, it's actually helped us to meet in person, because obviously when you're behind the keyboard, you know, you can hold back on certain things that you can't in real life.
First player everyone knows is Olrun. He's been around the longest. He's our team captain.
He's the ingenious mastermind, I guess you could call it. He comes up with strats. He's the main shout caller. We all do chip in, but you know, if you could call somebody the team leader, that would be Olrun. Moobs is the Dragon Hunter on our team. They buffed Dragon Hunter, and he's the strongest one in the game right now. So his mechanical skill and awareness really helps for winning team fights and just taking control of the map.
Then we have Hypno. He plays our Revenant. I feel like our duo is one of the strongest duos in the entire game right now.
Krail is our Druid. His specialty is those 1v1s. He's kind of hammered down how he's going to play those matchups, so he's pretty good at doing that.
Jeff is our main team fight support, and he generally has good communication with us in order to give us the wins. We're the only team here that's never been to a LAN before, and like 3 of our teammates have never even been heard of before. So it makes sense that we're the underdogs. After we won the qualifiers, we knew we could compete with these top teams. So going into this, we definitely have a lot more confidence. And with that, we can take fights that we're supposed to, win fights that we're supposed to, and just steamroll through the games and take an upset.
Our first round match is Denial Esports. On a whole, the team is strong, but mechanically some of their players are lacking, and if we're going to beat them, then that's what we have to capitalize on.
We do believe that mechanically we're superior, and
We believe that our comp, it can completely annihilate their team comp. We wipe out teams rather than out-rotate them. We'll let our gameplay speak for itself. Once we beat Denial Esports, Helseth won't be talking anymore. I've been playing the game competitively for years, and we've never quite managed to make it to the top teams. And so it would just mean a lot to me to finally have a team that stuck together until we actually took the top spot.
I definitely want to be holding a trophy, winning a major tournament, and I won't be happy until that happens.
A team that is new to the stage, but oh boy, did they show some confidence in that one. I can't decide who stole the show there. Was it Jeff with his twist and slide, or was it Moob's hat? I can't really decide, Jebro. That was some impressive stuff here from Never Lucky.
I mean, yeah, you know, it's their first LAN, but actually they look like one of the teams who have been here many times before. Like good confidence, like good with the camera, you know, all that kind of stuff you learn as you go to events. And yeah, I'm really hyped to see these guys. You know, you got a happy feeling off that video. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Sup Cutie, obviously being from the American scene here, it's a team that we don't really know too much about on the main stage. They're a team that also kind of brought a different flair to the qualifiers and might be able to even run with that into the tournament. Do you think they have good prospects here? What do you think?
So when we played Never Lucky, we actually underestimated them too much. And Oran has actually turned out to be, as they said, quite the strategist. And so I think that it's possible that they have a chance. It definitely is. I will say that I talked to the team and they we're slightly uncertain on some comp stuff, but I think that it is within the realm of possibilities. Maybe a game.
All right, well, it is best of 5, of course. Without too much detail, I want to ask you guys for your predictions to start things off before we head over to the caster. So we'll start with Jebro and go down the line. What do you think?
I think it's going to be a clean sweep for Denial, to be honest. I mean, you know, I really want Never Lucky to pull a couple of games, but I don't feel like this is the place they're going to be able to do it. For like tournaments on, it's going to be possible, but confidence and, you know, that LAN experience is so vital.
Sup, Cutie?
You know, having just said maybe a game, I still have to say it's probably going to be, you know, like a 3-0.
Tough time against the world champions. Syndrome, what do you think?
Denial is going to crush them.
All right. All right. Man, a few words here. And, of course, we can head over now to the commentating team as we give you Mr. Hurix and Storm for our first series of the day.
Thank you very much, guys. We are ready to get into our first game between Never Lucky and, of course, Denial Esports. And, you know, as they said, clean sweeps across the board. What sort of chance do you think Never Lucky has in this one, Hurix?
I would say personally, if I'm being completely honest, I would say a pretty slim chance at this point. Denial is a very, very talented, strong team. They showed their prowess last time we saw them at the LAN. I expect much of the same from them this time around as well.
Yeah, it's definitely true that they've got the experience. And as Jebro was talking about earlier, you know, this is Never Lucky's first LAN. So it's going to be very difficult for them to, you know, get the nerves of that. And then going up against, you know, pretty much the best team in the world right now, given the fact they won those Pro League Season 2 finals. But we are actually ready to get into the game. Both teams joined up here. Take me away with what Denial has on board here.
All right, starting off here with Frey. He's going to be back on the Revenant here. He's going to be taking up Staff with the Sword, Shield, Marauder, Amulet, and Rune of Surging here. He's got to pick up Devastation, Retribution, and Herald. Draz is going to be on the Necro. Last time, of course, we remember seeing him on that Warrior, so he's going to be on the Necro this time around. That's going to be with Staff, Scepter, Warhorn, Carrion, Amulet with Rune of Strength. He's going to be picking up Blood, Magic, Spite, and Reaper. Denchi back on the Ellie once again here, and he's going to be taking that without Lightning Flash, just going full shouts all the way through. That's going to be with Dagger Focus, Mender's Amulet, Rune of the Soldier, and he's picking up Earth, Water, and Tempest. Rom on the Druid, he's going to be picking up Sword, Dagger, Staff with Mender Amulet and Rune of the Doliac. Nature, Magic, Beast Mastery, Druid are the traits for him, and of course, Helseth on that Mesmer. He's going to be taking Sword, Shield, Staff with Carrying Amulet and Rune of Adventure, actually, and it's going to be Inspiration, Illusions, and Chronomancer.
Well, look at this. Olron going to be breaking out the Thief for these guys, and what do you know? He's going to be sticking with Staff Thief. We saw this from him in the qualifier. It's quite a nuisance to some teams. We'll have to see if that's going to be the same for this set. As he's going to be taking the short bow as well with that Daredevil Rune and Marauder Amulet, taking Deadly Arts, Trickery, and Daredevil, of course. Hypno going to be on the Revenant, going to be playing with the Sword, Shield, Staff with Leadership and Marauder. He's going to be going with Invo and Devastation. Of course, there's no Thief to deal with, so you know, taking Retribution is not necessary. We got Moobs going to be on the Guardian, going to be running with the Longbow, Sword, Focus, taking Pack, and Marauder Amulet, taking Virtues, Valor, and Dragon Hunter Krail. is on the Ranger. He's going to be going with that Sword, Dagger, Staff, running with Mender and Dolyak. He's going to be taking Nature Magic, Beastmastery, and Druid. And Jeff going to be on the Elementalist for these guys with the Dagger Focus, Soldier, Menders, and running Earth, Water, and Tempest. And something to take note of is the team composition. A big thing in the qualifier was that these teams like to run the NG Necro composition. These are the two teams that didn't run that. So this is I'm not sure if we're going to see it later on today, but these are the two teams that you really don't know how they're going to match up with these team compositions. But we're ready to get underway here in our first best of 5 of the day. It's going to be Denial Esports up against Never Lucky as we get this one underway here.
Yeah, and Olrun on the Thief actually was a counter to that NG Necro, and they're not running it, as you said, so it's interesting to see him picking that up this time around. But these guys are opening it up here already, and look at Helseth already jumping out there, trying to get that, that early spot on the point here, as we see Denial moving out now in the first match here of the Guild Wars 2 World Championship.
Yeah, right away we've got that 3-point push coming out. Ipno going to be going for the 1v1 against Rom. That's going to be making for an interesting matchup. And, you know, Moops talked about that great duo they had, and they're already pushing it out onto Rom. Rom's going to need some support, going to get it from Frey, who's going to rotate back to this point, because Never Lucky already picked up their home cap. Obviously, Olrun can't 1v1 against Helseth there, so he's forced to bail that one out. So that means they have to win this 2v2 in a pretty timely manner.
Yeah, Rom under fire right now, but Ipno has taken pressure here as Frey has come in to support, and Rom should be able to survive this one, especially now that he does have that support. They should be able to take this to Ipno. If they can bait out that heal there like they just did, they should be able to put the pressure on him and take this kill.
Well, look at Olrun. He's going to be coming in here looking to put the hurt onto Rom. Already about 40% HP. Rom is on the run for his life. He's going to be taken into the downstate. Frey looking for some counter cleave pressure, not going to be able to find it. That's going to be the first kill of the game coming out there, and they're going to be looking to make a move towards the clock tower.
Unfortunately, though, they rotated 4 people to find that kill. We did see Jeff coming in there a little bit late, so they got 2 capped in the process. They are going to be able to get that windmill, but honestly, I'm not sure if that was worth it.
Yeah, the rotation's vastly superior there for Denial Esports, who have that early 2 cap now. And look at this 3-point play coming out, and we're already going to see Olrun looking for a decap. It was Helseth that's going to be able to get back there in time to deny that decap from him. So got a bit of a 2v2 going on here at the clock tower, but Denial definitely in a very solid position right away.
Yeah, we are also seeing a 1v1 with Olrun on the Thief and Helseth over at the mansion. And look at this, Ipno getting eliminated here. Dingy going to be going for that stomp. They're going to be able to secure that clock tower once again, and they're going to have him on respawn. And honestly, not that much of a lethal match so far, but so far with that lead that Denial has right now, actually they just got decapped here with the 1 cap. Now, actually, we're going to be seeing Never Lucky in a position to perhaps regain some of those points that they have lost there from that rotation from earlier.
That was a bit of an over-rotation from Denial. We saw Helseth and Helseth and Olrun in the 1v1. Moobs rotated, and they rotated 2 extra people there for that deadly duo, and it already looks like Helseth is going to be able to get away from this one, get some heals coming out there from Denchi, able to keep him alive with those shouts. But like you said, nice decaps coming out there from Never Lucky, who surprisingly have also a good start, not getting too far behind early on in this one.
Yeah, the big thing for Never Lucky is surprise, surprise, surprise. With that Thief as well as the Guardian, they have that triple power threat that we've seen so much of lately, and it's incredibly hard to deal with if they rotate those guys in. If they get some more support from Jeff, who is on that Elementalist, then you can get a lot out of that. You can find those kills like they've been able to so far, but unfortunately it looks like Olrun was not able to do that this time, as he's going to be able to res himself up on this roof here above Clock Tower, but was dropped into the downstate on that fight.
Yeah, he did get up, thankfully, to that port in the downstate. So it's a 1 cap apiece as Denial does claim the clock tower once again. We're going to see Draze plus to fight over here at the mansion, looking to make this a 3v2 now. There's a lot of damage from Ipno Moobs. Now Olrun, they've got 3 damage guys here, but no support to keep him out of the downstate, as Ipno not going to be getting up after that one. We saw the Corruption Well actually getting dropped there from Draze just to seal it for themselves, and they're going to find themselves once again with the 2 cap to rebuild that lead.
And that was a great rotation from them. What we saw there was actually Helseth taking that 1v2 with the support, so that the rest of his team was able to take those DPS players completely out of there, and Moobs being killed off as well. This is just a great position now for Denial to be in. Now that they've gotten this decap as well, they have the 2 cap here. They're just going to be able to push on forward and control the momentum of this match.
And this is the snowball that they're looking for. If you're a vastly better team like Denial is trying to prove right here, you can snowball off of this so hard. Obviously not as hard as, easily as some map like Legacy the Foe Fire, but look at the regroup coming out from Never Lucky. They know they have to regroup, but they're going to find themselves in a massive deficit after this fight has actually finished.
Yeah, and Rom knows this is coming. He's prepped up. He has that stability ready to go, has his cooldowns. And look at this rotation. Already, Denial has found themselves in a position to take care of this, but they're going to want to rotate these guys out because what they've found themselves in is a fight overwhelming the two support players here, and Draze getting completely obliterated here, so they're going to have to rotate back, leaving moves to get that free decap on the windmill. Not a huge hit, but certainly a hit nonetheless.
Yeah, it was Hellset that would have had to been able to deal with two of them, and he decided to keep the clock tower. Definitely wanted to keep that mid node. That can be a little bit more difficult to get for your team there. So we are going to see Rom actually lead this fight. Nice shield to the bone coming out there from Draze. Not going to follow up with a whole lot of damage onto Olrun. Not really a priority target, I would say. Olrun very tricky to deal with that staff. So they're going to get on top of Jeff, and Jeff trying to keep himself up, does have that rebound and heal, but they're not in a good position to take this node. Regardless, it is decapped, so as long as they can hold on to that, it's going to be interesting to see if they're able to hold on to a 3v2.
Yeah, Jeff already popping a few cooldowns here. We're seeing once again Frey coming back over, and they do have the damage now to kind of deal with these two guys should they, have that desire. They do have the 2 caps, so they have control. They can kind of decide where they want to go and try to set up a snowball. It looks like they're going to try to do that off of the support because, as we know, if they get those support players down, they have free reign over the map. They can take down anyone they want to, as we saw them do already with both moves and Hypno.
Yeah, great job from Jeff coming back to help his teammate get out of that one alive. He'd rather not have him on respawn. Jeff's got a lot of support for him, so going to keep him up 1 cap apiece. We've got about over 100-point lead going on here as Hellseth actually taken into the down state. He is going to be cleaved out here by Olrun, so going to be able to find him in the streets, and more to their name here to try and get that clock tower. They're going to need a second node if they want to get back into this one. 100-point deficit, 6 minutes into this game. Not the greatest spot here for Never Lucky.
Yeah, and once again, Hypno finding himself getting chased out by Frey. And we saw this at the last LAN. Frey just chasing people all over the place, finding those kills for his team. A huge setup for them to be able to snowball these matches, which is really all they're about. This is the biggest thing for them, having Frey find these kills and working off of that.
And that was a great play from Olrun. Maybe took him a little too long to be able to get the kill onto Draze there, but they are able to find the cap for themselves. He will get back to the clock tower in time for the next team fight here. He's just got to be able to pick his targets properly and probably look for a decap at that windmill. Olrun, of course, not going to be super fast. There does have that, still does have the short bow with him there for some mobility, but he is going to be looking for it, and it's going to be Rom on his tail, probably able to avoid that one. But a massive team fight going on here at the clock tower.
Look at the sustain going into moves right now. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's going to last as he does drop there and goes into the downstate. They're going for the res. They actually managed to get him up somehow through all of that cleave, even with the Necromancer there as well. They actually do get him up. Unfortunately, it looks like he might drop, though, as he is dropped there by Frey. Once again, Frey trying to find those kills for his team despite being surrounded by the enemy while doing so.
He got a mope there from Krail, who actually got that emote while they were going in for the res. So great play coming out from them. Still a 100-point lead, and the only node that Never Lucky held just decapped by Hellseth. So Hellseth taking on some of that, so if you see a thief, usually they're going for that third node, and that's what Hellseth is liking to do, of course, with his portal, helping a lot to that. So he's going to be able to follow up more than likely with the cap in a matter of minutes if he does get some help in that 1v1 up against Krail here. But this is all Denial right now. There's not a whole lot Never Lucky's been able to do to stop their rotations.
Yeah, they've been doing that all game to him, but Olrun, of course, trying to do as much as he can. Look at this, though. Moves taken out in Crossroads here, as well as Krail. It looks like they're going to be going for that res, and they actually are going to be able to pull that off. Jeff and Krail, of course, always kind of sticking together with these two supports, and then having the triple power threat just rotating together. I mean, it has allowed them to find kills, but it seems like they're kind of not using these two supports as well as they probably could have. It looks like they are going to be using it with Olrun here to try to create a 2v2 situation. And with that staff, I mean, they can kind of do that, but they really need that extra support if Olrun is going to want to put out that free pressure.
There's so much pressure coming out onto Jeff right now from Frey. Frey completely uncontested because all that pressure from Never Lucky went onto Draze. Draze not going to get back up after that one. Rom was not there in time, so he's looking to plus this fight against Krail. Krail does not hold this point, but now he's going to be in the 1v1. And 2 caps still persisting here for Denial Esports, 180 points away from taking map number 1 on the Battle of Kylo, 6:30 on the clock. this is looking pretty good. What does Never Lucky need to do to try to get back into this game?
Well, what they were talking about before was just overwhelming in team fights, finding the kills, using Ulrun to do that, because with that Necro there, they can find a pretty easy kill if they position themselves correctly and use Ulrun to come in at the right time and find those kills, especially in conjunction with Hypno and moves to provide that damage. They can find those and then try to turn that into a snowball. Unfortunately, though, the disengage that we see from Denial all these times with Draze falling, and we also see now actually Denchi is in the downstate currently as Draze is now down to about 30%. We are going to be seeing Denchi get back up, but every time that these guys find a kill, we see the disengage from Denial. And look at this, Ulrun getting dropped there as Jeff actually gets dropped as well. It looks like Denial's turned this fight around.
Goodness, Denial. Did you see the Condi bomb that came out from Draze? They're able to completely eliminate those guys. Of course, moves on the run out of this fight. Continuum split. Moa not quite landing from Hellseth, but regardless, moves is out of cooldowns 100%. JI, the only thing remaining for him. Hellseth can definitely finish him off here, but the 2-cap once again coming out there for Denial and looking to put more pressure on that third point over at the Mansion. But with Ulrun off respawn, it's going to be a 3v2. They know there's respawns from Jeff, and Denial looking so good with only 110 points to go here.
Yeah, Moob's trying to find that kill there onto the Mesmer there, Hellseth, but not going to find it as he is going to rotate into that Elementalist Denchi and find that support for his teammate. But look at this, 400 to 171. Domination now. It was so close before. We were about within 100 points just 4 minutes ago, and now really 200+ point lead here. The domination is setting in.
Yeah, and it looks like almost 75 points away from a victory for Denial. There's no stopping them here on the Battle of Kylo, as it's going to be Jeff going to be dropping first, and shortly after going to be a few others as Jeff trying to get back up with the Vapor Form, trying to get his teammates on top of him, but they're not even going to risk it. There's no chance he's getting back up with, especially with Krail already bailing out of that fight. They're going to find themselves holding on to that 2-cap and more than likely coming out with a game number 1 victory now.
Yeah, we've been seeing Draze just taking it to Jeff there with the corruptions, finding those that easy damage for him as well, and trying to take that support out of the equation because, I mean, outside of really Jeff, I mean, the only thing left is they have that kind of half sustain there for coming from Krail, who's obviously, as we know, kind of a duelist specialist. That's kind of what he's trying to do for this team. So once they take Jeff out, you have 3 power guys with really no sustain in a team fight.
And it's going to be very difficult for Never Lucky to come back on Legacy of the Foe Fire. I mean, we've seen it wasn't a total snowball coming out from Denial Esports, but more or less they held on to a 2-cap, if not 3-cap, and they get on a 3-cap, as it's going to be Denial Esports taking game number 1 over Never Lucky. Terrific game number 1, 502 to 171. Couldn't ask for a better start if you're them. And going over to Legacy of the Foe Fire, that is the map that Denial picked. That first map was from Never Lucky, so Denial gonna find themselves in a more favorable matchup heading on to Legacy of the Foe Fire.
Yeah, and we know a lot about that map, of course. Biggest thing is that snowball setup, and both teams finding those kills. It's all going to be about kind of setting that up and turning that into some easy momentum early in the game. We saw a lot of kills actually coming out from Never Lucky. They were finding those with that triple power threat. So what they really need to do is take that, find those kills early and really kind of set something up and try to push that into the other nodes and get some control of the map, because every time they got those kills, Denial was so good about disengaging, getting back to their points, covering them long enough for those respawns to happen.
Well, it doesn't look like Denial are going to need to break out any secret builds, at least for this first series or so, as these guys are ready for a game number 2 and going to be sticking to pretty much what they were running in the last game. Just going to have to change up some strategies if you're Never Lucky. I mean, you can't afford to get behind early, because as soon as that 2 or 3 cap comes out from Denial Esports, they can snowball so hard on Legacy of the Foe Fire of all maps. And you more than likely could end up seeing that if that game goes in their favor once again, just like the last one on Battle of Kylo, because Never Lucky, of course, they found a few decaps early on, but after those decaps, there was nothing left for them.
Yeah, they really need to try to create some momentum, especially with this Thief. That's really kind of what they have to do, because in these team fights, they're not as well set up and well prepared as Denial, not only from the perspective of the synergy that these guys have together, but just the comp alone. I mean, with the support that these guys have for each other, with the damage that's going to come out from not only Frey, and we saw a lot of it coming from Frey, but of course Draze as well, being able to kind of control those supports, especially Jeff there on the Elementalist too. That's a big setup, and when they find those kills, that Well of Corruption from Draze is going to set it up so that that they can kind of rip that stab down and put some pressure on that body and find those kills from those downstages that they create.
And that's going to be something that's very difficult for Jeff and Moops to go in on, especially for those resurrects. He's going to throw down that Well of Corruption 32-second cooldown. That's not much for an easy kill, because once you get that first kill, you're not going to expect Denial to lose an outnumbered fight by any means, especially if it's in their favor here. So we are just waiting on the players to get started here in our game number 2 on Legacy of the Faux Fire, as Denial hold the 1-0 series lead, 2 games away from moving on into the semifinals to take on rank 55 Dragons. Are you expecting Denial to go in and slaughter them like that last map again?
I expect Denial to do much the same. If I was Denial, I would be really hoping that those 2 supports are going to be roaming together. That way you can just kind of stick Helseth on it, sustain that, and then kind of control the power threat. That's really what you want to be doing here.
Well, it's going to be starting up in a second. Denial Esports up against Never Lucky. Game number 2 on Legacy of the Faux Fire. Let's take a look at some opening splits here as Rom heading to the quarry. It's going to be Olrun once again vying for that waterfall node. And we know that, he should know that Denial is going to push that 3rd point, and he can't afford to stay in a 1v1 against anybody on that team. And actually, yeah, it's going to be, they know that he's there. They might as well push it. So it's going to be Frey. Actually, it's going to be Helseth looking for it once again. He saw that Olrun left that 1v1 last time, expecting the exact same thing this time around.
Yeah, Olrun has to be extra careful here, because with that staff build, he can't as easily disengage with that stealth. So he needs to be really careful, needs to make sure that Jeff has his back, and he does there. And look at this, Frey already getting crawled down so low, put him down to 30% HP, forced him to pull all the way back. And once again, Rom actually the one taking a lot of heat already in this early game as they sent that power threat far. Hypno and Moves trying to find that kill, this time not finding it.
Yeah, Rom able to somehow actually sustain himself pretty well in that power threat combo, like you said. Hypno and Moves, they talked about it before, as you heard, that they are very deadly in that 2v2. So obviously finding that first cap right away, we saw this exact same thing, that exact same split pretty much coming out there from them on Battle of Kylo. It's going to be the same situation here on Legacy of the Faux Fire, but already losing their big support, Jeff, early on. A 2 cap nonetheless, but I'm not sure how long that's going to be staying in their favor, given the fact they're down a guy.
Yeah, it seems, if you're looking at the score, it seems like Never Lucky off to a great start. And while they do have control of those 2 side nodes, it's really all about Denial in terms of map control here. We are going to be seeing that decap come from Helseth on Waterfall. He's going to be able to secure that. And at the mid fight, we do see a team fight really kind of developing into perhaps taking a kill on Hypno. If Draza can find that support, they are going to be able to get that downstate there with Hypno and leave that body. Well, Corruption just kind of staying there as Dinchi goes for that stomp, and they're going to take him out of the fight. That's their 2nd kill now of the match. And they are going to be able to get some control over that graveyard point, as we know, a really pivotal point to grab in this matchup, because it's so hard to take back.
And Frey so aggressive there after they found that kill for themselves. And one thing I didn't like there was Moves and Krail, they didn't see that was just Frey that had came back with them. They could have easily turned on Frey and went in for the kill there, but now the fact that Frey has help from Rom, you see Moves already cleaved out. Krail not going to stand a chance in this 1v3 right now. Going to try and blow off his cooldowns, but that's not going to be his life for too much longer. He's going to be dropped at the quarry, and Denial Esports going to be finding themselves in a good situation with a 2 cap and possibly 3 cap if they do file over to the waterfall and look for that snowball like I was talking about.
Yeah, but Olrun really only kind of 1 vault away from possibly finding a kill on Helseth, but looks like Helseth was able to get that Moa off, and he's going to be able to get some pressure there with Frey, who's once again right where he needs to be to try to find that kill on Olrun. And they could turn this, as you were saying, into a great snowball effect to be able to control that quarry node where the rest of the team is at.
Yeah, Olrun actually excellent job of getting out of that fight despite the plus from Frey. Frey, an absolute monster when it comes to rotating and being where he needs to be. But Olrun, surprisingly, gets out of that one alive for the time being. Going to get the full reset, but Frey follows up with a precision strike onto him. Looking for the surge and miss, finds it. Now Olrun going to be at 700 health, gets his heal off, trying to dodge out of that one, get into the base. He's going to find safety, but nonetheless is going to be forced to reset while the rest of his team is in a 45 around the map. Draze was killed over at the quarry, but still Denial starting to build that lead here.
Yeah, they did lose control of that quarry, but the fact that they have that graveyard control means that they have basically all the rest of that team kind of isolated towards the quarry on the opposite side of their spawn there. So that is going to be a long rotation for those guys to move over there. And now Helseth actually finding himself in a 1v2 here with Olrun and Krail. This is going to be a tough 1v2 because the constant pressure that he's going to be seeing from Krail is going to force those cooldowns out, force those dodges out to try to mitigate some of that pressure. And with Olrun on his back, they are going to be able to find that downstate. And Rom trying to get that res, and they are going to go ahead and
try to get him to port away, and Frey's going to go for it too. They should be able to find this res despite Olrun's insane staff cleave, and they are going to find it with Frey actually taking a ton of pressure, and the portal comes back to get that waterfall. And it looks like they are going to rotate that one out and try to find a kill on Olrun here as Frey is all over these guys.
That was a terrific play there and great portal back. We saw when Helseth actually left the point, he dropped it for himself, well knowing that he was going to go right back to that point and get the decap, or hold on to the full cap rather, and get it for themselves. So they're starting to build that lead. Almost a 100-point lead as Moves is being trained down in the MOA. Going to be dropped there by Frey and Helseth. And meanwhile, going on over at the quarry, we actually have Draze once again taken into the downstage. Jeff going in for the stomp. Going to get interrupted there, but nonetheless, there's so much cleave. Denshi's trying to get the res. This is going to come through. No, the interrupt on the Jeff once again gets Draze back up into the fight as they maintain their status at the quarry.
Yeah, a lot of pressure has been going towards Draze there with the carrying amulet. He doesn't have that toughness to kind of deal with some of that pressure coming from those 3 power players with a ton of damage coming out for those guys. So, I mean, that's definitely something that they're kind of anticipating, though, going into this matchup, and they know that, and that's why they're able to get that support so quickly. They just are basically ready for it. Every time he gets pressured, they're able to jump on that body, find that res despite the cleave. They put up the damage mitigation that they can, and they just do their best to get him back up.
Look at this lead continuing to build, and this is what we saw in Battle of the Kylo. They just held that 2-point and neutral 3rd point for most of the game as they look to cap the quarry. They're still putting out pressure. They don't want to give Neverlucky any points whatsoever in this game apart from their 66 they already have. They just want to end at 566 right now and dominating everywhere as Hypno is actually going to be dropped over here at the quarry. Moves more than likely looking for a res. He does have his heal up, but he's going to be forced out of this one. Forced to use the wings there to try and get out of this one. Look at the follow-up pressure from Frey and Draze. He's going to be dropped. Jeff doesn't want anything to do with that one. He's going to be leaving this point, and that's going to be a 2-cap once again as Krail actually followed up with almost a full cap at the graveyard. Not quite going to find it for himself as Frey is now in the area, but a decap across the board, surprisingly, given that fight that came out from Denial.
Yeah, the post-kill pressure there coming out of Draze is something that they really need to be worried about, because if he's able to drop that CC, drop those corruptions onto that body and delay that res and get some pressure out, not only from himself, but also especially from Frey as well. I mean, that's just so much damage that these guys have to try to walk away with, and Moves getting the worst of it, taken out in the process.
And it's going to be over a 200-point lead now for Denial, trying to get up to a 2-0. There's a 2-cap, and they're going to look to find a 3-cap with that graveyard. Only a few ticks away from capping that for themselves. Frey, dangerously low in terms of cooldowns and trying to get out of this one. Hypno going to be following up some pressure. Now he's on top of Jeff and forces Hypno in a bad spot. So they're looking to get on top of Jeff. Jeff not going to have a whole lot left to deal with this, trying to get out of this one alive as Krail going to heal him up for a little bit now. But they're getting towards that board range. They already have the gate down. Do you think that's a smart play from Denial to finish it right away?
I think it's more of a confidence move. It's one of those things where Helseth just wants to move on to the next match. I mean, I'm sure he's going to be saying something along those lines at the end of this one, because I feel like their biggest threat is their next matchup, which is 55. Of course, we always have the possibility of these guys turning this back around. We've seen Neverlucky pull insane upsets against really strong teams like PZ, like what we saw in the qualifiers, but Denial is just on another level today.
And that 3rd map would be Temple of the Silent Storm is what they would have to go to after Legacy of the Foe Fire here, but we're going to see Olrun drop by Frey. Frey following up with so much pressure. He is just relentless this map and Moves. Look at the con he's taking on him. Jeff going to be able to get him to safety for the time being, but it's going to be Draze once again going to be knocked back there by Moves with this true shot, trying to follow up with the kill, but now the rest of the Denial squad is in the area trying to get him back up, keep him, give him some more support. Look at the support coming out there from Denial, keeping Draze up in the fight, putting out pressure onto Krail there as Moves going to try and poke them down from afar. We saw decap coming through at the waterfall, but now a 300-point lead for Denial Esports. And here goes Helseth. He's got the portal down. Olrun knows it's coming. He sees him in his. He sees him right now. He's looking for him. He knows there's the portal being dropped. He doesn't want them to be able to come back through that.
Yeah, and Denji being so exceptional on this Elementalist, he creates a barrier with his own body, using that Magnetic Aura, giving statics as well, or Shocking Auras to that Necromancer Draze, and basically because not only with that Shocking Aura, but also with his own body, he's able to kind of deflect some of that pressure coming from Moves, giving Draze that extra pressure room.
Denial barely get through the portal and end up dropping 2 guys while they go through the portal, following up with the damage. That should seal the deal. They're going to be able to get this Lord kill uncontested. Jeff is off respawn. It does not matter. They're going to find the Lord kill, and Denial Esports going to be going up 2-0 in this series after that 540-77 win on Legacy of the Fofar. They're going to be moving to Temple of the Silent Storm for game number 3, but what a terrific finish from them, and finishing it out with a couple kills there in the end.
Yeah, and the big thing to note is that on Temple, I mean, we're talking about the wildcard team on the wildcard map. A huge upset coming from these guys on the qualifiers. So, I mean, if there's any map where they can kind of pull an upset, even just on a map, not even with a full series, this is the map to do it, because this is where we saw it already.
Yeah, it certainly is. Like you said, we saw it against Team PZ in the qualifier, and Team PZ just kept funneling down to that Tranquility buff. Do you think that they have a chance on Temple of the Silent Storm?
I would honestly say Denial probably is going to take this one just as handedly as they took the last one.
All right, let's send it down to the analysts to hear their thoughts on that last match.
Thank you very much, guys. All right, 2-0 currently here for Denial Esports. And in those two games, seem kind of pretty clean-cut overall. Denial Esports looking pretty strong. Let's talk about it chronologically. Let's go to game 1 to start things on from the Battle of Kylo. Some things that just kind of sprung out initially were, I mean, even comps alone is something that, you know, we see from Never Lucky as being a little bit different compared to what we normally see from these other teams here. Deborah.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of stuck in this mode of playing where their players are mainly playing, you know, one specific class. You know, Allrun's playing a Star Thief, he's playing a build which isn't meta, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, meta being, you know, strong, the best. And then we've got, you know, someone playing, Moobs playing on Dragon Hunter, and that's not taking anything away from them as skillful players.
Something that stood out so cutie as well was actually these small moves that we saw from Never Lucky to try and get themselves back into the game, right?
Right, so they did have some coordination. I mean, they respawned, they regrouped, they stealthed up all together, and they made a push onto sides, and it was semi-successful. I mean, they regained a little bit of momentum. They brought it back to a Newt and then one cap in their favor. But, you know, the big storyline for these two games is that they were really just being outplayed at a lot of different turns.
What are some of the things for you, Syntronir, that kind of stood out from maybe game 1? Do you think that there were things that maybe Never Lucky could have done differently? What did Denial do right? What do you think overall?
I was actually hoping that Allrun's Thief would have more impact because, like, you bring out a Thief, then you want kills. That's the way you win the games with Thief. But he basically got 2 kills, I think, on Kylo, and that doesn't cut it.
Okay, well, need more, I suppose. Let's move on to game 2, of course, here, though, as well. As Denial Esports, throughout the late, i.e. mid towards later stages of the game, very, very dominant. Never Lucky had a bit of a start, to be fair, but it was kind of made of glass overall. It didn't quite shape up in the end.
Yeah, so, I mean, it was almost like Denial was warming up in the first game, because in this game, they were just slaying Never Lucky. This right here, as you're saying, this was just Denial really showing them how confident they are. Like, we're going to push into your third node and just destroy you with 4 of our guys, and just take the game.
Now, once again, I mean, looking at this map, how Denial Esports is able to control the map. Syntronir, once again, you have massive understanding of how they're able to play the game. What makes them such a cohesive unit on a map like that?
The map is much smaller compared to, like, Kylo and stuff, so it becomes harder for the Thief to actually move around the map. He's just basically tracked all the way where he goes, and that makes it so much easier for Denial to just deny all the kills.
All right, fair play. Well, of course, at the moment being 2-0 to Denial Esports, that means that Never Lucky has quite the comeback ahead of them here in this single elimination best of 5, if they're going to be able to do it. Here is Allrun, of course, the team captain, who garners huge respect from the rest of his team. Let's hear from them.
Hi, my name's Paul Bentz. I'm 21 years old. I go by the name of Allrun, and I'm team captain for Team Never Lucky.
He's our team captain and one of our best players for sure. He leads us the best and has the most rotational knowledge out of all of us by far. He has good strategies and multi-classes, and he definitely fills all the gaps that we need as a team.
In the qualifier, I played both Thief and Warrior, and basically whatever works best against the opponent's comp is what I play. I play a variety of classes, and generally it's more support-oriented historically, but I went more DPS-oriented in the qualifier, but I just kind of fill in the gaps and what's missing in our comp. This is my first LAN for Guild Wars 2 and for competitive gaming in general. I never really competed in games before Guild Wars 2, So one of my biggest goals when I was playing this game was just to get to LAN. But it's not just that I want to get to LAN, I also want to perform while I'm here, and we're looking forward to beating some top teams and making a splash and surprising people.
Jeff doing his best impression of Magic Toke there as best he can, of course. As, you know, Allrun here, the team now is going to be moving on to Temple for our third map, I believe our commentator said. Can Allrun and the boys here do anything on Temple to try and shake things up and bring themselves back against Denial?
I mean, it's one of those maps. I mean, we've seen it from Vermillion various occasions, you know, where you can sneak a cheeky win, and cheeky is like the optimal word, because you wouldn't, if it was another map, you wouldn't put them in for a position to potentially take the win. But, you know, it's just that faith in the staff, and I really feel like Allrun has got so much on his shoulders to, you know, and the guys, the reliance upon him to fill different roles, to be that knowledge person, to be everywhere, you know, as a thief is. Like like Sin said, you know, he's got to get those kills, but he's focusing on the team performance as well. He's not able to be, you know, zone out and get what he needs to get done.
Right, well, I'm getting word that our third game is almost ready here, guys. Well, I'm going to get your predictions once again. Are you still sticking with what you felt?
Yeah, mate, we're good with that.
Yeah, I'm sticking with it. Denial's going to win. Denial's going to take it.
The only game I think Never Lucky is going to take it, this is the map.
Right, they have to do it here on Temple for sure. All right, thank you very much, guys. We'll check in with you after the series is concluded. Of course, we're heading over to the casters once again for game number 3 here between Denial Esports and Never Lucky. It's with Hurix and Storm.
Thank you, guys. We're looking forward to this third map. And I mean, you heard it from Allrun. He plays what his comp needs. And do you think it needs a warrior in this next map? That's a big question. He's still on Thief for this one. But I'm thinking, you know, this is game number 3. Game number 1 and 2 did not go well for you. Changing up the comp might work in their best favor.
The big thing is that they find the kills, but the problem is that they're not able to convert them, and Warrior doesn't actually equate to finding more kills from downstates. He doesn't have the same kind of cleave pressure. That's why they're using Allrun on that Staff Thief build, being able to use those vaults and everything like that to find those kills. And if you switch him over to a Warrior, yeah, there might be some different types of pressure, might create more downstates, but in the long run, it's not going to equate to anything because they're going to get those reses.
We'll have to see if that's going to be the case here. And of course, Jeff is on the Elementalist. He played all 10 games in their qualifier on Engineer, so of course making that swap, thinking that's the best for the team. A lot more support on the Elementalist by far, and that's what you're talking about in a way as well, having Allrun on the team. Looking for kills. They've got a lot of pressure from moves, Hypno and Allrun. They just have to follow up onto it and find more with it, as Sind was talking about. Allrun needs to find more than 2 kills in a game. That's not going to cut it for him, and he's going to be a big part of this next one as we start game number 3 on Temple of the Silent Storm. Denial Esports up against Never Lucky. If Never Lucky loses one, they will be eliminated from the tournament. Looking at the opening splits, though, it's going to be Helseth looking for an early cross once again. Going to go ahead and blink right on past, but look at the stealth play coming out here from Never Lucky. They're looking to bombard somebody at the midpoint, potentially.
Yeah, and they need that early pick, like we heard from Sen. I mean, they really need to create that early momentum, or else the Thief is going to be kind of caught behind, and they are looking now towards Draza, trying to find that kill on him, but the support from Denshi, as he's going to be able to once again use himself as a barrier to create some support and alleviate some of that damage. But look at the vault damage dropped onto Draza, as they're going to be able to get that downstate and the stomp as well, as they find their first kill of the match. But unfortunately for them, once again, finding the kill and losing the caps in the process.
Yeah, that's the tough thing about this deadly composition. You have something like this, you have to wrap it up quick. If you can't, that guy's going to be off respawn, or you're going to be dead by that time. See, Draws is off respawn. He's going to make his way back to the gate, and he's actually not even going to go to the gate because they just got the cap. So finding that early pick, definitely not enough for these guys. They have to follow up onto more than that. They've got to find a second quill very, very quickly after that, and we're already starting out 43-5 with that 2 cap right away for Denial Esports, despite the early pick coming out there for Never Lucky.
Yeah, and they're now looking for a kill on Allrun, who doesn't really have any utility left here, trying to just kind of evade frame his way out of this one. Drazi putting a ton of pressure on him, and without that condition relieving utility that you sometimes get from that Signet, he's just going to be completely dropped out there. Krell going for that res there, and Allrun is going to be forced to teleport. But again, with Draze on that Necro, going to be able to find that kill there with the corruptions and with all of that pressure that is going to come from both him and Rom on that single target for Krell.
He's consistently Condi bombing Krell right there, and he's having a very rough time having to blow multiple cooldowns with that. And we're going to see, you know, them start to move towards that altar point more than likely, as it's going to be Krell and Rom trying to follow up with that auto attack damage from the staff, surprisingly able to take him pretty low right here. And that gate fight still going on, but it doesn't look like Never Lucky's going to be able to find anything anytime soon. Denchi in the 1v1 with Moobs. Moobs actually getting pretty low right here. Still has RF, still has his heal, but gonna have to blow those cooldowns in that 1v1. Let's take a look at what's going on at the gate as that fight progresses here.
Yeah, looking at the gate here, we are seeing a lot of early pressure on Jeff, who gets taken down there, and again, Drazi right there and ready to go. Unfortunately, though, for them, Jeff is just going to Vapor Form right on out of that one. They're going to try to create another kill zone there and try to find a kill on Olrun. They do get him down as well, and they should be able to snowball off of this one, despite, I mean, they already have 2 caps.
Yeah.
I don't know where they're going to take it, but they should be able to go ahead and jump into Alter and take that kill there as well on Moobs.
The great rotation from Krail right at that. No one really suspecting that he's going to go for the Temple node, but what that means is Moobs is going to be bombed once again in a 2v1 right here. Off point, he's going to be forced to drop his RF. He's not going to have a whole lot to deal with these guys. Thankfully, he's on his side of the map, but the Condi bomb from Drazi going to take him into the downstate. We do have that stillness bump in about 25 seconds here. Got to pay attention to that, but what a start coming out here for Denial. Better than map 1 and 2 right now, and 175 plus point lead here for Denial Esports. Looking so strong on Temple.
Hypno trying to find a kill here on the midpoint on Rom, but we are going to be seeing a rotation from Draza here. That's going to create some insane pressure for Hypno and Jeff to have to deal with. Looks like that's going to be the setup for them, as they did find that kill on Moobs. They're now looking to probably jump into Alter once again. It is going to be Frey against Olrun, chasing him off of that point. Look at the point spread, though. 210 now to 16. We're only 3.5 minutes into this match.
Finds the kill with the precision strike. We still have the stillness buff up as well. And look at the positioning from Never Lucky. They've got no one even close. Krail is in the area, but he's also going to be bombed more than likely, as Hypno starting to come. Jeff, if I'm Never Lucky right now, do you even consider stillness buff contesting it right now, or do you have to get to the points? Because it's a 3 cap. Obviously, securing stillness would pretty much be GG, because you'd be taking 6 cap, which is ridiculous at this stage of the game, and already taking down Hypno right now. This is not good for Never Lucky.
My hope would be to stall it out for as long as possible, using Olrun and Hypno to try to find those easy rotations and get those decaps and try to maybe turn it into a situation where on the buff you get a 1v2, but it is going to be Helseth picking that point up. They are going to have a 2 cap now through that buff, and they are going to be able to still reel those points in here. We're, again, only 4.5 minutes into this game and already 200 points away here from victory on the side of Denial.
That wasn't a bad rotation from Never Lucky. They found decaps on the side, and instead of 3 nodes sticking, it's now 2 because they got those decaps. Jeff taken down, though, and it's going to be Krail up against Rom and Frey right here, and Jeff in the downstate not going to be able to do a whole lot, but they're going in for the rest. There isn't a, oh, Danny gets him back up, surprisingly enough, but this is what we were talking about earlier. They're having their both supports in the same place. Doesn't really leave a whole lot of room for Moobs, Hypno, and Olrun to really get a lot of work done, aside from maybe one crazy kill and then bailing out from that, because they take so much cleave after that kill.
We are seeing Jeff once again getting pressured ridiculously hard right now over at the Temple, and it is still 1 cap on the gate in favor of Denial here, as they're just looking to take kill after kill after kill. And Olrun is coming off a respawn now, moves to follow pretty soon here, and they're going to need to try and find some support for Jeff perhaps, but it is looking like Denial is going to move over to the Altar instead, try to maybe find a kill on Hypno, as Krawl's really the only one there to try to alleviate some of that pressure. We are seeing some peels happening from Olrun, as he's just trying to put as much cleave pressure down on the point to kind of make these guys forced to play defensively. But with Draze coming in here as well, that's just going to be some ridiculous damage that they're going to have to deal with. And look at Krawl just exploding, and the Dwell gets dropped on him. They are definitely going to be able to find that kill there. Denchi going to go for that stomp as they chase those guys off of that point and secure the node.
Helseth following up onto Moobs. Moobs trying to get something going for his team with that decap at the gate. Of course, we do have both buffs up at about 30 seconds here, so they're going to be having to pay attention to that. We'll have to see who's the first to arrive at that Tranquility and Stillness. At this point, your only hope for Never Lucky is to find a Tranquility buff and hope to God that Denial Esports forgets about Tranquility, but that's going to be very hard to do when they have such a dominant lead right now.
Yeah, Helseth getting dropped there. It looks like Jeff tried to go for that stomp, not able to find it though, and they do wind up getting it there with Olrun, so they have been able to find a kill here. This is their first set of points for the last, I believe, 3-4 minutes now.
in the form of that kill there, as Moob's getting pressured so low here, and he's going to be trying to rotate off, but Draz is surely going to be able to follow him up with Frey, and we've seen Frey as he tails people. There's no way Moobs is getting away from that one.
That's a rough one for Moobs. Is Denshi rather going in for the stillness cap. Krail actually going to be able to find an auto for him. We do have a bit of a 1v1 skirmish going on at the Tranquility buff. Not really going to be going anywhere. A 400-point lead for Denial Esports. A dominating game number 3, and you couldn't ask for a better way to wrap up the series if they do happen to take it right now. I mean, we have both buffs up right now, both contested by both teams, but with that gate cap continuing to tick right now, Denial more than likely going to be able to find themselves a W hit.
Oh, is Denshi going to be able to sneak this buff? It looks like they're going to let him do it. He's going to come away with that buff and actually take it. He does manage to get it. They have the 3 cap now coming out for the Trank buff, and Hypno just looking, oh man, he's got to be disappointed after that one.
That's unfortunate. Draze is going to be dropped as Moobs decides to jump up and down on him. They know it's done for, though. Is that 2 cap going to seal the deal? Stillness buff going to be capped out there by Frey. Going to find themselves ended on a 4 cap as Denial Esports going to find the 3-0 sweep over Team Never Lucky here in the Guild Wars 2 World Championships. And moving on into the semifinals to take on rank 55 Dragons. Of course, that will be a bit more difficult of a matchup. But nonetheless, 502-26 Denial taking that one away. Absolutely dominating performance there in game number 3.
Yeah, not without a glimmer of hope, though, coming from Never Lucky. In those early games, we saw them getting pretty close, actually, about within 100 points on that first map there on Kylo. But, I mean, as the games progressed, they got used to that Thief. That's the biggest thing that they have up their sleeve, is the fact that a lot of these teams don't have as much practice against the Thief in this new meta. It's something that you have to kind of get used to. Of course, a lot of those guys from EU playing with and against the Mesmer, so that's kind of new for these guys in a way. So they managed to adapt to it rather quickly, and they were able to, I mean, really dominate in that game 3.
I mean, you see Never Lucky, they still got smiles on their faces. You know they're still happy to have made it here, given the fact they really weren't a favorite by a whole lot of people to be able to make it to the event, getting that second seed. Nonetheless, still happy to, you know, attend the event, get here, you know, get some of the prize pool as well, and go up against the best team in the world currently holding that title, but, you know, falling pretty hard to Denial.
Yeah.
And that's kind of unfortunate still.
And that's kind of been the story of NA over the past few months here, and especially the last LAN event that we had at the Season 2 finals. But I mean, hopefully for the rest of North America can kind of come up from this a little bit, from this first game here. But Never Lucky, I mean, still kind of posing a little bit of a threat in that first match.
Yeah, I mean, going up into their next match, Denial Esports against rank 55 Dragons, that is going to be proving to be a much more difficult challenge. I mean, any insight on the difference in terms of going up against Never Lucky 255?
I mean, just talking about the actual caliber of the team itself. I mean, you're talking about a team that has won a world title. They have that at the Season 1 final. They managed to take that one away. And of course, TCG wasn't at that one, but we did see TCG coming back. So, I mean, it's going to be a rough match between those. It's going to be a bloodbath for sure.
All right, let's send it down to the stage to hear from our winners after that match.
All right, thank you very much, guys. Of course, I am here with Lord Helseth, who else, here from Denial Esports after that 3-0 clean sweep. Looking at that sweep, it seemed quite convincing for you guys. I'm sure you have a few words to say about it.
I mean, before every tournament, we always try to scrim to warm up and all that stuff. Today's going to be a pretty long tournament, like really long, you know, all these teams being here and such. So we decided to skip out on the scrims early. We didn't want to, like, you know, practice too much and get too much into it and then burn out in the end when we inevitably win. So we decided to skip scrims. So we needed our warm up. Never Lucky happily came here and obliged. Oh, sorry. So what was the name again?
Yeah, Never Lucky. Yep.
What was it? All right, cool.
Okay, fair play. Thank you for that first answer. Of course, your next match is going to be against rank 55 Dragons, a team that has been on an international stage as well as the European stage, the team that's probably given you the most hassle. What do you think going forward against rank 55?
I mean, 3-0.
3-0 again, is that?
Yeah, 3-0.
Nothing else?
I mean, all right, like 55 is really good. We expect them to score like more than 20 points, definitely. Shout out to you guys. But I mean, we're here to win the thing, right? We don't care who we're facing. We're going to win. So it doesn't matter. That's all I have to say.
All right, well, thank you very much, Helseth. Good luck moving forwards, and we shall maybe be hearing from him later on if they are victorious against rank 55. Who knows? Moving forwards into the semi-finals. So they will move on to have an EU versus EU semi-finals, and we are going to go to a break. But when we are back, don't go anywhere because it will be our next quarterfinal on the way from the Guild Wars 2 World Championship. Live from ESL Studios here in Burbank, California, we have concluded our first quarterfinal of the day. Denial Esports taking the 3-0 and dabs everywhere. I don't know, every time I come to America, I just see dabs all over the place. It's a weird place. But anyway, regardless of that, we have that 3-0 coming to a conclusion, coming to a head here for our first quarterfinal. And we can actually talk about Temple as well to begin this, of course, because once again, we saw Denial Esports coming in with dominating fashion. And let's take a look at some of the moments there from that as well, Subcutie, as obviously Denial had some very, very strong moments in this game.
Right, so I mean, as we expected, Denial was winning a lot of team fights. They were rotating well. We saw a few portal plays. Right here we're witnessing a double kill from Denial, basically taking mid, securing their home. Right after this play, we actually see Krail going for the decap, and what followed that was a portal play from Helseth just to back up his team. I mean, there was just so much support from Denial. Rom then went down below, 1v2'd, and then Denshi, on comms, they recognized that he needed to come down and support, so they had someone come into top buff, and then Denshi went down below. I mean, it was just so tight for Denial on that one.
I mean, Sid, obviously in Guild Wars 2, it can be a difficult game to come back in if you're outclassed when it comes to a team like Denial going up against Neverlucky. But when you are in that kind of situation as Neverlucky, can you extrapolate some of the ways to come back on a map like Temple of the Silent Storm? What do you think?
So on Temple of the Silent Storm, you really need to be prepared to spread out. You have a lot of objectives that you need to cover. Rom did this very well by holding the 1v2 down below. I think Neverlucky really needed to have someone with the ability to do that, and I think that Denial put them in a position where they couldn't rotate properly. They were dying, they were in a snowball, and they weren't able to actually have someone down there to buy them enough time to come back.
Sin, what are your thoughts on that?
The key to beat Denial on Temple is basically to split them up into 1 versus 1s and basically get Allrun to outnumber that. But then he didn't manage to do that at all. They took a team fight against the Necro, and there's way too much pressure for them, and that's what we saw.
Right. Does it come down to a comp thing when it's these two teams?
Not really. I think Denial's weakness is actually Thief comps. I think they struggle a lot against Thief comps.
Right.
You saw it on the qualifiers against our team, and I think the first game they were not so good either. So I think Thief is the weakness for Denial.
Okay, Jebro, you echo those sentiments, or what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's as I almost fall off and stack off my chair. Yeah, I mean, they completely denied them almost being here, the presence. And that's me trying not to be mean about Neverlucky, but it was such a strong performance. They did everything right. Frey and Drazir were just on it, getting the kills, doing the damage, and making sure they were laying down that pressure to make sure they had no opportunity whatsoever, literally denying them a comeback of any kind. And those guys in the position, something that's Subcutie said as well, the reliance upon players like Rom to stay in a 1v2, he's going to be safe for a while, then I'll come and I can support him. I know that about my team. That synergy,
Yeah.
And that's something the Neverlucky are going to learn, they're going to get better at. The more they get to lands, the more they get that experience.
Yeah, I can sympathize with yourself as well over there. Commentating Denial Esports across multiple titles now, it's difficult to actually not say that they've denied something, etc., etc. It continues on. It will continue on throughout the day, so I'll apologize for you and everybody in advance. It's fine.
Thanks, mate.
Of course, we have our next quarterfinal up and coming here very, very soon, as we have 2 more teams making their way to the stage. It will be Vermillion going up against Team PZ here. Vermillion coming in as, I would say, more of the wild card in the 3 teams that comes from the European scene here. But they're still very, very much so a team of veterans. We've seen them in the scene for a long time, Jebro.
Yeah, I mean, it's interestingly enough, as a bit of history, if people don't know, members of Denial trained these boys up. Back in the day, Boston WTS, now that's over a year ago, obviously, and, and Frey as well, very important at forming this team. getting them trained up. And ever since, they've been a powerhouse. You know, they beat Orange Logo back in the day as well in times, and they've had some great games. And one of those teams which is always hyped to watch on Temple in terms of a comeback. That 4-9-9 at the qualifiers, I just literally getting goosebumps thinking about it right now. I cannot wait to see these guys play.
All right. Well, of course, it is the wild card of the European scene, looking to take to the stage and looking to move on to the semi-final. It's Team Vermillion.
Team Vermillion is made of me, RG, Snowball, Alcor, Triffin, and Curve. After the unfortunate events of Season 2, we decided to take a break off the game and kind of refresh ourselves. Then we decided to reform us again, and now we're back at full force.
We are in the number 2 seed coming out of the qualifiers. It feels really good to be back playing. We have been practicing really hard for this tournament.
We've had rank 55 ranked as our scrim partner, and we are pretty confident in our abilities right now, and we feel like we are ahead of other teams.
It's going to be Vermillion coming out on top, finding a couple kills for themselves along with the 2-cap.
We're going to be playing against Team PC first, and I feel like it's going to be easy peasy. We think we have the upper hand versus them. We've been a stronger team in the past over them, and we're going to do well. They're from NA, so I don't think it's going to be a hard match.
No, they have that experience, they have that pressure, and that is a big win for Vermillion.
Toughest team in bracket is 100% Astral Authority.
They beat us in Season 1 pretty hard, and we are here kind of for revenge.
It's our goal really bad. We beat 3-0 against Astral.
It's going to be Vermillion coming out on top, finding a couple kills for themselves.
Winning here in World Championship would be a huge thing for our team. We've been kind of treated as an underdog, this team, and this would mean that we would be the #1 team in the world.
Vermillion forces it to a Game 3.
As long as we play well together on LAN, not argue with each other, just have good team synergy like usual, then we'll be able to win this tournament.
That is Vermillion, a team that throughout the qualifiers were able to take 2nd seed, and overall, you know, they were able to defeat Denial Esports even in that qualifier, and they also defeated Orange Logo, I'm sorry man, in a 2-0 up toward, in fact, down in the lower bracket. Syndrony, again, you know, you've got experience against these guys. What makes them mesh as a team? What makes it difficult to play against a team like Vermillion? What do you think?
Vermillion is a really good team because they're like underdogs always. I've seen them play like plenty of times, and I get amazed by the preparations they do. Not only that, also they have such good players, but they don't shine that much. Like they're like
They're all kind of on the same level, or all able to kind of perform in the same way, one would say. But of course, on the other side, it is Team PZ here as well, hailing from North America. A team that actually took 3rd seed throughout their qualifying run here, Jebro. And they haven't had exactly the most comfortable of time throughout that qualifier, one would say.
No, I mean, I actually think as well, like, not only the qualifier, but when they get to these situations on LANs, like Pro League Season 2 finals, we expected more from these guys. We expected them to power in, you know, they took that 1st position in the table in Pro League Season 2. I know we're talking about qualifiers, we're talking about Worlds, but looking back over the season, what we expect from these guys is potentially a win here. Now, we'll talk about predictions in a minute, but their comp, what they're bringing today, feel a change in these guys. I feel more of a focus from these guys.
Well, of course, it's a team that has focused previously on, throughout this on their coordination more than anything, from qualifiers to the main tournament. Let's hear from them on what they've changed up.
This time around, Team PZ is bringing the same roster. We have Zeus on Elementalist, and we have Paul on Druid, Java on Necro, K-Put on Rev, and myself on Mesmer, Muffins. So my reaction to the Season 2 finals was an opportunity to learn and grow. We noticed some glaring errors with our strategy and our team compositions.
We all have finally defined our roles. We all know what exactly we want to be doing. Everybody is able to coordinate and communicate well, too.
We've been really focusing on making calls and following calls together as a team.
5 fingers make a fist, and we got to be that tight-knit fist.
that may have well just sealed it for Team PZ to win this series.
So in the first round, we are playing against Vermillion, who I believe is a second seed from Europe.
But in my opinion, they're probably Europe's third seed. The best iteration of Vermillion was the one where they had their previous Mesmer Frostball. And unfortunately, they don't have him anymore, so they've become, in my opinion, a much weaker team.
This year has definitely seen Europe on the rise and as the top dog. So coming into this tournament, we really want to prove to ourselves and our fans that we are a top contending team, and also to take back a little bit of North America's pride.
We just need to implement the proper strategies and pull it off on game day.
We want to show that we can at least, be a force that can be reckoned with.
We definitely want it. I feel like we worked hard for it, and we just got to go out and perform and get it.
A team of long-standing veterans in the North American scene after the very beginning of the year, just forming before the start of Pro League Season 1, doing very well for themselves, and then I would say definitively putting themselves as the second best team in North America. But what is the push that they need to push them to #1 in North America and then #1 in the world, Jebro?
It's almost a confidence and a focus that, we spoke about earlier. Specifically with those guys, it's almost like Never Lucky have come in and they've almost replaced Team PZ as that fun team. The guys who are almost taking the mickey a little tiny bit,
right.
Being a bit jokey.
Yeah.
And they've jumped up to another level. The focus, the seriousness, the confidence maybe as well that they have, which they deserve to have, but they need to put that into action today.
Yeah, SubCutie obviously being from America here, it's a team that they have definitively been second place in North America here, and going up against a team like Vermillion, do they stand a chance here? Is this a closer series, one would say, compared to our previous one?
So, I mean, in NA, they're definitely a solid second. However, in scrims, they will trade with Astral, and they'll trade with even EU teams that come to scrim. So they have the potential. They're really smart, and they work super hard. I mean, these guys will play more than any other team on NA, in my opinion. And I think that they do have what it takes to beat Vermillion. My prediction is that they can beat Vermillion.
Yeah? Oh, okay. All right. Well, I mean, let's actually take some predictions here between you guys as to who you think is going to take this one. Obviously, a best of 5 once again here. We'll start down towards the end. Jebro?
I think a 3-1, probably to Vermillion.
EU bias aside?
EU bias aside. Yeah. These guys can do it, I think.
Yeah?
I'm pretty sure.
SubCutie?
Ooh, I mean,
challenge him.
I'm gonna have to do a 3-2 PZ.
Yeah, that's what we like to hear.
I'm going EU again. I've been scrimming both of these teams, and PZ is not that strong, in my opinion.
Okay, wow, fair play. All right.
Is that just a 3-0 then?
Yes.
Wow, 3-0. Okay.
3-0, boys and girls.
All right, well, thank you very much, boys. We'll check in with you throughout the series as we now head over to the commentary team. Once again, it will be Hurix and Storm for our second quarterfinal of the day.
Thank you, guys, and we're really looking forward to this match. Finally, some difference in opinion on who's going to be taking the series. I think this is going to be one of the best series of the day. And going into this, if I had to pick 2 teams going up against each other, this is honestly the biggest wild card of who's going to be able to come out victorious.
Yeah, I mean, given what we've seen and what we know already about 55 and as well as Denial going into their matchup, we kind of have some anticipation of what to expect. But with these 2 teams, it is kind of like a wild card matchup because Vermillion we haven't seen as much of as of late outside of the qualifier, and I anticipate them to make some big changes.
Well, you heard RG talking earlier on the video, talking about how they took a little bit of a break, regrouped themselves, and now back in full strength, trying to outperform their Season 1 finals performance where they dropped 3-1 to Astral Authority. And Team PZ kind of underperforming in the past couple of events at Season 1 finals and Season 2 finals. So they're looking to actually get a victory here and try to a big bounce back. They're looking for a bounce back because they got annihilated Season 2 finals by Denial Esports. So coming into this, they're thinking pretty confident, as you could hear from them talking about it, about going up against Vermillion. And honestly, this could go either way. We are going to be starting out here on Legacy the Fofire. Why don't you take us through the builds?
Starting off here first with Curve, going to be on the Mesmer here, and he's going to be picking up Sword Shield with the staff, going to run with Carrying Amulet and running that Sunless Rune. That's actually something very, very new that these Mesmers are trying out, because what you can use that for is setting up those free MOAs. You can basically use that that MOA cast and then get that easy fear to go in there and kind of destroy that that dodge animation and get that MOA to go off. He's going to be picking up Inspiration, Illusion, and Chronomancer. Triffin is going to be on that Revenant as well, and that's going to be with Sword, Shield, Staff. He's going to be picking up Marauder Amulet with Rune of Surging. He's got Devastation, Invocation, and Herald. Alcor back again with the Druid here, going to be taking Sword, Dagger with the Staff, Minder's Amulet, Rune of the Doliac, and his traits are going to be Nature, Magic, Beast Mastery, and Druid. RG on the NG as always. That's going to be with Hammer, Paladin Amulet, Rune of Leadership, and he's taken up Inventions, Alchemy, and Scrapper. And finally here, Snowball, this time on the Necromancer, and he's got the Staff with the Scepter Warhorn. That's going to be Carrying Amulet with Rune of Strength. And he's got Spite, Blood Magic, and Reaper. So it's the same build that Draze was actually running.
Taking a look at the blue side, that's Team PZ. We've got Muffins on the Mesmer taking the Sword, Shield, Staff with Rune of Scavenging for himself, taking Carry-On, going with Illusions, Inspiration, and Chronomancer. Zeus is going to be on the Elementalist, taking that Dagger Focus with Soldiers and Menders, taking Water, Earth, and Tempest, of course. He also doesn't have the Lightning Flash. Going with 5 Shouts. Same thing we saw from Denshi in the first series of the day. Paul is going to be on the Ranger, taking the Staff, Sword, Dagger with the Rune of Leadership, taking Mender Amulet, going to be heading up with Nature, Magic, Beast Mastery, and Druid. Java, as always, on the Necro. He's going to be going with the Scepter, Warhorn, Staff, Scavenging, Carry-On. He's going to be taking Blood Magic, Spite, and Reaper. And K-Pud going to be on the Revenant, pretty much playing what is expected with Sword, Shield, Staff, with Marauder and Strength, running with Devastation, Invocation, and Herald. But we're ready to get started in our best of 5 here. It's going to be Team PZ up against Vermillion on Legacy of the Foe Fires. We get game number 1 underway. Let's take a look at some opening splits, as we are not going to have anybody from Team PZ heading to the waterfall right away. Already something interesting from Team PZ.
Yeah, it looks like they're all grouped up and ready to hit a mid, possibly going for a stealth start, as they are going to go ahead and stealth up, and they're moving out now. And look at this aggression actually going towards the mid node, and we are seeing a similar group up actually from the side of Vermillion, as these teams are just basically prepped and ready to go for a huge team fight here.
They're trying to bait something out right now, and K-Pud dropping down to the lower level, high ground in favor of Vermillion, but they're going right away onto Snowball. Snowball going to be a primary target, already taking a lot of burst. He's going to have some Connie pressure on top of him as well. Lands a huge surge in mids. Nice job from K-Pud, and they're following up onto Snowball. Snowball gets chilled the bone off, not going to connect on anybody. He's going to be dropped into the downstate though. RG, Curve, and Triffin all going in for the rest, getting him up immediately, and after that, going into the downstate there.
Yeah, and Java now actually getting Moed. He was just not really quick enough on the well to secure that last kill, and it looks like not even quick enough to get that one either, but the damage pressure coming out from these guys, they should surely be able to win this fight out. We are going to be seeing that portal come out, rotations getting out of that mid node, but PZ with an early lead here, starting off with some good momentum.
That is definitely a good start to be able to continue to follow up onto Snowball and find the kill for themselves. He has to be so careful, and RG has to stick on top of them. RG is the reason Snowball will be staying alive throughout these fights. Nonetheless, a 2-cap coming out here, as it was Alcor that was forced off of the quarry. No way he was going to be able to endure the pressure that was coming out from that graveyard fight. So it's going to be a 2-cap right away for Team PZ, and Triffin going in aggressive onto Zeus.
Yeah, the biggest thing is they definitely want to be playing off of Paul and Zeus now to try to control this node. With that double support, they should be able to kind of trade places on the node, something that we saw a lot of practice coming through from PZ on. They've known how to do this. And look at the pressure coming out on the Snowball, who actually drops once again here, and they are going for the cleave. It's just not going to be enough, as they're going to now try to turn it back onto Java, who's getting a ton of support from his teammates, but nonetheless, both of these Necros taking so much pressure as Java falls, and it looks like Vermillion's going in for the kill, and they should be able to secure this. They take Zeus too.
Zeus taking down Paul. Surely going to be falling as well. He's going to get some heals, but Zeus trying to vapor out of this one. He's not going to get out of here alive. Neither is Java. Java, they are trying to res him up, surprisingly enough, but RG going to be able to find a stomp for themselves. So Vermillion turn it around in their favor now, and they're going to be able to find 2 decaps. Not let Team PZ get too big of a lead early on now.
Yeah, both teams, of course, just gunning for those Necromancers, and they need to find those kills quickly to try to get the well down and try to turn that into a team kill, hopefully. That's really kind of the goal at this stage, but look at that. Paul getting dropped there, and they're going to try to turn that one into a huge snowball. They put tons of pressure on that body. Muffin's dropping there to about 60%, as we are going to be seeing Paul cleaved completely out, and now Muffin's getting pressured here, potentially going to be dropping as he actually goes down.
Alcor, what a play. He had K-Pud on top of him as well. What a great play from Alcor, able to find the kill on the Muffins. K-Pud not even attempting for the res. And look at this, they're going to come out with a 3-cap from this. Team PZ in disarray right now, all over the map. 3 of them trying to regroup right here, make it 4, and they're going to have to wait on Muffins to try to get something going. They might be forced back into their base. Vermillion snowballing off of that.
Yeah, PZ forced to regroup now, recoup. Try to recover some of those losses here as they move out, try to take maybe an early kill off on Alcor. It looks like they aren't really actually putting a lot of pressure out, as we are going to be seeing Paul try to zone these guys off so that they at least get a decap, but hopefully a cap in their favor. And Vermillion ought to just kind of play this one out, just play it really slow, defensively, kind of push into them and let them kind of make the first move and react to it, because so far they've done a good job of controlling a lot of these fights. It looks like they are going to engage now, though, as RG's actually just running on in there, and Zeus trying to alleviate some of that pressure, trying to do exactly what we saw Denshi doing, just kind of using himself as a barrier to try to protect Java. And Java, not having none of it, actually is going to find that kill on Snowball. Snowball picked up almost immediately there, though, by that Engie, and not enough pressure from these guys.
That's that type of coordination that RG and Snowball have. They're like brothers up there. They know what each other are going to do. They're on top of each other the entire time, sticking with each other. And once again, Snowball getting dangerously low, probably going to be dropped, gets taken out by K-Pud's precision strike. RG extremely low himself, doesn't want to end up losing his life as well. So off of the 3-cap, Team PZ do a surprisingly good job of actually finding a cap and a decap, and they're not out of this one yet.
Yeah, they should be able to surge back into this one perhaps. We're already seeing a 1v1 between K-Pud and Triffin here. That's a Revenant 1v1, so that's going to be high stakes, as RG actually is going to be able to, or is going to go down here. PZ going to find yet another kill and try to surge back into this game here. They're only 85 points down now with 5 minutes into the game, as they are going to pick up 5 from that. Hope to take a decap on Waterfall as Muffins moves over there, and we are going to be seeing them actually winning that fight over at the quarry. We did see some support coming over from Paul as he rotated in, and the next big fight is going to be at that mid node where they're trying to put some pressure into Curve and probably rotate that.
Java actually taken into the downstate by Curve and Alcor, and the stomp does come through. Wow, able to get the stomp, just not enough resurrect coming out there on the side of Team PZ. As K-Pud also drops. That looked like that fight was in favor of Team PZ, but Vermillion able to turn it around. Alcor playing very aggressive and able to find some kills there, but a 2-cap nonetheless. And PZ, this is what they're notorious for in North America. They lose fights, but in the end, they come out with a 2-cap on top of it.
Yeah, the big thing, I can't say enough about the Corrupt Necro style that we've seen a lot of with Signet of the Locust, especially with Well Corruption. They're able to rip not only the stability to secure the dazes and make sure that those reses aren't going through, but you're also able to secure getting that damage mitigation away from them, taking away the protection, and getting even more pressure onto these guys, taking away potential resistance as well off of the Mesmer. It's a huge pivotal ability to be able to use those in those team fights after you get a kill.
And Java now taking a lot of heat. Snowball trying to follow up with some of that condition damage. Now Java's in a dangerous spot. This is a 3v2 here, and there's a lot of damage coming out. He's going to be taken into the downstate. Zeus trying to go in for the res. Does have the Obsidian Flesh, so surprisingly enough, he's not going to be able to go in for that one. He did have the cooldowns if he wanted to. Didn't want to end up dying and losing the waterfall. They can't afford to get 3-cap once again, so Vermillion now hold a 2-cap and nearly a 100-point lead with 8:30 on the clock here. Team PZ slowly but surely falling behind in game 1.
Yeah, they still have the potential to come back into this one. We are going to be seeing Zeus and Paul coming together here on the waterfall to just sustain this point out. And interesting rotation as we are going to be seeing K-Pud come over, and that's where they're going to find their damage from. And they need to make sure that with Java here, they find this kill on Snowball, and they should be able to. Look at the pressure on him as he's actually going to get stealth there and try to get away. His team trying to peel for it, but still eliminated there.
With a huge surge into this. Excellent play from him. Unfortunately, not enough cleave to come out on top of it, but nonetheless, landing his abilities when it matters. Now Java is on the defensive. He's very low outside of the Shroud. Look at the Condi bomb on top of him. He needs some support from his teammates. Paul trying to keep him alive. Great job from Paul, but it's not going to be enough. Zeus also trying to keep him up, and they're going in for the res. Do they get him? They do. They get him back up into the fight. Look at the Condis now onto Vermillion, and both these teams just a few plays away from losing a team fight. Snowball is going to be dropped, and they're going to be forced out of the waterfall area.
Yeah, Snowball a little bit aggressive on that one, going a little bit too far forward. Now Curve is going to have to pay for that mistake, as he's probably going to get trained out here, just trying to kite around, and K-Pud's all over him with Zeus, so they should be able to find that kill as well and potentially punish the rest of these guys too. I mean, this is just
in my opinion, really bad positioning here from Vermillion. Way too overextended, losing everything that they had. And now we're seeing a one cap just coming out from Waterfall there in favor of PZ. And they have a position to turn this one back around as they also take Graveyard.
Especially with these cooldowns. I mean, RG was going into that trying to get reses without cooldowns. Didn't have his Elixir S, didn't have his Sneak Gyro, so he wasn't able to do a whole lot for him there and got bursted down pretty quick. And it looks like Snowball now going to be dropped once again. Nice knockback coming out there from K-Pud trying to avoid the resurrect, but Triffin follows up with one, gets the kill on the Java, trying to go in for the cleave. Lance Surge and miss. Is it going to be enough? Doesn't knock him off because of his ability. And it's going to be Java back up into the fight. Now Snowball, once again, it's all about these Necro. The Necro game for both teams has to be on par. They have to be able to get Java and Snowball back up. Otherwise, they're going to lose these fights. And it's showing right here. Snowball back up once again.
These guys are so quick with the reses, and you would think that with these Necromancers, they should be able to counter that and put down some insane cleave, but the cooldowns just haven't really lined up so far for Vermillion, as for Snowball actually falls after they took that kill off on Java, and they should be able to easily get him back up as they do. And K-Pud not letting this one go at all, as he's trying yet again here to find some semblance of some damage here onto Snowball to try to take that kill before they pour it out. And they are going to go back over to that waterfall, let Java regroup with them as they go back into the mid-fight, hopefully refresh with some cooldowns.
Nice move coming out there from Paul, trying to buy himself some time. Does have Celestial Avatar available if he needs it, as it's going to be Team PZ following up with the cap onto the waterfall. Still a very close game, 45-point lead for Vermillion, 5:30 on the clock. This could very well come within Lord range very soon here.
Yeah, Snowball to fall here as he's getting cleaved out, and surely is going to get stomped out. And they are able to find yet another kill here as they're getting ever closer to that point score that we're seeing Vermillion with, now 30 points away, trying to regain cap of Graveyard, get some control of the map. They still have Waterfall. We are seeing them rotate back over to defend that point, as Alcor actually, with Triffin, able to find that kill off on Muffin, so they should be able to get him back up and try to go for RG. And Alcor is extremely low too. If they're able to get this res, which it looks like they're going to be able to do, they should be able to turn this fight all the way back around.
RG was so low and they weren't able to find the kill onto him, just using the cooldowns at the right time. Precision Strike not able to find him. Thunderclap able to buy himself some time. Doesn't have anything left though. He's going to be dropped into the downstate. Do they have enough cleave? No, it's not going to be the case, as Triffin and Alcor get it back up into the fight. Zeus around the map though. He's going to be dropped near the midpoint. Going to vapor away now and goes through the portal. Great play coming out there, but they're going to be able to try and follow up with some cleave of their own. Is it going to be enough? Doesn't look like it is. They're going in for it on Zeus. They should be able to get it back up here.
Yeah, both Necromancers not able to really get, I mean, it is actually kind of their role to kind of counter that that easy res, and it looks like with RG down, they need to find this res, or this fight is going to go nowhere quick for them as they're going in for it now. Zeus trying for that stomp does get interrupted, and look at the pressure now coming out from PZ as they zone in on this body and find another downstate in Alcor. Looking for another on Triffin as well. Snowball not in a good position with K-Bud all over him. They should surely find another kill on him as well on the Graveyard and try to get control of this before the respawns happen, because they're only 40 points down. They have decaps across the board and 3 members of Vermillion down.
Team PZ, you couldn't ask for a better way to come back here, as they will find themselves with a 2-cap after that. Surely they should be able to get the lead now. Just need a regroup from Vermillion, but great plays from Team PZ there as they attempt to cap the Graveyard. They're not actually going to be able to find the 2-cap because Triffin still in the area, got the full reset. RG now making this a 2v2. K-Pud taking a little bit of heat now, but we're in the 3:30-minute range. Both teams nearing 350. This could come down to some clutch Lord plays.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to run down Triffin a little bit. They do have both side nodes. They should be able to get back here in just a couple seconds. And yeah, I think it could potentially come down to those Lord plays. Both teams obviously with the Mesmer, but I mean, the great thing in terms of PZ's perspective is they stopped Vermillion from reaching that 350 mark. So even if they go for Lord, they have to find a kill or they have to find a node to be able to get some extra points if they want to end this game out.
And PZ still holding onto a 2-cap here, and it's not good with Triffin very low. Triffin getting super low. He's actually going to be dropped into the downstate. Can they find the res onto him? They do the first time around. They say the first time around because it feels like every subsequent stop comes with the res, and it looks like Snowball now going to be dropped as expected. Look at the Condi burst onto Triffin right now. All of them just taking loads of Condi damage from Java, and Team PZ starting to pull away with game number 1.
Yeah, and they were able to take that kill despite not having that Will of Corruption, not having to sing the Locust, and I believe Java actually in Plague form, they were able to have that amount of cleave and find another kill there.
Yeah, that's a 3-cap for Team PZ. Now following up to Curve, gonna force him back in the gate. And Snowball making a risky but necessary move to the waterfall. They have to do something now. If it was, 200 points less, they would regroup. But given the fact that they are now 60 points away from taking game number 1, Snowball must make a move, trying to hold off Zeus. Zeus not quite going to be able to get there in time. He buys himself a little bit of time, but if you're Vermillion right now, this is pretty much GG.
PZ coming into Season 1 Finals, not able to take a map away from the dominant EU teams that actually go on to win the whole thing out. And this time, even Season 2, not able to win a map. And they are now going to win their first map potentially here, as it seems. With this kill on Snowball, surely will secure it if it's not secured already. With only a minute and a half, there's surely no way for Vermillion to come back. PZ looks to be in a position to take their first map on the world stage.
Excellent performance from Team PZ. Game number 1. Gonna be Team PZ taking this one. It'll be 5-0-1 to 347. They're gonna be going up 1-0 in the series. And finding themselves that first victory definitely has to be a weight off of their shoulders after that victory here.
Yeah, they've got to feel good. I mean, like I was talking about, just historically, I mean, this is such a big moment for them. This is such a big moment for North America too, being able to come back with some vengeance there as well, being able to take that map, and not only take that map, but at the end, just in such a dominant way. I mean,
what do you even see if you're Vermillion right now? I mean, you had that game in your hands. You had a 3-cap early on. You built yourself a 100-point lead. And then moving on to Battle of Kylo now, what are your thoughts moving on?
I would say a huge pivotal moment in that game was the overextension there coming from Snowball, and then his team just following suit and just running a little bit too far, overextending towards that waterfall node and just getting killed off. We saw 3 kills happen just because of that one move.
100% Snowball can't be that aggressive. If he's that aggressive, that's going to happen. PZ is going to punish him, and they just proved that. And it's going to be even more evident in this map on Clock Tower especially, that they can't afford to do that once again. They have to be able to talk to Snowball and get him to not be so aggressive, because that was their downfall in that game. And not only that, but they followed up onto that. Curve was over aggressive with him, trying to get him out of the downstate, etc. They can't afford for that type of scenario to happen here on Battle of Kylo once again.
Yeah, and they are using the NG, which is going to give them a lot of res power, but of course with the NG that is going to negate, or sorry, with the Necro that is going to negate some of that, and they're running without that Ellie, so they don't have that kind of nice supportive barrier that we saw from Denchi, as well as Zeus doing the same thing. And I mean, without that, it's going to be hard for Snowball to stay up, and really they kind of have to play off of that res, so they're kind of playing from behind.
Yeah, and Snowball is a pretty good multi-classer. He played 2 classes throughout the qualifier. He played 2 games on Warrior. He played 7 on Necro, and their total of 9 games, of course. And honestly, if they drop the second game, you got to be thinking about what are you going to do in a game 3. Of course, this is game 2, but thinking about that right now. Maybe moving over to the Warrior. Haven't seen Warrior today, but that's something to keep in the back of your head, that they do have some multi-classes here that can break something out if they do have something in their pocket. But of course, they wouldn't want to have to break, if they do have a secret or some secret build or great build, they don't want to have to bring it out in their first series. They would definitely like to keep that for the semifinals or finals.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some inherent issues with running a Warrior. Again, like we talked about, not having that downstate option is something to really think about, especially given the fact that Necro just has so much of that available. So it's hard to kind of say, yes, we should definitely bring a Warrior in this situation, because Necro just does so much if they have the support to do it.
Okay, well, game number 2 on the Battle of Kylo about to start up here. Team PZ with that 1-0 lead after a terrific ending on Legacy of the Faux Fire, trying to follow up with a second one now. Let's take a look at some opening splits, as we are going to be having a couple of people, a little defensive split coming out here for Vermillion. Alcor going to be capping up on the windmill. Curve dropping the portal. Meanwhile, for the other team, once again, they're going to be stealthing up, looking for an early burst play.
Yeah, completely stealth up here. Vermillion actually shows for a quick second. The Moa comes out onto Curve, and they drop him down to 7%. They take 2 kills early in the game. As they drop these guys, surely they won't get rezzed up. PZ coming through in the beginning of the match with such fury.
That hurts. Yeah, that hurts if you're Vermillion right now. You've got to expect something like that. You don't see them around the map. Where else are they going to be? They're going for you. And K-Pug going to be dropped by Snowball, but Java going in for the Plague Res, able to find that with ease. And that's a big thing. Java has Plague, so he's able to kind of take some of that. Now Snowball going to be dropped. RG coming in with the Thunderclap, not going to be able to find anything. So an early 2-cap from Team PZ, we will see Alcor follow up with the cap over on the windmill. but, you know, within 1 minute, already losing 3 guys now. That is not a great start for Vermillion in Game 2.
Yeah, this is definitely a huge impactful start here for PZ as K-Pud actually falls there. Still having a 2-cap though, still an early lead. Still should be able to control this map given the fact that they do have control of the clock tower. Snowball coming off now from Respawn. Should be able to get to this point rather quickly to try to help his team as they actually are now spreading out, trying to find a place to go. It looks like they are trying to zone in onto Mansion here as they're going to maybe try to overwhelm Paul here and take a kill. Hopefully take a decap as well as Curve, Triffin, and RG are all over him. K-Bud Muffins trying to support here as Java moves in as well, putting some damage on Snowball. Snowball's left behind. He gets cut off as Paul actually drops as well. It should be a downstate race, and I don't believe Snowball actually got a hit on Paul, but they do manage to res him up nonetheless. They take the kill on Paul. This is a great position for them to be in because Snowball was caught between a rock and a hard place there.
Yeah, Curve, I think an accidental use of that continuum split right there. Maybe wanted to follow up and secure the kill on the Java, but they found it regardless and finding 2 kills in that fight. So now Vermillion finally able to get something going for themselves. You know, you got to hand it to Team PZ, a great start, but this is an amateur league right now. This is the World Championship, so Vermillion definitely going to have a few comebacks here, you know, every so often here. So they are going to be able to find a cap on the clock tower. In the meantime, though, K-Pud and company looking to make a push towards that node, potentially. And we still do have that 2v1 going on. Paul doing a great job surviving against Triffin and Curve here, but not for too much longer. He's going to be taken down to Snowball, securing the point for them and going to be finding themselves with a 2-cap.
They've just been rotating constantly now into Paul. I feel like they've found their point of vulnerability on PZ that if they can just keep taking that kill, just overwhelm him, even just with 2v1, they should be able to, you know, control the map by putting him on constant respawn. It looks like Triffin is just kind of rotating side nodes and just putting pressure on the guys that are trying to duel out. And he actually is able to put some easy damage there into Muffins, dropping him down to 20%. Muffins forced to pop a load of utility there just to stay alive, and Triffin should be able to find his kill as he does get him into downstate and nowhere in the realm of possibility for getting a res off on Muffins. Triffin just all over the place right now.
This is so uncharacteristic of Team PZ to be split off right like that. Just Muffins in the middle of nowhere looking, I'm not sure what he was looking for right there. They've got to be doing Team PZ stuff, being grouped up, out-rotating your opponent right now, and it just hasn't been evident the last minute here as Java going to be mowed out and Condi Bomb trying to keep him alive. He's going to be taken into the downstate. Triffin going in, trying to cleave him down. Not going to be the case, though, as Java going to be able to get himself back up. Has 100% Shroud, will be safe for the time being as Vermillion manages to hold on to the 2-cap, but Muffins finds a decap and Surgeon misconnecting onto Java, trying to finish him off here from Triffin as Snowball going to get back up after the downstate. And it's just, it's seriously the kills of the Necros, but the 4-man wipe here at the clock tower as they all go in for the res. Whoa, what a turn of events there.
Yeah, complete destruction there on the PZ, and Vermillion now in such a good position. They are going to be able to move over towards Muffins and potentially catch him the same way they did before. This is Triffin again in the same position here, putting some damage on the Muffins. Looks like Muffins is actually just going to try to play it safe this time around, and with surely a lot more cooldowns and a lot more health than before, he is going to be able to get back to his team to safety.
And this is exactly what we saw in Legacy of the Faux Fire, and there's the Portal Bomb coming out from these guys. Almost a 3-cap. I thought they were about to get the 3-cap, but it's going to be RG mowed out. RG taken into the downstate. If you're Vermillion right now, if you can't get RG back up, you just get out of this one. You can't afford to be that over-aggressive Vermillion we saw in the last game, and it's looking like that could be the case. His Curve getting dangerously low. He's going to be taken into the downstate. Alcor should be able to get out of this one alive, but it's going to be a race to the clock tower now, as it's going to be Team PZ holding the upper hand in these next couple, at least the next fight here with the numbers.
The good thing is that they slowed that rotation down, so they were able to pull those guys to clock tower very, very slowly. They have their last respawn coming up rather quickly, and it only just got decapped here. Alcor is going to be forced to pull off with Snowball, and it looks like they are just going to kind of contend this a little bit just to hold these guys there for as long as possible. And unfortunately for them, they did lose that cap over at the windmill too, but they should now, with the respawns, be able to take this team fight and try to put some pressure there onto Java here and maybe find a kill. But Snowball, once again, look at, I mean, they've just been finding kill after kill on him all series long.
And it's up to RG. RG's sole, I mean, he has to be able to get Snowball back up. If he doesn't, more than likely that's on him. I mean, and the rest of the guys to be able to get on there. But RG is the first and primary person to be able to get Snowball back up. That's why they are sitting on top of each other throughout most of the game, just to keep an eye on that pairing. The Snowball once again getting dangerously low. Look at the Connie's thinking he's going to be dropped, and RG is trying to give up. So is Alcor. They should be able to find the Resurrect. They do indeed. And this is a 4v5 now in favor of Vermillion as K-Pud finds himself with a decap over at the Windmill, and Snowball, they have the numbers advantage, but they still keep losing people. The stomp onto Snowball comes through. RG is in the downstate here. Alcor going in for the res. Alcor may lose his life as well as he tries to get out of that. That's going to be a 3-man wipe, even though they have the numbers advantage.
Yeah, they should have been able to pull that one out, in my opinion, but the fact that they are running that NG as opposed to the Elementalist, they're not able to get that free support into their Necromancer, and he, in turn, is going to continuously go down, allow Java to get that free pressure off with the Well of Corruption as well as the Signal of the Locust, and just corrupt them into a position where they're going to have no more cooldowns left to try to deal with the damage that's going to come then from K-Pud.
It's going to be K-Pud following up onto Triffin, the 2-cap from Team PZ, as Triffin tries to follow up with some damage of his own. Not going to be able to find a whole lot. Snowball needs to back off right now, and I don't even know if I'm Curve right now. Do I stick around, drop a portal, and regroup with your team maybe, unless you're super confident you can stay alive in a 1v3, but able to distort some of that damage. Might not be able to hold off for too much longer, though. Does have the portal to get back to the clock tower, but it will be a 3-cap from Team PZ.
As they try to find a kill on Alcor there, who is going to try to rotate out. Curve actually is the one sitting now at about 10% HP, trying to run away for dear life here. And they are going to let him rotate out and get out of combat. Just get that quick reset as he's running over to the rest of his team to try to put some pressure on Paul, who's down. Oh, gets corrupted there right as he goes into that Astral form. And he's going to drop very, very low, forcing Zeus to come over and help him out. They do have that 2-cap, though, so in a pretty good position here. They're just going to pull back to the clock tower and then allow for potentially an isolation here over onto Alcor, who is taking that 1v1 against Muffins. I'm not sure if they're going to stick into that. We are also going to be seeing Paul actually rotate over to that one. Muffin's going to rotate out for that team fight. I think they're looking for the Moa in that team fight. I think they want that pressure.
Curve dangerously low here at the clock tower as well. K-Pud following up onto him. And gonna have some support from RG. RG just stealthed up now. Will have his healed up, but gonna be dropped regardless, and they're gonna be going in for the massive cleave. Surge and Mist came through. I don't think they're getting him out of the downstate. That's not gonna be the case, so Team PZ's cap, no, they're going in for it here, Kurix. They're going for it. I don't know if that's the best decision, but they might actually get it back up. They do. Despite all odds, he was almost out of the fight. Now Java's being turned on. Java taken into the downstate. Zeus and Muffins are getting dangerously low as well. Zeus is going to be dropped here, and Vermillion turning it around in their favor here at the clock tower.
Huge misplay there from PZ. Huge, huge misplay, not putting the damage down, not being able to get over there. And as soon as they go for that downstate cleave, RG's very intelligent, able to get that gyro out and allow that gyro to be cleaved out, gets the daze, and they get interrupted from providing some good downstate cleave and taking that kill. So VM able to turn this one back around yet again. I mean, it seems like it's been back and forth all game long, all series long between these two teams.
100% true on that, and now Vermillion finding themselves with a 2-cap, going to try and make their way back into the game, as it's going to be Alcor and Paul in that little 1v1 duel at the clock tower. Surely going to be flushed in a matter of moments, as the rest of the PZ squad going to be portaled in by Muffins himself. And look at the bombard Alcor. Alcor is going to be mowed and just absolutely destroyed there at the clock tower. It's Snowball. I don't know about that move from Snowball. He's got RG in the area, I guess, and they're not going to be able to find it. Stomp comes through. Now it's a 1-cap piece. Team PZ actually going to come out with a cap at the clock tower here.
Yeah, and Elixir S is down for RG now as he's rotating out of this. It looks like over at the Windmill here, Paul taken down, K-Pud trying for the res, and Curve, Triffin able to find that kill. They need this. This is a huge moment for them. They need to get this stomp and try to get this cap, because, I mean, really, we're getting down to the wire here. 376 to 334, 5 minutes left on the clock. A cap ticking away there for PZ. They need everything they can get here, as Snowball is getting so pressured right now in this mid-fight. It is going to be a downstate race as Zeus drops on the point as well. Snowball comes back up, and that's the necro pressure that they absolutely need in this to be able to turn this one back around.
RG finds a stomp for themselves. K-Pud dropped into the downstate here. Java going to be dropping as well. That's going to be a 3-man wipe, but in that time, Muffin's got a full cap at the mansion. And PZ, if they're going to win this, it's going to be out rotations. I mean, look at Paul. They've got a portal on it, but it is going to... Okay, Curve. Good awareness from him, able to follow up onto that, but finally going to find the 2-cap. This is coming down to the wire. The D-cap comes through as well. Is this going to be Triffin following up on the Muffins? They're able to stagger the respawns. That is massive for Vermillion right now. It's 409, 371, 415 on the clock here. this will come down to who has that 2-cap in the last couple of moments.
Yeah, and certainly Vermillion is in the best position right now if they can hold on with that 3-cap now, as they've been able to secure that. PZ needs to find something quick with Muffins down. They don't have much to work with here.
Triffin, what a play. Able to force the heal from K-Pud. Almost gets the kill there with the Surge of the Mist. Quickness auto attacks coming out there from the Shiro stance, and they're taking the lead now with that 3-cap after being down for so long. This is a complete opposite of what happened in the other game where Vermillion had the lead and PZ came back. Now it's Vermillion on the offensive here, and they should be able to come up with the fight win over at the Mansion, given the fact it is a 4v5 once again. Snowball taken into the downstate though. Zeus very low himself. They find a decaps on the sides, and Muffins going to that midpoint has to get the decap at the clock tower to try have any chance in this game.
Yeah, and they need to get some support to Snowball quick though, as they've found those 2 kills. They need to make sure that they hold on to the momentum that they've created over the past 2 minutes here. K-Pud still trying to find that kill, is able to find a downstate. Definitely won't be able to get that kill off at all there. The res is going to come off, and it's 463 to 409 now. Decaps across 4 as PZ is falling everywhere here. Vermillion looking poised to take this map.
Honestly, I got to give credit to Muffins throughout the last couple of minutes here. Superior rotations to that of Vermillion all over the map, but it looks like Vermillion able to cap out both the clock tower and the Mansion. K-Pud trying to get rezzed up from Paul, but doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Vermillion more than likely coming out with a game number 2 victory, tying this one up at 1 apiece, but able to get K-Pud back up, but I think it's too late now, as it's going to be Vermillion taking this one, holding on to those final 2 points, and honestly, just a huge turnaround from game number 2 in terms of, who has that lead and who has the comeback.
Yeah, honestly, in my opinion, I think it's kind of a comp issue. I think that the NG, in my opinion, just makes them have it. They just have to play from behind. With the amount of times that we see Snowball fall in these team fights, I mean, that can turn into some really poor situations. Nonetheless, they've been able to get some really crazy reses in dire straits, but that won't happen all the time. I mean, it definitely won't, and they need to make sure that they have ways to secure those reses outside of an Elixir S.
It's even a little bit more than that with the rotations, especially through the latter half of that game. It was all Muffins. In fact, last few minutes, Muffins finding decaps, full caps for himself, and it doesn't look like Vermillion's really paying attention to those rotations. And I feel like right now, if PZ is going to win the series, it's going to really be through rotations.
Yeah, and like you said, it has to be through Muffins as well. That's going to be the really impactful, pivotal player here. We've been seeing K-Pud, in my opinion, this is the best LAN performance we've seen from K-Pud ever, and he's playing lights out, and I really like to see him really kind of step up and try to find more kills like we've been seeing Triffin do as well.
All right, let's set it down to the analysts to hear their thoughts on those last 2 games here.
Thank you very much, guys. All right, 1-1, so already a better series in terms of evenness to start things off in our second quarterfinal for sure. I want to go to and start obviously with game 1. It felt like initially going into that game, one of the things that stood out quite a lot was team comps in general. Engineer versus the Elementalist trying to support the Necro, who is oftentimes on both sides, very much so the focus fire on either team.
So both of these teams, so obviously PZ was taking Necro and they have the Well, and the reason why they take that is in order to counter NG, right? So the stability res and all that. And so we saw Java constantly trying to use the Well when they would get someone from Vermillion down. But Vermillion was so good about instantly rezzing them, and I don't think they actually expected them, Vermillion, to be able to res so quickly every single time.
And it felt like overall that 3-cap that PZ was able to secure eventually going through game number 1 certainly was outstanding for them to actually take full momentum in that game.
Yeah, I mean, we were sitting there, right, watching the game, and we were just kind of blown away by the focus of this team and how they're coming together as well. They're not just thinking about the boys were talking about their rotations, but their support for each other, like a specific moment on the next map as well. I know we're on here at the moment, like just coming in, rescuing those boys with damage and support. Simple as that on some great clutch situations.
I don't think it's only that PZ is playing well. It's also Vermillion's biggest weakness is that they start to tilt a lot when they die, and you can see that they stop communicating. Like you see that they're doing, like they start to res individually, and you don't have that power res, and that's when they start to team wipe, and you can see that that's hurting them.
All right, and then going into map 2, there were a few moments I think that really stood out to me at least, where Vermillion was able to take massive kills on the side of PZ, but then I think 2 out of the 3 times, they really didn't quite capitalize on it and didn't kind of force momentum in the map, Subcutie.
Right, so, I mean, both of these teams, they traded team fight wins back and forth. I mean, honestly, it was super close. But Vermillion, you know, they slightly edged out in the second game. And as we're witnessing here, you know, they were wiping PZ. And then this allows them to basically snowball, you know, the rest of the map and really secure themselves a good foothold in order to take the win.
Yeah, Snowball, I like that. Of course, with you know, Team PZ having a bit of a harder time towards the later stages of that. At the 3rd team wipe coming up in that game, that was when we saw that our European team was able to actually take good momentum there and force that position. But should that have happened earlier throughout that game? What do you think, Jebro?
Yeah, I mean, you know, you even said to me as well, they're not taking the chances they get and rolling off them. You know, prime example, when Alcor got Mo mid, like that was an easy play for Team PZ to make. They regrouped with confidence, they pushed into the map, they got that kill, and they started to maybe get a little bit of a comeback. But I think Vermillion actually been quite complacent. They're underestimating their opponent. They cannot do that at this LAN. They need to focus up.
Yeah, it looks like Team PZ is the best PZ we've seen at the past 3 World Championships that they've been able to compete at. Of course, our commentators mentioned that K-Pud has done very well so far on LAN setting, but another member of Team PZ that's going to have to do well for them is, of course, Muffins. A selfless attitude towards his team. Let's hear about Muffins.
Hey, what's up? I'm Chris McCarthy. My in-game handle is Muffins, and I play Mesmer for Team PZ.
He's a very nice guy. He's also my real-life friend.
He's one of the people I actually work with a lot, because me and him both take lots of 1v1s for our team.
I could say that he is a monster in 1v1ing people. He will do anything he needs to for the team, for us to win, for us to have an advantage, whatever it takes.
He puts the main amount of like pressure on the map and just, you know, helping us to be a winning force.
And you put him one-on-one against anybody, and I think he can beat anybody in the world. And he might show that here.
Muffins here, currently playing the Mesmer, doing well for himself here, as Mesmer seems to be like almost a linchpin for a lot of these games, being able to make the portal plays, being able to help out wherever you can, Jebro.
Yeah, portaling around rotations, moving around the map, you know, getting that distortion up as well for your team to be able to res is quite important as well. But, you know, I mean, Subcutie is like a, you know, pretty good Mesmer player. Like, how important is it that these teams, it's just a question, general question, that these guys are having a Mesmer. Do they need a Mesmer to be like top-notch as these guys are today?
So earlier in this season, there was a lot of back and forth. Like, is Dragon Hunter better? Is Thief better? You know, what is Mesmer core? And then as you know, the scrims progressed and teams adapted, Mesmer really rose to the top as like a core part of a top team. And Muffins has done an exceptional job adapting to Mesmer. I mean, he started playing it in season 1, and he's come this far. And I have to say that I have personally trained him, so I'm hoping that he'll be able to pull through for us here.
Good stuff.
Fantastic. High praise from Redbeard himself. All right, we're heading over to the commentary team for game number 3 here in the quarterfinal. Once again, we're with Hurix and Storm to bring you all the action.
Thank you, guys. We are ready to get on to the Forest of Niflhel here for our game number 3. Of course, heading to at least game number 4 here, and really back and forth first couple of games. Expecting that for game 3?
I actually do expect that. I mean, being that it's Forest, being that it's so teamfight-centric, these two teams bringing that Necromancer to the table, I think it's going to be very much the same of what we saw in the last matchup on Legacy.
And I don't think that Forest is really as much of a snowball map, so I am expecting this game to be very back and forth. I'm expecting comeback after comeback from both teams throughout this one as they are ready to go in game number 3. Doesn't look like any comp changes from either team, and they are readied up here for our third one and see who's going to be taking the lead in this set. Winner taking on Astral Authority. Winner of this series, rather, in the best of 5. So let's take a look at some opening splits here, as honestly, Team PZ kind of have surprised me with pushing 5 people mid/far, not going to that home point every single time. So opening splits, no one actually going to be crossing, so 2-point play right off the bat, Hurix.
Yeah, it looks like PZ starting off. I mean, no crosses at all, like you say. That's definitely some new stuff that we've seen here. Both teams trying to kind of make their way over to that midpoint. As we were talking about with those Necromancers, they want that big fight. They want that 4v4 to happen. Of course, both Druids going to go ahead and get those side nodes. So we do have somewhat of a mirror setup here. Again, it's just that Ellie versus NG.
And honestly, if you're Vermillion right away, you got to be expecting a giant burst play, and they didn't do it just away. But Java already going to be taken down, got mowed out there by Curve.
Oh,
and it's going to be Zeus and K-Bud. Zeus very low. K-Bud already in the downstate. He's going to be falling as well. And now it's Vermillion who are going to be the ones coming out with the first team kill, as it's going to be it's Curve dropping in the downstate. Should be able to get him back up with ease, but it looks like over there at the mine point, Alcor kind of getting bombarded by Zeus and Muffins. Not a whole lot of damage, but doesn't want to risk anything. He does have reinforcements on the way soon.
Yeah, Paul taken down there as well. VM just looking always to take so much revenge for the early start of the last game, and the dominance that we saw in the latter half of the last map there is being demonstrated right now on Forest here.
And it's going to be Triffin following up onto Java. Java doesn't have a whole lot of support here. Triffin able to soak some of that damage up. Java almost is going to be taken down. K-Bud maybe surely going to be falling as well. Yeah, he is going to be taken down. And 2 kills coming out once again. Vermillion on fire in game number 3.
Yeah, they are all over the place, taking kill after kill, and that's what this map is about, just forcing those team fights, overwhelming, trying to get those kills and put those guys on respawn so that you can get control of the map, try to put them in their spawn, and it just, honestly, this is one of those maps where you can basically just kind of set up outside the spawn and try to just take care of anybody respawning and just kill them off again, just keep snowballing off of that.
They turned on to Paul. Paul has his heal up. He will have Zeus in the area as well. He's going to get to safety, but nonetheless, they are stalling him out, holding that 2-cap now, as it's still a 1v1 going on between Muffins and Alcor. Alcor has the upper hand. Alcor forces Muffins off point, so finds a decap for himself. Not finding himself in a favorable matchup now, and everything's starting to shift towards the keep as we see everybody moving that way. It's going to be Paul, one of the first ones to the point here, and Triffin right away following up with some burst damage onto him.
Snowball needs to be careful though, as he's found himself caught between 3 members of PZ as they're just pressuring him relentlessly, taking him down into the downstate. RG is in the area trying to go for the res. Not going to be able to secure it though, as Snowball gets knocked away. That's going to be, again, Elixir S down, as RG is a little bit overextended here with PZ in a position to isolate him and take him out. Looks like they're just going to let him go, though.
They just hold a 3-cap right now, and PZ should be able to take a point. If I'm Vermillion right now, I don't even bother with keep. You're down a guy. Oh, Muffins actually portals back. Can Alcor get back here with Ancestral Grace? That's not going to be the case, as Muffins find it. I mean, as a home point holder, you really can't afford to just sit there when there's a portal. So not a bad move by Alcor by any means, but they're going to end up giving both of their caps up, still hold on to that henge point, and a 100-point lead now. It looks like Legacy of the Fofar all over.
Yeah, but RG actually getting dangerously low here as he's being chased around. Going to go for that stealth, force into the Elixir S through the traits there as he's trying to jump away from this one. K-Bud all over him, trying to find that kill, but Vermillion is able to pull off and try to get the support, and they managed to keep him alive for now here, as PZ is just coming right back at him here with some vengeance. K-Bud again all over RG here, and RG needs that support from his teammates. Unfortunately though, I mean, he's kind of the support. I mean, it has to come from Curve on the Mesmer, try to get the peels, but K-Bud able to find the kill nonetheless as PZ rolls over and takes that kill as well. They need these kinds of kills to be able to rotate back over to the points that they hold, try to take more kills, get those decaps with the solo player like Zeus is doing right now, and try to come back into this game, because 100 points down on Forest is definitely retainable.
It is. This Curve is going to drop as well. We do have Alcor in the area with Triffin, maybe trying for the res. Snowball's here as well, and there's not a whole lot of cleave. Muffins doesn't have that much cleave for these guys. Has some good CC, but they're able to get Curve back up into the fight now, and there's the 2-cap coming out from Team PZ. So as you were saying, it's not too terribly difficult to get back into this one. Down 100 points, nothing to worry about from Team PZ because they've got such great rotations, as you can see. Those rotations and a few, kills in the roads, they're able to pick up 2-cap for themselves. But Curve looking for a decap over at the henge point. Muffins trying for one as well, going to be met by Alcor, but he finds it. No follow-up there from Team PZ, so Vermillion going to probably find a 2-cap in the end now.
Yeah, Snowball again getting pressured all over the place here. K-Put, Java in pursuit right now as they're trying to take him down, and no one's really able to get some good peels for Snowball here. They're going to try to go for the res once again. RG in the area, but the stomp comes out nonetheless, and PZ find themselves with yet another kill here as they're surging back into this game.
Yeah, great job coming out there from Team PZ. Muffins did pick up a decap still against Alcor. Alcor seemed to have the upper hand last time they fought, but we'll have to see if that's going to be a change-up. As Curve follows up with his own portal, gets to the midpoint, and RG going to follow along with that. So Triffin's got to get out of this fight. There's actually no reason for him to be right now, at this point right now. He's in a terrible spot, and RG might actually have to come back and help him out if he does have the cooldowns for it, but he's kind of being cut off by a couple members of Team PZ. So Triffin trying to lead him on a wild goose chase, and might actually stay alive in this fight.
Looks like we're going to be seeing Java posturing up with Curve here, and Zeus in the area as well. They should have control over this with Muffins moving in. This is going to be a great opportunity here to get this cap potentially, as Curve is forced off. Zeus still on the point. No one really in the area to try to contest this, as Alcor is going to be the first one to do that with Ancestral Grace onto the point. It's going to get him there, but halfway cap there for Zeus. They're in a great position to maybe take this kill and rotate back over to the midpoint and take that one, as well as Java finding that kill on Snowball here. Snowball definitely getting cleaved down, as they didn't see RG for a second there, and Elixir S just so small, going for the stealth, is not going to be able to get up Snowball. Rotating back into midpoint, as I was saying, they are going to actually lose Zeus as Curve rotated over to that one to help out Alcor, and now Java and Muffins are going to be forced to try to get this res, and Alcor actually finding the stomp there despite losing Snowball just a moment ago.
I didn't like that Triffin wasn't a part of that last fight where Snowball got stomped out. I mean, Triffin was training somebody down, wasn't even close to getting the kill. Last couple minutes, he kind of been near the henge area behind the keep, not really doing a whole lot there. So finally makes it back to his team, able to try to get a part of some team fight, put out some of that damage. But Paul, Muffins, Java, all super low now, as Muffins is below the keep. Maybe Alcor's able to spot him out, but Zeus is able to find some heals for him. A one cap piece, 90-point lead now for Vermillion, and some of these guys, Snowball especially, is super low and about to be dropped into the downstate.
Yeah, I mean, what we've been seeing time and time again, PZ pulling out of these fights, putting support into Java, and with that Elementalist, he's just basically pooling cooldowns, going for a huge spike heal, and then they turn, quick rotate back over to Snowball, who's left without that kind of supportive shield, without that Elementalist, and they find that kill time and time again, and they're now forced to portal out, trying to go for a cap there on Hinge instead, just to kind of get anything out of this situation here, where Snowball was not in a good position to try to find a kill at all.
Yeah, we saw portals actually come out from both teams there, trying to find a regroup for themselves. Muffins and Alcor in the 1v1. Alcor forced a few cooldowns out there as Muffins finds a good Condi burst onto him. And it's going to be Paul maybe trying to put out some damage. No, Paul going to head back to the keep now. So one cap apiece. Once again, that lead really not getting any bigger or smaller because these teams are consistently following up with the same plays and the same rotations. That's going to be a big fight at the midpoint, though, as Java going to be bombarded with damage. He's going to be dropped into the downstate. There's no chance that PZ finds a res onto him. It's K-Pod getting so low himself, actually able to get the glint heal off, get himself up to a respectable health level, but he's going to be taken down once again. And Paul going in for the res along with Zeus. Can they find it for themselves? No. There's too much damage. K-Pod stomped out. Muffin's surely going to be falling as well, as he's in a 1v1 with Alcor behind the keep. No, he actually gets the portal back to Mind Point, but nonetheless, Vermillion coming up with the 2-cap after that fight.
Yeah, something to note for sure. Differences between builds now. Snowball taking up Spectral Armor as he was just getting torn apart in the last two maps. He needs that protection, he needs that damage reduction to try to stay alive versus the onslaught of pressure coming out of PZ, especially there from K-Pud, who's been all over this guy all map. So he's going to be without that Well of Corruption, without that huge downstate cleave utility to be able to pull those boons away from these guys. But nonetheless, they are still going to be trying to go for that downstate cleave, trying to find the kills here, pushing these guys away. And look at the pressure dropped on these bodies. Doesn't even need the Well of Corruption to maintain that pressure.
I was about to say, he doesn't even seem to need it this game. They're able to follow up with such great cleave. If you have that coordination of, hey guys, this guy's down, let's all cleave. Oftentimes you don't need that Well of Corruption, I don't think, as Java able to get away, teleports onto spawn here there, and Paul gets misses the actual move onto him. But nonetheless, it will be a 3-cap coming out here for Vermillion. 100 points away from taking this game number 3. After a terrific game. Honestly, this looks like a completely different Vermillion from the last 2 games.
Yeah, absolutely. And they've found a way for Snowball to stay alive and put some pressure out, although it looks like he's getting trained down right now. And Reaper Shroud getting pressured very hard, forced to pop a lot of his utilities just to stay alive, just to peel for himself. RG trying to get some heals for him. Alcor able to get that rotation over as well. And they still have that 2-cap just firing away. And this is a great position to be in because now they're just going to be able to use these fights to kind of stall out the match while their 2-cap is just going through. Triffin making that rotation over to help deal with this Mesmer Muffins as he's gone over and gotten the D-cap actually on the hinge. Now dropped down extremely low, taken down by Triffin and Curve here. They're going to be able to find that kill. That's an extra 5 points closer to that 500-point mark that they're always trying to get there, of course. And the hinge surely going to get capped as well, as we're going to be seeing Triffin go for that
That's going to seal the game right now. There's nobody even around for Team PZ. It's going to be Vermillion claiming a game number 3 on the Force of Niflhel as Triffin gets that last kind of point spike. 502-265 in favor of Vermillion. A dominating game 3. Very different from those first ones, Hurix.
Yeah, we have been seeing Vermillion come back with some force here. And again, I mean, Snowball being able to be just as valuable in this matchup with that Spectral Armor, not having to need that Elementalist to stay alive, doing a great job peeling for himself, allowing his teammates time to get over to him, provide that support, provide those peels, those CCs to get the rest of the enemy team off of him. So great job from Snowball, who's really kind of showed up in these last 2 matches for sure to allow them to come back into this series.
It is definitely something to take note of, how less Snowball went into the downstate, and that Spectral Armor, definitely a thank for it. And of course, you know, after taking that game number 2, after dropping game number 1, so close game number 1, but game number 2, they had to, of course, felt better, morale boost moving into that 3rd game on Forest. And we're going to be hitting Temple of the Silent Storm next, and this map has some history with Vermillion in particular.
Oh yeah, has some history with PZ as well, a very demoralizing defeat from Never Lucky, actually in the qualifier. So Vermillion very strong historically on this map. PZ had a little bit of an upset on this map. I mean, I would say Vermillion is looking they're in a great position to probably take this series.
The one map, the one time they went to the last lane Season 1 finals, the one map they took was actually this map right here, Temple of the Silent Storm, if I'm not mistaken, against Astral Authority, after what we now call a Vermillion comeback.
Oh,
because
absolutely.
that is a thing now, a Vermillion comeback, and you see it in these last couple of games. Sure, they're not 300, 400 point deficit comebacks, but nonetheless, they are comebacks. And Vermillion definitely, like you said, with Snowball, having the Necro-NG combo, they seem to always have to play from behind. That last game, not really the case. And if they can keep that up, moving into this game 4, they should be able to take this one. But Team PZ, they've got to have some fire under the belly right now. They've got to be ready to go in this one. They need to push it to a game 5 to keep their tournament hopes on the line as we get this one underway. And doesn't look like any swaps for the most part. And looking to see what these opening splits are. Team PZ maybe going to be changing it up once again, Hurix.
Yeah, it looks like they are going to try to have... I mean, they're going to have to make some adjustments here. It looks like they are coming out of the gate together once again. I expect this to be happening on every map, given the fact that that style really kind of favors them playing together. PZ rotating into that mid-fight. Vermillion already in position here, trying to get some early stuns, maybe try to get an early pick as RG goes ahead and reveals the whole team and reveals their position. Now they're going to be able to swarm on top of Java. Java getting dangerously low here as they're all over him, and he's in Moa farm, and they get him down once again. Zeus trying for the res. This time it looks like they are going to be able to get it. Snowball needs to make sure that they get those kills, and with the Spectral Armor change, it's going to be hard-pressed to find those.
Oh, nice stun coming out there from K-Pud. Can they follow up onto it? The Moa now onto Snowball. It's their turn to turn this around, and there's the portal actually came through from Curve. Snowball is in the down state here, but gets back up out of that one, thankfully, to that portal. Curve saving the day, but a 2-cap from Team PZ in the end, who managed to come out on top despite losing Java pretty early on, able to get it back up. Paul now taking it into the downstate. Nobody even around. K-Pud can't deal with that onslaught of pressure, and that's going to be the end of Paul's life there.
Yeah, K-Pud's only hope is being able to throw out the glint heal and try to maintain life, maintain composure on top of that body by himself, but really, I mean, that's not a great option. Going to be using it, I mean, a cooldown for that. Surely not anyone in the position to help him out, so going to be forced to rotate off of that one as Snowball now trying to find a kill on Zeus with RG as they're going to have to peel over to that midpoint now where PZ actually is trying to control
And Curve, the only member of Vermillion here dealing with this, actually keeping 3 members of that PZ team at bay.
One thing to note is this 1v1 matchup again between Muffins and Alcor. They seem to both be confident in their ability to either stalemate it or win it in the end. And Snowball is actually going to be plus in that one, forcing, actually that's not Muffins in the area. They did it all last game. It's actually Paul trying for that 1v1. So that would be a stalemate more than likely. Both very good at that Ranger play. But nonetheless, a 5-point lead here for Vermillion, 1 cap apiece. As we get closer and closer to this stillness buff. Man, Java is just eliminated there, so low. Gets knocked out of the well there, but it's RG also taken into the downstate. Who can they finish off? It's a race for the Resurrect now, but look at Zeus' health pool. He's getting really low. RG back up into the fight. Java, Zeus both in the downstate here, and it looks like Vermillion coming out on top with a couple kills and a 2-cap.
Yeah, setting a precedent in the early game is exactly what gave them the confidence to win the last matchup, and it's looking like they're just doing the same thing here. Finding those kills on Zeus, K-Bud, and Java there. That's 3-man out. That's the D-cap on mid. They already have the 2-cap. They're definitely in a position to potentially get that that full cap there actually as well. And I mean, it looks like they're going to be able to get a 3-cap in a hole.
They actually might, with K-Pud so staggered right now. He just died. He's got 15 more seconds here. Muffins tries to portal back, and he's done a terrific job throughout the day with his portal plays, but that one not going to be able to find a whole lot off of that. He's actually going to strand Paul in that area. He's forced to actually use a few cooldowns, trying to get out of that one. Not major cooldowns by any means, but is going to be forced out of that. And Vermillion has total map control right now.
Yeah, but they need to make sure that they have vision of PZ as they come out, and we are seeing Muffins now with the D-cap going to go for the full cap there onto Alter as they're now zoning in their eyes over onto this gate point with K-Bud already getting some early damage there onto Curve. RG is going to be able to come over and get some support to him now. They need to find a kill quick because the longer that this goes on, the closer they get to these big buffs popping up, and we are seeing Alcor trying for that top buff. Is going to get hit there by
Java
Muffins,
and K-Pud both taking in the downstate. Paul gets sealed up. That's going to be 3 guys taken down there. Paul trying to go in with the Signet, trying to keep himself alive. I don't think that's going to be the case. As 3 guys are knocked out at the gate for Team PZ, once again falling short and now 120 points down. Just 4 minutes into this one, stillness buff is going to be going in favor of Vermillion here, and they're going to be finding themselves with a 4-cap already, and this is going to get them a huge surge in points to be able to move forward with this.
Yeah, Muffins caught in a really bad position here as he's left alone versus Alcor and Triff. And again, we've seen that duo before. The just constant pressure from the Druid is something that kind of forces those cooldowns out, forces the dodge rolls, because you don't want to have to deal with that. And then every time you get one baited out, Triffin's able to just lay the damage in, get some heavy burst.
Well, look at these staggered respawns now. You see that Paul was taken down off of respawn. Zeus is just filing into the altar right now, especially with Muffins totally dead here. He's actually not even dead yet. He just died. So they're going to be filing into this point without the cap, giving up a 4-cap at the same time with Java down. What do you even do it for Team PZ right now?
I mean, right now you have to pull away with one of these team fights. I mean, when you're committing so hard into these team fights with this this composition, you have to go headlong. You have to find these kills, but Vermillion time and time again has just been winning these so heavily. I mean, it's been a while since we've seen PZ actually dominate one of these team fights.
They've got a full regroup right now. They can't afford, and that wasn't even a team fight, Hurix. That was them slowly going in one by one, losing guy after guy in the roads, in the streets, because of that damage coming out there from Triffin, RG, and Snowball. There's so much damage from all of these guys, and they're following up onto it, and now they're 120 points away. We might not even see a Tranquility buff.
I would say we will definitely see it. I'm not sure if someone will cap it out. Because the big thing is, I mean, right now, like you were going to say, is that 400-point mark. We're getting ever closer, only a minute away. But it really comes down to what they're going to be able to, like what PZ is going to be able to do to come together and try to get something going on this midpoint. They already lost Paul, so not in a great position to try to hold on to this one longer. And they do find that kill there as Curve finds the stomp, and they should be able to win that team fight as well.
If you're Vermillion right now, you have to be feeling so confident about the rest of this one as you hold on to a commanding lead as Java's going to be dropped. 106 points on the board. And Muffins trying to find a decap over at the altar. Should be able to follow up. He's got 4 teammates in the area, and they find a decap. They're going to end up losing the gate. Stillness and Tranquility and map overall presence is going to be in favor of Vermillion. And if you are Team PZ, this is going to be quite the... you would have to pull a Vermillion comeback, honestly, to be able to get back into this.
Yeah, you would absolutely have to do that. So we're 10 seconds away now from the buffs coming up, and we are seeing multiple members of both teams actually getting in position to deal with those. And we talked about it before. getting these guys to kind of rotate around, both of these compositions definitely favor the team fight. So it's going to be really different seeing these guys isolated in 1v1s and 2v2s because neither of their comps are really made to do that.
They are making their best effort to grab the Tranquility buff, but at the same time, Triffin will find himself with the Alter Cap Snowball in a 1v1 with Paul. That probably won't end before this game's over. And there's the 2-cap from Vermillion, 20 points away from taking the game number 4 and sealing their spot in the semifinals up against Astral Authority, a rematch from the Pro League Season 1 finals. Zeus making his last-ditch effort to get it the stillness buff cap for Vermillion. It doesn't matter. It's going to be Vermillion 502, 118, taking down Team PZ 3-1 in that set, moving on into the semifinals.
So now what that basically means is both EU teams moving forward into the semifinals there from their quarterfinal matches. That leaves one North American team left here. That's Astral Authority to, I mean, hold the crown, hold on to the title, and hold on to our pride too.
It's been a while since Astral Authority has had one of those titles, unfortunately. August 2015 from Gamescom, WTS World Tournament Series Cologne. But, you know, they're going to have a lot on their hands with Vermillion after those last 2 games. What changed other than Spectral Armor? Because there had to have been more that changed to have that big of a point differential from games 1 and 2 to games 3 and 4.
Well, the biggest thing was they were just punishing those mistakes, and not only that, but PZ was making more mistakes to punish. And every time we saw Paul out of position and a little bit overextended, they isolated him, took that kill, and then rotated that fight, or rotated that right over to the nearest point, made a fight out of it, and allowed Snowball to just be in a position where he could freely damage and do whatever he wanted because they were down a man. They couldn't trade Snowball at that stage.
And really, you saw it from the opening on Temple of the Silent Storm. You saw Snowball kind of in a crevice behind the buildings trying to make sure that he wasn't even seen right away, so they couldn't even get on top of him. And that just kind of goes to show those last couple of games how much of a priority Snowball is in protecting him. And RG, of course, on the Engineer, his sole thing is to keep him alive. And if they're able to do that, Vermillion is going to do exactly what they did in those games 3 and 4 to almost, I want to say, any team if they're able to keep Snowball alive.
Yeah, and they used RG as like a really interesting clutch role where they basically used him as a utility pick. And honestly, that's pretty much what NG thrives at doing, getting those resurrects. But not only that, but also using the stealth to kind of peel for his teammates, getting Snowball out of those engagements when he was a little bit overextended or getting trained. And because of that, Snowball was able to survive a lot more in those latter matches. And we're able to find the kills and can command those team fights.
Looking forward to their semifinal match up against Astral Authority. What are some of the things you think they still need to kind of adjust to go up against the team? Because, you know, they're going to go up against a Thief, a composition they don't really practice against. You know, they already talked 55s, they're scrim partners. Of course, they've got someone who plays Thief, but it's highly doubtful they're going to be playing Thief today. What does that kind of mean for them in that match?
My biggest worry would be about Snowball again because they don't have that Ellie to get those instantaneous heals. And if they go up against Astral Authority and they have a Thief or something, then that's going to be a big worry because that damage pressure onto that Carrion Amulet Necromancer outside of the Reaper Shroud is going to be a lot of instant burst pressure for them to deal with.
All right, we're going to send it down to the stage to hear from our winners, Vermillion.
Thank you very much, guys. All right, I am here with Snowball from Vermillion, who are victorious moving forward into the semi-final. I want to ask first question. In the first 2 games, it seemed like the momentum was kind of iffy between the 2 teams. Like, it wasn't sure who was really going to be able to take it. But then the next 2 games that come along, game 3 and 4, you guys really stepped it up. What do you think the differences were between those games?
I think it's just we were really cold hands and stuff. Everyone was just kind of screaming and just really panicking pretty much. Then I just told everyone to just like chill, play our games like we used to play at home. Just don't think about it. Just like just get warm and just play like we used to play. And then first game was bad. Second game we just warmed up, and third game and fourth game was kind of easy already.
Right. So finding your comfort zone basically here in the studio, for sure. Something that stands out in a lot of these games and the compositions that you guys are running, etc., is you're playing the Necromancer. And it seems like a lot hinges around the Necromancer, depending on whether or not they're able to focus it down, take it down, and the support around it. Is that as much of a factor? Do you feel like a lot of pressure on you in the games?
Yeah, definitely. Like, it's like every time we lose, it's on me. If we win, it's on me. That's how I feel like as a Necro right now. It's just like either you get all the blame or you are the carry. Like, it's the hard carry right now. And if you get the first kill on the Necro, you win the first fight. And use Snowball rehab for the whole, maybe get a triple cap and like 200 points. if you lose, then it's like the same thing. Like in first game, we wipe at the first, and we got like triple cap pretty much.
All right, and obviously now you're going to be going on. You're going to be facing Astral Authority, the final North American team in the tournament. How do you feel going up against them? Are you a little bit fearful of them? What are your anticipations?
I'm really confident going against them. I know they're a really good team. They like to play really aggressive. They like to snowball, and when they go aggressive, we're just gonna punish them. And I feel confident.
Well, good luck, man, in your next series to come up. Of course, that is our quarterfinals done here for the World Championship. We're going to go to a short break, but when we are back, it will be now our semi-finals. We have 3 series left to determine our world champions here at the Guild Wars 2 World Championship. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Guild Wars 2 World Championship here, brought to you by ESL from Burbank, California, as we have finished our couple of quarterfinals, and now we find ourselves in the semi-finals to determine who moves on to the big one, to the grand final here. And it now will be a match between Europe versus Europe. Before we get to that, though, of course, we had 2 previous maps going on there between Vermillion and Team PZ, and it really felt, Subcutie, like Vermillion was able to gather massive momentum going through into game 3 and 4.
Yeah, I mean, as we mentioned, it was almost like the first few games were basically like a warm-up for them. I mean, they got their team together and they wiped PZ pretty much at every turn during the later games.
Players here on map 3 really able to kind of win this one out pretty simply, I would say. Syndronia, they looked strong here.
They adapted much better than PC did. Like, you could see that they didn't go for those ridiculous reses when you had necro cleaves and everything, but PC kept doing it over and over, and that's what lost them the game, basically.
Do you think that kind of persistence from them is something that they kind of need to work out the kinks on Team PZ, like going into the next year, for example, when it comes to seasons?
I think the biggest thing PZ needs to work for is the adaptation in between games. You know, if you see that something is not working, you basically have to think like, okay, we're dying into the cleave, we should stop doing that. You know, but they just kept doing it.
Oh well. And obviously, over very at the end there, Hurix, I can barely see it. Of course, you guys don't have to move back, don't worry. I'll lean around and find him. You were casting that series overall. How did Vermillion look to you? Did they look like a team that can challenge Astral Authority going into that semi-final later on?
Definitely later into those matches, definitely. I would say so. And honestly, the big thing that stood out to me was that the fact that they're still using that engineer, and that's something that really stands out given the fact of how good Elementalist is at that support role right now, and how good it synergizes with the Necromancer as well, because you really don't want that Necromancer going in a downstate and getting to a situation where the enemy Necromancer can then punish you for being down and all together clumped up. So I would say that they still found ways to make it work, some really quick reses, and that was the big thing, getting those instantaneous reses so that the enemy Necromancer actually doesn't get value out of that Well of Corruption.
Yeah. Do you think that's something, because we saw that diversity in the comps overall, Syndronia, like that we saw the NG Necro and then we saw the LE Necro. Overall, in terms of those 2 duos, which one do you feel has more power behind it in the current meta?
I think if you play it correctly, I think I'd give the Elementalist advantage, actually, because you have the healing for your whole team that is taking the cleave. So you should be able to power rest that if you're fast enough. But with NG, if you're putting down the Corrupt Well, you don't have the same amount of healing power in that cleave. You know, you can basically rest, but if you put down the Corrupt Well, everything is just gonna die.
Right. Okay, fair play. Well, of course, now moving on, we do have our semi-finals on the way. Let's check in with the bracket, see exactly where we are so far here in the Guild Wars 2 World Championship, as 2 of our series are down, and we have 3 left to go. We have 3 European teams remaining and 1 lone North American team competing for the big one. But oh boy, is it one of the hardest teams to be in the scene overall. Astral Authority represents North America alone. They'll be going up against Vermillion later on. But now, next up, it will be our first semi-final. It's Denial Esports going up against Rank 55 Dragons. A match that we've seen quite a few times in different iterations, with Denial Esports being previous TCG, etc. And a lot of these members knowing each other very, very well. But Rank 55, Hurix, they are a previous world champion, not our most recent previous world champion, but they certainly know glory, and this is their first time on the stage here.
Yeah, and they definitely want revenge coming back onto this stage here against the team that took them out. So this is a big moment for them. They had a really great matchup against them in the qualifier, but I mean, Denial's had time away to really kind of compose themselves and really get a decent counter strat there to the Necro that really kind of tore them apart in the qualifier.
Well, overall, they are the longest standing European roster currently on the main stage. So let's hear from a previous world champion.
If we were to win the World Championship, I'd be happy for myself, but also for my team, because we worked very hard for this tournament, and we hope we actually get to win it and hold the cup and say we're the best team in the game right now.
In the World Championships, the stakes are so much higher this time, more money, teams are more prepared.
If we would win, that would definitely means that we would capitalize all our practice. When we go into LAN, we always try to get first place. Other than that, it's just, there's no excuse for it. My team consists of Texby, Manko, Misha, and Zen. They're all pretty special individuals, I would say. Texby, for example, is always pretty hyped for everything. For scrims and for practice, he puts up a lot of energy into it. He does most of the theory crafting for our team. Then we got Zen. He's more a composed kind of guy. Misha and Manko are more like a little bit more shy people, but they definitely always do a good job in scrims.
Levin is an asset to the team in the way that he's a very fast mechanical player. If you tell him to go on target, he will go on target. He'll instantly do what you ask always.
If Denial Esports take the first round and we're gonna face them in the semifinals, it's gonna be finals for us kind of, because I think we're the best two teams in the world at the moment.
The chances of Denial advancing to the semifinals, I mean, the chances of them beating Never Lucky is, I would say, very high, since we know how good Never Lucky is, we know how good Denial is, and Never Lucky beating Denial is like a mosquito killing an elephant, you know.
Yeah, my opinion about Denial Esports is that they're stalk a little too much.
Denial Esports, they have some players, especially Hellset, who likes to talk kind of trash.
For the rest of Denial, I like all of them. Very fun guys, very strong players as well. I actually think their weakest link is Hellset because of his delusional character that always says, I'm gonna win. He puts a lot of pressure on that team because of that. He did it to me too when I played with him. It's not that great of a feeling actually. So I guess I want revenge versus him.
So the pressure is definitely on, but I think we already showed in qualifiers that we can perform just good enough to take #1, and I'm pretty sure we can show it here again.
It feels like it's calm and collected on Rank 55 Dragons versus outrageous and aggressive on the side of Denial Esports here, as we do see Rank 55 Dragons currently preparing and getting ready to take on this semi-final. Boys, it feels like that looking at these two teams and looking at the caliber that they bring into this tournament, this could have quite easily been a grand final. So I'm very much so looking forward to this series.
Yeah, absolutely. It could have definitely been a grand final. It's going to have that caliber of gameplay for sure. Both these teams, incredibly powerful rosters. And I mean, when it comes down to it, this is probably going to be one of the best matches that we've ever seen before, ever.
Yeah, and of course we can take a look now, of course the other side here between these two teams is once again Denial Esports, a star-studded lineup on the side here, the current reigning world champions from Season 2 of Pro League, and their first series was pretty dominant, Zindranir.
Yeah, also I was talking to Levin earlier today, and he didn't seem so confident about this game at all.
Oh.
He was sounding like, yeah, we might win or we might not win, so I don't know, I'm gonna give Denial a huge advantage because of that.
Right, okay, SubQD, who really stands out for you on the side of Denial Esports? I mean, I know that I pointed out that indeed they are a star-studded lineup, but is there somebody in particular that really stands out for you?
You know, each time I'm asked this, it seems like it's a different player.
Right.
But honestly, I have to stick with Denshi on this one. He seems to be the mastermind in my opinion. I mean, even though Mesmer is such a core part of calling plays and making plays, Denshi's really the one that's holding the team together, keeping them positive, and really moving the game along.
Do you think overall, Heroics, from qualifier to this tournament as a whole, they've come in kind of a more revitalized team? Of course, they came off the back of being a world champion and going into the qualifiers, it was a little bit rocky, but now things have stabilized a little bit more since our previous big patch. Do you think they look in a good spot?
I think it's a great time for them for sure, because given the fact that the qualifier was kind of a surprise for them, that Necro NG thing that we keep bringing up was a huge surprise for them, and it was something that 55 was very, very strong at. In fact, probably one of the strongest, if not the strongest. So, I mean, that's something that they've now had time to kind of think about and kind of go over and think about strategies to combat that. And we've already seen that with Draze bringing up that Well of Corruption and having that Signet build as well to corrupt those downstates and get that cleave.
You see, I guess, similar compositions from both of these teams, one would say. You've got probably Misha playing Mesmer once again. How pivotal is he as a player going up against what we're seeing here from Denial?
So, as we saw last time, I was like, Misha's the best, and then Helseth made his roast video of me, of him just beating Misha over and over. I honestly feel like both of these players are, anybody can win at any time, but this time, with given how confident Denial has been, I'm gonna have to go with Helseth this time.
Just based purely on the previous series that we saw, or what really triggers that?
I think based on what Syndranir was saying, how confident, or the lack of confidence that Levin was having.
Right.
And then also just, how mechanical Draze is in order to train Helseth and just the environment that he's in.
Okay. What are we thinking when it comes to the maps as well? Heroics, I believe you had the map order. Do you recall?
Yeah, I believe the first map we are going on to, I think, is Forest, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
But nonetheless, I did want to make a point about the Mesmers, actually, and that not only are they both very, very strong mechanically, right? The big thing that Denial has in their favor is the fact that their Mesmer actually has the ability to strat call, the ability to call those portals out, the ability to say, hey, you take this, go here, you pull out of this fight, and that way he can kind of coordinate his team and himself on where to be so that they're all kind of together on that and they can kind of know where everybody's supposed to be, where everybody's going, and that way they have a lot more control over the map.
Right. I mean, essentially, rotations between these two teams are a huge part of who's probably going to be able to gain the momentum. They go up against one another, probably quite evenly matched in terms of team fighting, etc. Who do you think has or ekes out a little bit more in terms of those rotations? Who has more presence there?
I actually feel that Rank 55 has always been the best rotating team ever. That's the way they win games. Denial, like my old teammates, we are more or less like the kind of win a big team fight and a snowball of that. So yeah, I'd say Rank 55.
Okay. I think, if I recall, the first map will be Fire, actually.
Yeah, Legacy, and then we'll be moving on to Game 2 at Forest, and then Temple for the Game 3.
Right.
And we'll have to see if we're going to be going into more, but those are some really solid maps for these guys to be battling it out on.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll check in with you guys later on throughout the series, of course, and have a bit more of a conversation about those. But for now, we can head over to the commentary team. They are ready for our first semi-final of the day. It is going to be Jebro with Storm. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, guys. We are looking forward to this match. Two world champions, your two previous world champions on the line here in the semifinals. Really looking forward to this match. And I think confidence, like they were talking about, is a huge thing going into this match, Jebro.
Yeah, I mean, like you say, this is somewhat of a final match that we might be looking forward to in the future as well as the past. But one of the big things for these guys today as well is the playing on the stage before you actually, get into this kind of matchup. Denial Esports have had that practice. They've been able to move into the map already today, and they've been playing so well. So Rank 55 Dragons almost need to just have maybe a couple of games, even to warm up. So that warm-up session is quite important.
Let's take a look at the builds. Why don't you go ahead and take us away with what Rank 55 Dragons have in store for us in this match?
Okie dokie. So going over to Mancal, of course, he's going to be playing Druid, going for that Beast Mastery, Nature Magic, and for the Druid, of course. It's normal. Nothing crazy here coming out from him, nothing crazy different at all. Misha's going to be going with that Rune of the Sunless. We've seen the difference there as well throughout today, going for Inspiration, Illusions, and also Chronomancer there, obviously on the Mesmer. Texby is going to be playing Necro. He's going to be going for that Blood Magic Lion as well. Going for that Carrion Amulet with the Rune of Strength. Zan is going to be so important for Texby's survival in this game. He's going to be pivotal. Obviously, Zan is very, very pro at Scrapper. He's pretty much playing that most of the time. He's playing Guild Wars 2. Typical build here, going for Adventures Alchemy and also for Scrapper. And then Levin finally will be playing Revenant Power there, going for Invocation. He'll also be going for Marauders with the Rune of Surging.
Yeah, 11. We'll have to see how he performs on this today. Let's take a look at the side of Denial Esports as we have Helseth breaking out the Adventure Runes, and Carrion Amulet going to be taking Inspiration Illusions and Chronomancer for himself. Rom pretty much running what we saw from them before. I doubt we're going to be seeing any changes up for that matter, as he's going to be taking Dolyak and Mender's Amulet. Frey is going to be bringing out the Surging as well with Marauder, taking Devastation and Invocation. Denshi playing the Earth, Water, and Tempest for himself, going with Soldier and Mender's Amulet, taking 5 shouts once again, and finally Draze going to be on the Necromancer, taking the Scepter Warhorn with that Strength, and Carrion going with Blood Magic, Spite, and Reaper. As we get ready to start our game number 1, and it was something on that note of confidence levels going into this. You know, I was talking to 55 the other day, and they actually said to me, they said, we would be okay with second place. Like, most teams you go into tournaments, they're thinking, oh, we're gonna win it, we're gonna win it. They're pretty humble guys, but to say they'd be okay with second place, right? Doesn't speak for a whole lot about their confidence going up into a team that is notoriously the most confident players in the world with Helseth. So game number 1 starting up here. Let's take a look at some opening splits, as we are going to be having Denial over on the blue. That is rank 55 on the red. It's going to be Mancow heading straight to the quarry, and just like what we saw from Team PZ, they are going to be not going to that waterfall node. They're going to be stealthing up and looking for maybe a bit of a burst play onto Mancow here.
Yeah, like you said, it's a very calm, collected early game here. And like you say, Mancow as well, instant mower onto him. They need to make sure that he's going to be able to get out of this fight. Now, he's close to the spawn. Before he even stopped talking, the first kill comes out for the guys of Denial.
That absolutely obliterated him. It didn't look like that a whole lot was going to happen right away, but as soon as we saw Draze get in the mix, now Denshi going to be one of the primary targets. Look at the Conti bounce. He gets absolutely torn apart by Texby. He is going to be able to get through that portal, though, get to safety, but both these teams right off the bat bringing out the heat.
And that's how important the Mesmer is as well. Just even with rezzing the Elementalist there, getting him back out and back into the fight. You know, Mancow hasn't got that same survivability. He's not able to get back up, but they bounced off the kill, trying to get Draze in this down state. This was so important to get him back up, and they get it. They haven't got the power of the Scrapper there, but now they need to keep him up using that Elementalist, but Texby goes down as well.
Yeah, there's no way they're getting Texby back up after that one. They've got 2 people back in the waterfall. What a surge in the miss from Frey. Frey absolutely rips Levin apart there and finds 2 kills for himself. Meanwhile, as they were talking about, Sin had actually said they pride themselves on their rotations, and Mancow trying to follow up with something at the quarry. Going to be met by 2 guys as Draza starts to migrate over there. They're looking to pick up a cap over at the waterfall, but they don't have any points on the board yet, Jebro.
Yeah, I mean, Rom was just there 1v2 while the guys were just coming back over for a little potential regroup. They're stuck all over the waterfall, and then Frey just comes in and pushes them away as well. So now Frey coming back looking after Rom, that trusted member to stay here, but Frey is so on top of his damage at the moment. Misha is quite low and needs to be extremely careful as he goes down to him. Oh my god, look, the stealth comes out as well as the distortion to keep him alive in this fight.
Zan needs to be very careful of Texby's HP levels. Zan should be on top of Texby right now. Yep. He is going to be taking, more than likely, Nisha's in the downstate, so is Texby. Zan can't do both at once, or can he? He gets Texby back up into the fight. He's going for it. Not quite going to make the jump right away, but they get Misha back up. Poor level of communication coming out there from Denial. Not able to follow up with any cleave onto either person in the downstate.
Yeah, as a little extra, Texby does go down there in the end. Inevitably, after saving so many of his teammates, that was inevitable they was going to go into downstate. They can't risk going for the res. They need to make sure they either get out of this point or even just try getting some maps on the board, some points on the board.
Well, look what we've got right now. A 3-cap from Denial Esports, holding over a 100-point lead now. Absolutely wrecking rank 55 Dragons.
This is a powerhouse right here.
Honestly, they are going to snowball off this. They've got them on the opposite side of the map right now. Nothing can be done by rank 55 right here.
No, not at all. They need to do what they do well and regroup and rethink what they're going to do to get back in this map. Out of any team in the EU and even in the world, that is what they're good at. They need to calm down. They need to come together. They need to push out. just try and pull someone out of the fight, try and get that kill, and then snowball off that. Because at the moment, 170 points to 0.
Well, going into this matchup, Denial knew that one of their weaknesses was going up against the Necro-NG composition. So they had to come up with something. They had to brainstorm something that would work against that. And clearly, it's working because they know Zan is one of the best, if not the best engineer in the world, and they had to go up against him. He was not going to play another class. There was no way he was. So they knew they'd have to go up against that combo with Texby on the Necromancer, and they're proving they figured out how to deal with it right now.
Perfect. That well, you know, it's really, really good. The focus, but the thing is also like the fray pressure is just ridiculous here. Zan does go down once again. They're jumping into situations where they're not able to get any power at all. They're not able to come back. They're losing these kills. They've got the focus down onto, over to Frey over on midpoint, which is a great first kill to pick up. Now they need to get them. They need to keep going with these kills and keep in an outnumbered situation if they possibly can. But look at Texby. He's got so many conditions coming up onto him now. Draze thankfully is mowered there. He's not able to offer up a lot of cleave. Can go down, but rank 55 aren't getting the res here on Texby. They should get it from that distortion, and Draze as well is back up.
Denial is on another level right now. There is no competing with them given the first 4.5 minutes of this game. They hold a 275-point lead, a 3-cap on Legacy of the Fofar. We know that Legacy of the Fofar is notorious for its snowball map mechanics, but I don't think we've ever seen something like this, and probably one of the most hyped matches ever in the history of Guild Wars 2, as Hirsch was saying. We expected a bit better showing from rank 55 in map 1.
Yeah, I mean, like, at least as close as it was between PZ and Vermillion in that first kind of 2 games, but this is just absolute annihilation. They don't even want to know about these guys. They just want to disperse of them. They want to win this tournament, and they want to do it in the least amount of games possible. They are focused. They are on point. Third seed meant absolutely nothing to these guys, and they're doing a fantastic job.
It seriously didn't, and they're proving that right now. And you can't go into a tournament thinking, we might beat a team. We're all right with second place. I mean,
that's not right. Yeah, you're right.
I mean, this is what's going to happen. If you go up against the best, this is exactly what's going to happen right now. And it's showing as they finally get something on the board, more than just kills, come up with a couple of caps for themselves, but can they really do anything with it?
Well, that's the thing. We're so close to 350 points anyway. They have to worry not only about the fact that almost TCG. Denial will come back into the game, but they've always the threat of that potential Lord Rush. They do get the decap at mid, but does that cost them anything? Not at the moment. They've got Helseth into downstate.
They're going for the Lord right now. They are going for it. They don't even have 350, but honestly, given their stature in this game right now, it doesn't even matter. I mean, they've got to come up with 2 kills, 1 cap. That would seal it for them. Rank 55 will find a 3 cap, but there is no doubt in my mind. If I'm rank 55, do you even worry about the Lord? Don't even let Zan out. Don't even let Zan and Mancow go in there because they're at risk for dying.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, they know they've lost this game. They're just dealing with it. They're picking up next game. They want to make sure they get in there and actually close to the res themselves. I actually thought for a minute they were just going to give the game away, but they haven't. They've come in the last second.
Yeah, now Mancow's dead. See, that's the thing. You might stall him out for a little bit, Zan and Mancow, sure, but Mancow's dead. If Zan's dead right now, I mean, that's game over. They're going to follow up. They know they've got to kill on Mancow right now. They're going to try and follow up onto Zan. Zan pops his Elixir S, goes through right there. All he has to his advantage is that wall right there, and there's nothing protecting him other than that wall. And they're going to jump over. They're going to get the kill on his hand. That's going to be game over. Game number 1 going to Denial Esports. It's going to be 501-133. There is no way he's getting up after that one. I mean, that's more than likely going to be it. No,
the game is on this res.
Oh man, I was wrong. They got him back up.
No,
they didn't. Texby's down. Mancow's done. That's it. 501-154. As Denial Esports absolutely crush rank 55 Dragons.
Was that rank 55 Dragons versus
I don't know.
Denial Esports right there?
It didn't really look like it. That's them on the stage, but I've never seen rank 55. Look, Misha's mouth. I mean, they don't know what to do after that one. That was.
I mean, you can see me what I'm doing right now. I'm just shaking my head. Like that's just a really powerful Denial, and then a really quite frankly weak rank 55 Dragons. That they thwarted most of their res attempts. They were able to get people back up, but they weren't able to sustain themselves through the fight as if, you know, Denial Esports would with that element of this back up in the fight. Denshi is so important. They don't let their Necro go down so many times. They keep him alive.
If you're rank 55 right now, you honestly, there's nothing you can do about that game. You've got to keep your head in the game. You got to move forward after that. Move over to the Force of Niflhel. a much easier map to deal with snowball mechanics like that. They can't do something like that on Forest and Niflhel. They've got to get themselves back up. They can't be down after that loss. That was a crushing loss, putting up 154, which honestly it could have been 0 that they could have put up if Denial had kept, not went for the Lord in the first place. But you can't be sad about that loss.
I mean, it's how they're going to come back now, like you say, But rank 55 Dragons have always had that power of being able to regroup and come back into a map. Barely saw that once, other than this starting to get that 2 cap like towards about 350. But they just played into their hands. Denial were going for the Lord Rush pretty much the whole time. So that's pretty much the reason they got that in the first place.
It all started out with that opening, that immediate kill onto Mad Cow, if I'm not mistaken. It all started with that, and I mean rank 55 tried the same thing onto Denchi. Denchi got blown up. He got back up in the fight.
Yeah.
And you can't let that same thing happen. You have to be aware of things like that happening. If they hadn't watched the first couple of series where that kind of stuff happened, especially Vermillion PZ, they definitely have to have that on the radar. That stealth opening play that's going to come out, it will happen, and they will tear you apart if you're not paying attention.
Completely. We are going to start this map and see if they're able to come into this and actually, almost give us a game here, Joe. I mean, they need to be more focused. They can't underestimate Denial. The seed free. They've dealt with that. They've come back into the game. They're going to be powerful.
All right, well, it's rank 55 and Denial with that 1-0 lead after a terrific game number 1. Let's see what rank 55 can bring back. If they're able to grab one for themselves, is once again Denial going to be stealthing up. Probably, nope, it's going to be Grom heading back to that home node. Wanted to provide some more stealth for them so they can look for a good opener. As Texby going to look for some high ground here. Doesn't want to be the one that's blown up because Zan's got to be the one to save him. Going to dodge that first stun coming out there from Frey. And Frey going to be the primary target coming out here for 55, it seems.
And he was, I don't even think he was actually visible, but it was so obvious where he was going to go that the blue team were just able to, Denial were able to jump on him.
Oh
and
my
boom,
goodness.
Texby is straight down, and he might get lucky enough to get rezzed first of all, but this is where they need to sustain and come back into the fight or leave. And that's what they've done. Portal, they've gone, they've rezzed him up as well.
There's
Similar
such coordination, and they actually get Texby through the portal, actually comes back. There's such coordination from Denial in terms of focusing somebody down. I don't know how many times they probably practiced getting on top of one guy, having one guy sit in the corner and the rest of them just mauling him down time after time after time as Texby more than likely going to be dropped. Once again, Draze is mowed out here. They could finish him off. He's going to be taken into the downstate. Can they get Texby back up? They do. Now Draze is the one they need to get back up into this fight. Can they do it, Jebro? It looks like he's going to get to safety, but they take a lot of heat in the meantime.
Yeah, and that's important. We saw that on the last map. Dreze getting mowed, and then during the actual res of their own Necro, making sure that Dreze is taken out here is so important. And we see the rank 55 finally able to pick something up here in this second game. And this might be a different rank 55 to the last game. Felt like they maybe needed a bit of a warm-up there, but Denial losing out with Dreze there as well.
That's definitely true. Denial had that first series against Never Lucky. It helped them out, got some of the nerves out, and now that rank 55's been on stage for the game, maybe we can see something different from them. Already seeing something different from them clearly as Texby once again mowed out. Texby has to know he is that primary target. Misha already taking a lot of heat as well. He's forced to get back out of that fight. And they are just so aggressive. There's not a whole lot you can counter that with if you're 55.
I'm still shaking my head, Joe, because the reason is that they were 5v4 for an amount of time. Draze came back into the map and they were aggressive with 4 men on the map. Denial do not give a crap at the moment. They are pushing these guys, they are bullying them, and they are taking them out. They don't care if it's an outman situation. They are on this, and they've got power over towards
Frey drops 11 in the roads there. Not quite a 1v1, but nonetheless able to finish him off. As Mancow drops as well. That's 2 off the board. And they're looking to follow up with a cap over at the mine. Henge going to be decapped over there by Misha. Zan going to be dropped in this. This is what happened in game 1, just a little sooner that time. But they are going to have to look for a regroup. Look at where Texby's at right now, right? I'm not sure. Okay, so he's going to find himself in a 2v3. This is their home node, so that's not a terrible thing. They do have respawns. You just have to make sure they take care of business, Jebro. They've got to win some fights. They can't win strictly on rotations.
And Mancow's down again. As soon as they start to respawn in the map, they're already rezzing. They're already going to be another man down. They can't power themselves out of this because they've not got the bodies to do it. Zan is still rezzing up. He's still coming into the map, and Denial are completely denying them even access to the map at the moment. They're even telling them to stay in the spawn. Just go home, boys, because we are having this right now. We want 3-0.
And Misha also in that 1v1 with Helseth here. Misha clearly at a disadvantage, already using a lot of his cooldowns here. Continuum split is already burnt out. So Misha trying his best. I mean, the other side of the map, Jebro, it's exactly what we've been seeing for the past couple of minutes. Just absolute obliteration as Misha drops to Portal. Trying to get out of that one-man cow. Gonna go around the side, maybe try for something. Helseth knowing he basically won that 1v1, and Misha getting out of here. Frey trying to follow up with some damage as well. Misha is not, I'd be surprised. He actually portals back. Nice play coming out there from him. They might find a cap over them hench point, but at what cost? They are down so big right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting some power here over on the mine as well as they try to take out potentially Drazit, but TechSpeed is under real pressure. Doesn't have a Shroud. He's going to go into downstate. Will they be able to bring him back up? Should be fairly okay here as well. They do have Zan. Now, I remember even in the qualifier, you know, we were talking about how solid they were as a duo, but we're not seeing that at the moment, and he does go down once again. Will he be? The likelihood of him rezzing right now is very, very slim. And Levin and the boys go in for the res, but they've lost so much cooldown and HP level that they could go down themselves soon.
We are seeing them continuing to bring out that pressure, and honestly, the only counter to that is like what we've seen from 55. The only thing they've been doing is every time they get so pressured, they just run away. They're not able to do a whole lot because they already get that initial burst onto 55 and they can't come back from it, from what it seems. So Zan now running away again. I mean, there's not a whole lot they can do except for have the upper hand in that early pressure situation. And honestly, you got to start thinking about a game number 3 on Temple of the Silent Storm if you're ranked 55. Of course, you can't give up on this one just yet, but the opener honestly has sealed the deal here for Denial. In game 1 specifically, but this game 2 as well, it's looked so good for them in the opening couple of minutes.
I mean, Xander was doing something interesting, something very useful as well. Like, he's just gone down, unfortunately, for him. But he was trying to pull players away from the midpoint while Misha and Mancal were at mid, trying to get some kind of decap there. Misha has got the decap there, but only because 2 members of his team have gone down, and at least one of them has been killed off it. So they're not going to be able to come back into this map and potentially keep their caps because they've obviously, the henge was their cap point. And now, you know, Helseth can just respawn, move back into the map, and that's the way it is. You know, they're not able to cover what they have. They have not got enough bodies on the map, mate.
And we already see Rom pushing back Zan into his base as Mancal dropped here at the keep. Misha doesn't want to go in for the res alone. There's too much cleave coming out from these guys, too much pressure to deal with, and that just seems to be the story of the series so far. Maybe something can, you know, go in their favor over here at the mine point. It's Rom against 2.
Rom against 2.
Rom against the world, man.
Yeah, but exactly. Like, what would you expect from that? He's probably going to be able to kite away, get out of there. One of the best at that situation as well. Able to power through. Look what he's doing. He's grabbed himself some stealth. He's just nipping over to the street, grabbing himself a glass of water and piecing out. He's all good. Then now they're trying to get some pressure onto Drazit as he joins up with Rom. And maybe they'll get something out of this. But look at the substantial lead. 200 points against rank 55 Dragons. Pro League Season 2 winners.
I mean, if you didn't watch the first game, you wouldn't believe me when I told you Denial beat them even harder in game number 1. I mean,
exactly.
That's the thing about Denial right now. They are on the money with everything. Drazit is going to be taken down, but that's not too much of a worry. Rom pretty low as well. Condi bombed up. They try to get Drazit back out of the downstate. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case. If 4 rank 55 Dragons guys is what it took to get Drazit down there. They follow up onto Rom, get the kill too. But is it too late? 135 points away from finding themselves with a game number 2 victory. Not quite over, but it's looking like it's going in their favor here.
Yeah, I mean, look at Frey even. He's just like, yeah, I'm just 1v4. You know, no worries, mate. And we are going to see Denshi coming over as well to give him the support he needs to get out of that fight. So important for the elements of this to respond to those situations, and he does. But they're just holding them as their team members start to respawn. And rank 55 don't capitalize on what they've picked up in terms of getting free kills. And they need to do that. They have to do that. And that's something Vermillion failed on early on in their games, in their series. Maybe they can switch it around. We'll have to wait and see.
Honestly, this was supposed to be the most hyped match of the tournament, but right now it's just all Denial.
It's almost like a round 1.
Really, it seems like it is. Rank 55 I mean, they're doing better in game one. You got to hand that to them, but it's not enough to beat Denial. They've got to change up something in their strategy. I mean, Texby can multi-class if they want to change up their entire strategy, but is that something you do, given the fact you're moving to, honestly, it's like the most wild card map there is, Temple of the Silent Storm, anything can really happen. Do you do that for that third game?
It's very risky, but there's the amount of money it's worth. Can they rely upon them being strong in a final potential match for them in this tournament? There is no loser bracket, it's your last chance. Maybe they will risk it all and try and go for something a bit cheap, maybe where they can have more sustain through those team fights that they have. Not having an element in this series, killing them at the moment. And Texby does drop so low. Look at all those conditions that are just piling onto him. And the Moa as well, just lumped on at the end. It's just an absolute annihilation of this team through both games.
And do you have, I mean, you can't really get Randa the Ranger. I mean, it's Mancow that plays the Ranger and the Elementalist for these guys. So it's such a difficult situation for them. So when they come into that, I mean, that's not really an option for them at this point, Jebro. And I mean, this is going to be Denial's game again after, you know, allowing a few more points on the board for rank 55, but nonetheless, pretty much blowing them out and going up 2-0 in the series in just a moment now. Now, what are you, if you're rank 55 Dragons, you still have to regroup. You still have a chance to do a reverse sweep, but it's going to have to be one heck of a reverse sweep, one like we've never seen before.
You can't do that against this team right now as well. They're too powerful. All they need is a boss kill as well. Even if they lost all the caps, they just died. A lucky, you know, almost single hit on the boss could steal it as well. It's just absolute power from Denial Esports.
Denial taking that game to 504-191. A thrilling performance from them. Dismantling rank 55 Dragons there on that second map, Force of Niflhel. And all smiles for Denial Esports, as you can see. Definitely have to be very, very confident. And rank 55, you know, they can't be too happy about that finish.
No, I mean, you know, if I was Denial, I'd probably be dancing on the desk right now at the absolute, you know, defeat of these guys. But they really need to pull it back in this next game. They need to make sure they're able to regroup successfully, do what they do well. Like, just play the way you play. It feels like there's nerves for these guys at the moment, and maybe their focus is a little bit off. But we'll have to see.
I mean, it's like, what, at their fourth event, a lot of these guys? So, I mean, I wouldn't even think it would be nerves necessarily for, like, them being at an event more or less. You know, this is the World Champs, it's the biggest event ever. Is it maybe more nerves in that sense of their play?
It's more money than they've ever played for, as well as, you know, Texby and the pressure that you saw in that video. He wants revenge on Helseth. You know, he doesn't want to lose this series, so maybe even a little bit of that creeps in as well. So these mind games are so important.
All right, we're going to send it over to the couch to hear what they have to think about that last set, guys.
Thank you very much, guys. All right, that is currently Denial Esports looking absolutely on fire. I can't quite do the Rom Husky voice, but I think the words "come on, boys" really kind of stand out here when it comes to their current 2-0 lead. Sindo, let's focus on game one to start things off. You actually spotted a lot in game one that you want to talk about.
Yeah, I want to break down the main purpose of why 55 is losing, and that's basically the whole purpose of them having Engineer was to power rest the Necro. But Denial has theory-crafted the counter to the power SS, and suddenly you have the role of Engie, which is a support, and it's not as strong as a support as an Ellie, so they're lacking the heals, which you can see. That's why they're dying in the cleave. Meanwhile, Denial is surviving everything because the support from the Ellie. So you have a role which is filling no purpose anymore. I also want to talk about the fact that Helseth was beating Mancow in a 1v1. And that's basically because Rom, who's the best druid in the world, in my opinion, they sit and practice 1v1s like for hours, days and days.
Right.
And that basically usually favors the druid heavily, but you can see that because of the practice, Helseth managed to beat Mancow, and that's a huge factor in my opinion.
Right, it's certainly something that would slide past us common viewers, just kind of, so I'm glad you're here to kind of fill us in on that. Of course, though, in game one, we had the big Lord play that came in to kind of force the hand almost up Cutie here in game one.
Yeah, so, I mean, this was the team fight leading up to the Lord Rush. You know, Denial was so far ahead. They had just been, you know, grouping up, killing, and then here we go. You know, Helseth goes down, but he opens his portal as his last, you know, ode to his team.
Dying breath.
Yeah, his last dying breath, and his team rushes in. And then, at this moment, they're like, oh man, we're going to be 9 points short. What do we do? And then, lo and behold, here comes 55 delivering the 2 players they need.
Like basically on a silver platter at that stage, giving them exactly what they need. By the way, here's the 9 points that you're going to be missing. But that's another situation where we've been talking about NG and Ellie, and this is another situation where an Elementalist would certainly have a lot more healing potential on that Lord to be able to pick it back up, so they don't necessarily have to have all those guys come back. But right there, that's where we saw everybody just dying off and giving them exactly what they need.
I mean, I want to play a little bit on the other side of this, is that obviously me, I don't know the game as well as you guys, but so I want to run this past you. Is it even worth sending the 2 back there to try and defend the Lord and hoping that you're going to get maybe a 3 cap and then trying to ride that out in such a tense situation?
The ideal situation is you have at least 4 go back. You have 4 go back early. But the problem is that when that portal came out, they were very slow to rotate back. They were trying to figure out, because the big thing about those portals is it's a big surprise. You're just like, I need to get, oh no, and then you start figuring out where you need to be, which is back at that Lord. So the thing is they were kind of late, and then once they decided, hey, we need to have someone go back and defend, it was too late, and they had too little of resources to go back. But ideally, they want to go early, and they want to have 4 so that some person can go back and get that 3 cap.
Right.
And I want to say, I think there was maybe a little bit of confusion on 55 where they realized that if Denial went and got the Lord, they weren't going to have enough points to fully secure the win. So they're like, okay, do we get the 3 cap? How many do we send back? Like, do we even try to defend? And so there might have been a little confusion there.
Okay. Oh well. Well, of course, at the moment, Denial Esports leads 2-0 in the series. If rank 55 Dragons is to come back, of course, this man is going to have to pull it out. It is Levin. Let's hear from him and the rest of rank 55.
Yo, I'm Victor Spengberg. I'm 21 years old. I go under the name Levin in game, and I play for rank 55 Dragons. The World Championship is really important to me. It feels like the peak of my Guild Wars experience, and here are most of the strong teams that were ever in Guild Wars so far. We have Denial, we have Vermillion, Abjure, and Ascender, some other kind of small teams from NA, but I mean they already showed that they can perform to a high tier as well. We spent a lot of time for the last weeks for our practice for this World Championship. We did a lot of 2v2s, 3v3s. We tried to practice a lot of different compositions, tried different theories, different specs. We tried out nearly everything we could think of.
And that's midpoint 2v1 in favor of rank 55 Dragons.
The Guild Wars World Championship is pretty important for me because I don't really know where Guild Wars is going to be in the future. And the prize pool is at its peak right now. If you win right now and the turn everything's gonna end, then I mean at least you leave the scene as the World Championship, got quite a lot of money secured, so that's cool. I just want to win the tournament. I don't feel as if any negative attitude against any team, so yeah, just want to get the title.
Of course, that is Levin, a player that we're very familiar with now, and over the past 2 years especially, and going on to Temple. Is he going to be able to make the plays here is the big question. Is rank 55 going to be able to bring it back on a map like Temple, boys?
I mean, that's the big wildcard map. We talk about it all the time about how it can go either way at any point in time. The thing is that with that map, as you were talking about earlier, it's very beneficial to spread everybody out to make sure that you can cover all those points. And when it comes down to 1v1s, I mean, I give it to Denial every single time.
All right. Well, I will actually ask you full predictions. So for cause's sake, let's once again, is that going to be your prediction here for Denial going forward?
I'm calling a 3-0, and I'm also calling that this is going to be a 500 to 200 victory.
Very specific.
Right out there, dude.
All right. So, Cutie?
Yeah, I think Kyrix is on the right page here. I think Denial is definitely the one that's going to take this game. In terms of a point prediction, I don't know if I could be that accurate, but Denial, I think, is definitely, on the books.
You could do the Price is Right thing, say 201 or more versus 500, but anyway. Sindrunir?
I'm actually going to give this map to rank 55 because I think this is the weakest map of Denial. And I also think that this map is more beneficial for the engineer. He can kind of get into those 1v1s. Instead of taking those big team fights, that makes it a little less painful
Right, okay. Well, hopefully they're able to keep their cool and force the series on. We are ready to go into game number 3 here for the World Championship as I send you over once again to Jebro and Storm for all the action.
We are ready to get into this third game on the Temple of the Silent Storm, as you have said. And Jebro, I really don't know what to expect from rank 55. They've had a little bit of time to recoup and, you know, get their feet underneath them and see what they can change up for this next map. But it doesn't look like composition-wise we're going to have any changes.
No, and maybe something like you said in the last map was quite important as well. Can they change that up, being able to be quite confident in that? What Sin said is completely right as well. There's been members in this team who have had difficulty on this map in the past, you know, so we have to see whether or not they're going to be able to come together as a team Denial and actually get some success here.
Well, they are ready to go here in a game number 3. Can they pull the 3-0 sweep and kind of astonish everybody, to be honest? We'll have to see if rank 55 Dragons can pull one back in their favor and move on to Kylo for that 4th map. But let's take a look at some opening splits here between rank 55 Dragons and Denial Esports, who hold that 2-0 lead. And once again, Denial looking to group up, find some bit of stealth play, and see what they can do in terms of early burst and kind of try. I mean, the last 2 games, Gerald, they've taken it really early.
They've got this, they're both stealthing up really close to each other, so they have to be careful of, but you know, whoever gets revealed first, they're going to jump onto that body, and they go into the specific situations where they can guess where they're going to right now. Drazzy is going to be taken quite low, he's going to be mowed as well, and already they've potentially almost got him down. Distortion as well from Helseth to just look at the support from these guys from Denial, but it's not enough to keep him up in the end. But the thing is, they've got to watch out for the focus that's coming out to Texby Portal. He's got out, and that's great work from rank 55 Dragons, but I don't think it's over quite yet. No, it is. And he's going to be out.
Exactly what rank 55 needed. They knew that Texby would be the primary target. They had to have a way to get to safety. And clearly, Zan was not the solution to his safety as of late. So the portal was his way out of there, and finding the first kill as it looks like Denial going to be holding on to that soul cap right now. We're going to see Frey and Misha in that 1v1, actually making a 2v1, possibly 3v1 here at the gate, as 55 putting a lot of their resources towards that temple node.
Yeah, I mean, the temple was quite important. We actually saw Helseth going down there, and we saw Rez up as well. And, you know, Texby was hanging out, just chilling, making sure, trying to recover from that damage that he had earlier on to him. And he had to be very, very cautious. Now, Texby could be quite demoralized as well, because obviously he's going down quite a lot. And like we heard Snowball saying earlier, you know, it feels like if they win, he's the hero. If they lose, it's almost his fault.
And we already, Helseth actually being taken down by Mancow in that fight at the temple, so going in his favor that time. Texby going to be dropped though. Draze very low himself. Zan finally gets Texby back up there, and now Draze taken into the downstate. Can they get the finish there? They're going to be trying to cleave out there. Frey also in the downstate. Ron maybe going to be following as well. And finally, rank 55 Dragons look like a team as they get the 3-4-man wipe around the map with Helseth down. It's just Densher remaining, and this is who we're used to seeing at tournaments.
That's it exactly, Joe, my friend. They are performing very, very well. It's almost as if we've completely changed the team and their mentality of how they've come into this game. But obviously, this map is very strong for comebacks. We know that potential, and we see Portal play coming out from Helseth to move them out of that situation, almost back to a respawn position to make sure that they're going to be able to regroup successfully. Free cap right now for rank 55 Dragons. There's your Pro League Season 2
and
winners
look at
right
Denshi.
there.
Denshi caught out. He's going to be dropped into the downstate. Just dropped a little too soon there. No one around. Helseth, of course, already used that portal. Not going to be able to get him out of there. And look at the pressure from Levin on top of Frey and Draze right now. Denshi not getting back up after that one. They're all in the area. Texby going to be mowed. He's going to be dropped into the downstate in just a moment. No, the support from Zen, able to cleanse those Kanzis, and he's actually going to be taken down, but more than likely getting back up in the fight. And it's all a battle at the gate here, or rather at blue team's gate.
Yes.
Not the actual point.
Do you remember in the first map, you know, they were denying them coming out into the map in the first place? Rank 55 is saying, guys, this is what we're about. Just be careful now not to be overconfident. You've got the free cap. Take it, survive, get back into the map, regroup, reset, get your cooldowns back. But they're punishing them. They're taking out members one by one, which is also great. But Denial are feeding into this right now.
Well, finally, Zan gets something for his team going. I mean, he is a pillar of this team, and for him to get these resurrects onto his teammates is essential for them to have any confidence in their play and any chance to win a game for that matter. And still holding on to a 2-cap. The stillness buff is up, and Zan trying to get it for himself. They would take the game away with that stillness buff, and they might. And no, he's going to continue to get attacked by Rom. So Rom playing it safe there. He's going to back up right now and maybe make him think he's going to the gate. Rom is also hiding, so Rom's going to come back up here. He knows he's not at the gate. We did actually see a kill on the Texby. Mancow also going to be dropped over there in a 3v1 at the Temple. So Rank 55 have to play this very carefully. This is a very careful situation.
This is where they should, like exactly what I said before, they should have pulled back into the map because Stillness actually spawned earlier. And they actually weren't in a position to get ready to take that. They had the wrong members in the wrong position. Zan was not guarding Texby. That is his job. He is the support. He is rezzing him. He was trying to get Stillness. Texby was below on the gate trying to get the cap. They were split up. They cannot make those small mistakes because Denial will take him for a ride with that.
And the play that Misha was trying for is trying to get an early kill. He let Rom have that point over there at the altar because he knows that the Ranger has an advantage in it, like Sin was talking about. So he didn't want to take that matchup. He wanted to instead focus his, all the team's resources towards the gate node. And Mancow, confident in his skills against Helseth, having taken him on earlier, is going to try for that again. Stillness buff still in play, but the 2-cap now allowing for Denial to have some sort of comeback in this game. Can they do it? I don't know. It's Frey's down at the midpoint, and Rank 55 are going to be looking towards that Stillness buff.
It's not a bad start, but now they need to get Denshi. If they can get Denshi here, they defeat almost all the team fights in the future until he comes back up again. But you see the regroup, nice regroup from Denial here to deny it again, Misha and other members from pushing into that altar node. So good job from them. We still see the Frey has been bled out for so long. He's been out of the game now for at least 25 seconds, and that's really painful for Denial. But again, I don't think they really care too much because they're pushing onto this midpoint.
And they managed to find a decap at the altar as well. Jebro and Helseth getting fairly low in that 1v1. So maybe Mancow's figured out Helseth, maybe beat him a little bit earlier, but Helseth going to be drawn back here. Already used Continuum Split, not up for another 45 plus seconds. And Mancow going to train him down right now. Forces Helseth to use a few of those CDs. Doesn't want to give him that stillness buff either. He wants to take that for his own. So they're content with a gate cap right now because they do have Tranquility up in about 5 seconds. And Stillness, of course, going to be resetting with it.
Yeah, and this is the worst time for Denial to start losing members. 8 minutes 30, we've got Tranquility, Stillness, 2 guys pretty much dead and out of the fight. Ron goes down at the worst time possible, and this is a great time for Rank 55 Dragons to power through. They already get Stillness, they're gonna get Tranquility, and this is complete flip round.
This is gonna be a 3-cap for them, and we already see Misha moving over towards, they have the Stillness. This will be a 6-cap coming out for Rank 55 Dragons, looking so much better than games 1 and 2. And finally, Rank 55 Dragons showing us how they play Guild Wars 2 here and want to go out with a bang on Temple of the Silent Storm, Jebro.
That is just ridiculous, man. I mean, come on, do not play with my emotions too much. I mean, they've still got the 4-cap rolling on. They're being cautious. They're coming back into the map, trying to get those kills, roll off potentially a Helseth kill as well. And, they've done fantastically well in this game. And now Denial have, things to think about for the next matchup as well. What you're talking about Mancow as well, those 1v1s, is so important, Joe.
It really is. It's another pillar for Rank 55 Dragons. I mean, to any team, to be honest, to be able to match up well in 1v1s. And it's not always about stalemating 1v1s. It's about winning them, too, because oftentimes those tankier classes can clearly win 1v1s. There's the Continuum Split. Moa coming out onto Frey there. Can they follow up? Texby going to be mowed out as well. This is going to be a brawl to the finish here, under 100 points for Rank 55. If they can stall them out here, that's 3 down now for Denial. Rank 55 Dragons are going to clean them up over at the altar point, despite Helseth finding the resurrect. Actually, yeah, they get a resurrect onto Denshi over there, but that's not going to matter. They're going to still find themselves with a 2-cap, a favorable 2-cap with 70 points to go, Jebro. This is looking like we're moving to a game 4.
Indeed, right now it really does. We could even hit back with the analysis at desk as well after that game, the way things are going for Rank 55. But is it this map? Is it the fact that, you know, like Sin said and the other guys, that this isn't a map that they feel so confident on?
That's certainly true that this map is a different style of map. It's a different style of play, and it allows more for rotations, I think. And that's how Rank 55 likes to play. It's based a little bit more around that, with both buffs being essential. You can ignore Chieftain, you can ignore the Lord, you can ignore Spawner, but you can't ignore Stillness and Tranquility buffs. You can't if you want to win the game. So that's definitely a big factor, but this is a boost of confidence to Rank 55 Dragons, moving over to the Battle of Kylo, where you don't have that secondary objective that really matters as much, but nonetheless, it is also a lot different from Legacy of the Fofire and Forest of Niflhel.
Yeah, it's going to be a challenge indeed for them to try and pull that out. Now, something to note, which you guys probably picked up and have spoken about, is that Denshi doesn't actually have a blink. He doesn't have an escape. They're focusing fully on that support, right?
That's exactly what he's there for. He is there for that support. That's why he runs 5 shouts.
Yeah, 5
and that's
shouts.
Rank 55 Dragons, 501-192, taking the game back. And a pat on the shoulder going on to Texby there from Levin. You know, he has to be happy that Texby was able to stay alive in that game.
Yeah.
You know, they've got to be a little bit happier after that and move into Kylo. They want to force a game 5.
I mean, I think I almost want to have a replay of this exact shot from after the previous game, because you can already see a difference. Now these guys are slightly worried. I don't think it's going to hit their confidence too much. Their experience, they'll be able to bounce back from this. Whether or not Rank 55 explode and actually, you know, it overcomes them, the fact they were able to get that win, we'll have to wait and see. They need to be composed. They're still weak in many situations.
Yeah, if you're Rank 55, you're feeling good about that last game. If you're Denial, you're also feeling good. You're up, you've got yourself some room. You bought some comfort with a 2-1 lead, or 2-0 lead, obviously, before 2-1 now. So they still got that game point on their heads. They could take it here on Kylo, or Game 5's map is Forest. And we saw, thankfully, you know, for Rank 55 Dragons, Legacy is not that Game 5, because they had some signs of life on Game 2 on Forest, but I don't even want to see a Legacy of the Fofire game in this
I
matchup
don't think
again.
anyone does. And now it's that matter of, you know, what are we going to see? Are we going to see anything changing up? Obviously, we don't have Thieves on this map. We have Revenants who are going to be very strong in their movement through the map. To tell you another thing that was very, very important in that last game specifically, we noticed the presence of Misha a lot more in terms of mowers, in terms of, you know, even that portal where Texby got out alive and they took Drazzy down. They were able to, you know, they're already thinking about the escape.
You know, something that worked for Snowball was taking that spectral armor. So that's a little surprising. Texby maybe didn't pick up on that, but they want to get rid of Denshi. I mean, Denshi is a viable threat for those Resurrects as well. So game number 4 here on the Battle of Kylo, starting up as Rank 55 Dragons took that last one, looking to tie it up now and move it to a Game 5 in our semifinal.
Look at this movement, Joe, as well, out from Denial, as they just go for they fully leave their close point, expecting potentially a rush there, but we are going to see Ron picking that up in the end, and they moving into mid.
Yeah, already the Chill to the Bone coming out down. Oh man, draws him. Almost getting taken down there. The Condi's still going to get cleansed up there. Good heals and support coming out from Denshi, but Texby from afar brought out the Chill to the Bone. Still following up on the Draws. The Draws are going to be dropped into the downstate below the clock tower here. Denshi in the area, but there's so much cleave. 1 cap apiece. Draze going to be the first kill of the game, going out there for Rank 55. Already a great start.
I mean, you could see that from Draze as well. When he jumped down, he had Chill to the Bone. It wasn't going to be something which was going to be too useful for him at the time. There was a lot of panic there in terms of his survival, and we didn't see, obviously, the powerful res and the survivability from TCG.
And one thing, Helseth keeps trying to find this 1v1 with Mancow. I mean, it worked before, but last map it didn't work in his favor, so he got some extra support from Frey, and Texby now looking to try to go. Oh, he's going to go back through the portal. Doesn't want to deal with that. Levin is in a very bad spot. He's in a 2v3 with Mancow. Either they help this out or they push really hard on that mansion node.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. Levin is not in a great situation at all. He needs to escape. He's got that power to. He's got the escape that he wanted. Zan even came in, I think, for potential support of himself. It means Levin can jump back in and tries to jump on Helseth with distortion that comes out. And there's that survivability there as well as Denshi offering up that heal as well.
Yeah, Zan did a great job. Oh, nice surge and misconnecting from Levin as continuous split. Moa comes out there, but Helseth will be able to keep himself alive. He got the Moa into Texby, who's going to be dropped into the downstate. 3 guys from 55 are on top of him. The stomp comes through thanks to Draze's well of corruption there, which will definitely help them get that that stomp. Ensure that stomp 100%. They hold on to a 2 cap just a couple minutes into this one.
I mean, rank 55 are doing better with, you know, Elixir S with the stealth gyro. It's something that Hurix said very important for the engineers to get. If they're going to be those res guys, they need to make sure they're powering through and getting those on regular occasions. Denial actually, you know, completely committed to that. They got the kill in the end. So it's looking better for Denial in terms of, you know, these bigger fights right now on this map.
There's the portal coming out there from Helseth. Not too far of a portal. Trying to get some safety there, some ground. Maybe trying to even corner 55 in there because they didn't want him to go around. Draze going to be dropped into the downstate. Can they finish it up? Is a real question once again. As Texby also taking a little bit of pressure in the area, but Draze's res not going to come through that well. Definitely proving to be of utmost importance for both of these teams. And Frey now taking down the knockback coming through from Levin, able to deny the resurrect from Helseth, who's not even on proper ground right now to be able to get a rest. So that was a clutch play from Levin.
Yeah, Helseth gets a good escape there as well himself, and they're popping back over to the mansion. Now, Mancal needs to be very careful about what he's going to do about this. He's away from a lot of his team at the moment, and rank 55 need to pick up this kill on Helseth. They're pushing him so hard, and Helseth does move back over towards the top of that middle point there as well. We do have the single cap. It's going a bit to and fro at the moment. It is more even than we saw in the first 2 games of this series.
It certainly is, as Helseth starts to make his move towards the windmill. And I don't believe Misha has it. He does have a portal out. If it goes anywhere, it goes to his home point. So he needs to get through there. But Frey, oh, he gets there just with 1 tick. Helseth not going to be able to force him off the node by any means, but as Mancal is going to be here. So Misha is confident that Mancal can win that 1v1 now. It might have not worked, like I said, it might have not worked earlier, but he needs his help here at the midpoint. As Texby getting dangerous as well. He's going to be dropped into the downstate. Zan going to be able to find the resurrect for themselves, and they're going to hold on to a 2-cap and might actually be able to come up with the lead here as Draze now going to be bursted down. He's going to be taken to the downstate on the wall there. That Moa from, I believe that, yeah, Misha, of course. Obviously, Misha doing a great job with Moas throughout this series, or at least the last couple of games now, really having a huge impact, as you were saying before.
It's the last couple, literally, like you say, it's the last couple of games. Like, we didn't see the impact of them before. Texby goes down now. We should be able to be quite safe for the rest here. We're not getting too hyped about the Necros getting down because there's a fair chance they're getting back up.
Season 1 PTSD, seriously, with the Mesmer's man. As Texby is going to be dropped again and finally going to be finished off here. Look at the health bars for Denial, just 100% across the board, so they're sitting pretty for this next couple segments. And we're gonna have to see what kind of rotations we have here from rank 55 as Mancal forcing the 1v1 against Helseth. Frey maybe looking to plus this one. Zan's on the way as well, so they're going for the side nodes right here.
Yeah, they're going full on over towards this node. I mean, another thing as well was when Helseth, like Helseth doesn't necessarily need to win the fight over at the windmill, but the switch up from Mancal to Misha as well over towards mid, you know, meant that rank 55 were outnumbered for a little bit of time. So that was a nice little movement earlier from Denial, but we are going to see again Mancal going to downstate. He has been finished off in the end. So rank 55 need to capitalize on the kills, but they're trying to follow up with kills. They're not following up with caps.
This is game point here. For Denial, they've got, rank 55 has to come up with a victory on this map if they don't want to be eliminated from the tournament. So every single movement on their end matters. They don't have any wiggle room whatsoever. They finally get a cap for themselves. They cannot get too far behind here on Battle of Kylo.
Not at all, and Texby is loaded up with the Condis there. He's still got some HP left, but that gets absolutely rinsed. We see a portal as well as we see members coming back through. Nice knockback comes out, and Texby is back up. Levin is a hero, but the thing is Texby goes back down. Zan's in a position to rest, still has Elixir S, but he's going to
charge off the point, though. That's unfortunate because he had the Elixir S to go in for the res. Oh, that's unfortunate. They still find a 2-cap because of rotations, but Zan is going to pop the Elixir S at 100% HP there. Not sure what he was hoping to do because he gave up the cap, so that wasn't necessarily the greatest play coming out there. But regardless, we will have a decap coming out as Levin picks one up for himself. So they're all over the map right now. No one clearly having a massive advantage in the game, like you were talking about, as opposed to game 1 and 2.
And, you know, I think that's important. I think it's very descriptive and good to talk about Zan making a couple of mistakes there, because maybe they all are. They're not as composed as Denial maybe in this game. They've got Rom into the downstate here. They've still got a chance to come back. Only 80 points is 8 minutes into we've got left on the map as well, and they're starting to come back. and with that composure, with that regroup.
Two guys are off the board right now. So, and Helseth's sitting about 75% HP right now against Mancow, who's actually doing a great job against him. And they find a cap for themselves and looking to follow up onto the clock tower. If Mancow can win the 1v1, this 1v1 is huge for him. If he can win this, he doesn't require any help from his teammates, and he might actually even pull Denshi over here, so the team fight's going to be coming towards this way.
I mean, the thing is, if they can pull Denshi over towards Helseth and then have those 3v3s elsewhere, they're going to be able to power through that and actually do very well, because the reliance on Denshi is really, really high. And actually, Denshi is low, and he's in middle of roads here. But look at Helseth. We see the portal move. Nice one over to Windmill, and he's safe. They bring him back into that position, and actually elsewhere, we see Texby go down.
And Zan's not even close to Texby right now. Zan has to be with Texby, otherwise they're not getting a res. There's Mancow can get it, but not like Zan. He's got the Elixir S, he's got the Sneak Shower. He knows that Texby's gone, and they've got to be hip to hip. There's no other way for them to do it. The only reason, like they were talking about on the analyst, the only reason Zan's here on NG is because of the fact they've got the Necromancer, and if he's not with him, he's kind of useless for the most part, as compared to like having an Elementalist. He's not even close to that kind of caliber of healing, as Draze is finally going to be finished off here, but still the 2-cap has persisted for so long for Denial. They built themselves a very good lead.
Yeah, I mean, they need to get around this map a lot quicker than they are right now. They're doing a much better job of getting the kills, but like I said before, they need those caps. And Helseth challenges the far point again, and there's Mancow and Helseth just fighting it out. We're relying upon these rank 55 members to come back into the map here. Look, I mean, I don't even think we're hyping this up as much as we should be, but rank 55 could go out.
They honestly could right here. It's all up to Denial, 170 points away from claiming this game and claiming the series. As once again, Helseth in that 1v1 with Mancow. Interested to see if that's going to be going back in favor of Mancow, but consistently they're plussing it because Helseth, he must be calling for the help or something, because it's not going in his favor, obviously. A cap coming out there for rank 55. The 2-cap, though, for Denial. Definitely, if they hold on to that, I mean, that's game over, Jeffrey.
Indeed. With Rom going down, though, this could be one of the last opportunities for rank 55 Dragons to come back. But look, they almost lose the midpoint by a mistake of just jumping off just for a moment, of course, as well, and seeing stealth and other abilities used to make for that cap to potentially be lost. They have to be so careful now, so close to the end of the game. Frey's low HP as well. He has to bail out. He needs to be taken out by rank 55, and Levin is all over it, and he takes him down as well. Now they need to keep going with these
You were just
kills.
saying, this is the last opportunity they have to get back into this game. They've got the 2-cap. They've got great pressure, numbers around the maps over here at the Windmill. This is it for them. If they don't take this fight within a reasonable time frame, they are going to bombard that mansion point, especially with Frey off respawn. And believe it or not, Misha's not going to be able to last too long over there. As
look at Frey.
Mancow's looking for the decap. Frey is trying to res up here at the clock tower, like you were saying. And if Frey gets back up, that's their only point. That's going to be gone right there. And Frey's going to be able to find that that decap, rather. No, it's going to be Misha back to the midpoint to be able to stop it. They find the kill on Draze as well. And maybe rank 55 Dragons still have some life left, especially if they find the kill onto Denshi there, who gets the rebound at the last second.
It's not too horrible that Frey survived that, but they still needed to take him out after such a long time. And if they were actually able to get back on his body when he'd spent so much time resing, that would have been so great for them.
Exactly.
Then she is just performed onto the cap. They need to hold it contested right now. They're starting to come back. They're doing quite well, but Levin is so low and gets absolutely annihilated over in the mid.
Zan's going in for the res. They get it for themselves. Is it enough to do the deed, though? They're still down over 100 points now with 4:10 on the clock. Looking to cap up clock tower once again. I mean, time could be of it could be a factor. It really could be if they hold a 1-cap for the next couple of minutes. It will be a factor.
Indeed. I mean, I think you even see people moving over towards areas thinking, I think, Denial we're going to win this, but this is a 2-cap for rank 55 Dragons. They're in a strong position in a 5 versus 4. I think people need to get a little bit more excited about this in the studio, because this is the chance they need to come back to take it to another game. This is the World Championships.
Rom grabs the cap over there at the mansion, so it's going to be a close call. If both teams were just not to die, hold on to their caps right now, rank 55. would just barely squeeze by with the W, but Draze taken into the downstage. They've got to finish him off. They have to finish him off right here. But the Resurrect may be coming through. No, there's so much cleave coming out there from Texby and Zan and Levin, but Levin going to be dropped in the downstage. Can they follow up with the stomp? Frey's trying for it. Frey gets the stomp and gets Draze back up out of the downstate, and that could be the nail in the coffin as Texby getting so low. He's going to be taken into the downstate, and one minor mistake, Jebra, one minor mistake there could have sealed it, as they will hold on to the mansion, maybe, but this is all about getting back to those other 2 points. And we already see Hellseth looking for a decap, but the clock down, Misha gets onto it with one tick remaining.
Yeah, that's it, mate. I mean, you know, if they can hold it, just for the respawns, they're not going to be able to hold on to Windmill, but they need at least one cap to make sure they don't get such a massive lead. Misha is slow to going down, but look at the portal. Oh, this is a great movement over to Mansion. They get the decap themselves, and this is where rank 55 are powerful.
They're not out of this yet. They are not out of this yet, as Rom will find a cap at the Mansion, but Mancow taken down at the midpoint. They're forced to stealth them up. They're forced to give up that cap. That means that rank 55 have to win another fight, because at one cap apiece, clearly it's not going to be, they're not going to win with it. 2:15 on the clock. They've got to find a decap over there at the Windmill or clean up shop at Clock Tower as soon as they can, especially with Draze in the downstate. They could very well do it here as Hellseth makes his move over towards, no, he's going to portal, looking to portal for something here. And
I'm about to lose it because Denshi has gone down as well. Look at Hellseth, he's so low, and Texby is doing work on mid. He's doing so much pressure to these guys. This could be a great time for them to come back. 1, 2, 3 down.
419, 368 health there as Texby doesn't quite finish him up. Hellseth has blink up in 1 second. He's going to be able to get to safety. Frey super lower on the map. The 2 cap coming out here for rank 55 Dragons as it's 447, 398, 130 left here in the game, and they lose the 2 cap. That is going to hurt.
What are you doing to me, boys? Come on. What are they, like Mansion we've got open at the moment as well. Hellseth is still very low, but Misha gets in an awkward position, trying to be too offensive there. They cannot take such big risks at this time of the game.
He gets back up, though. He gets back up. They have to get a 2 cap. Remember the clock.
No, he's down. He's out. He's
65 seconds. Hellseth is in the downstate as well. And
it should be fine here.
Jebro, I don't know. No. 32 points away. Can they get Hellseth back up? No, that's not going to be the case. But they still hold on to that cap with under a minute left in this game. I don't even think they can win at this point.
Yeah, they need to team up on Windmill. 40 seconds. It's not. I don't think this is going to happen. Levin in the downstate as well. This has got to be so painful for these guys.
And they're looking for a decap. Misha's trying to get it. But Frey stealthed up. He was so close to getting the decap, but they can't allow the kill coming out through. 30 seconds remaining. Can they win the game? They've got the 2 cap for themselves. They got to get a decap. They got to get Frey off the point right now. Can they do it? He's in the downstate with 20 seconds left. They should be able to come up with enough points. Can they do it right now, Jebba? They still hold on to the point because Draze's here. They're 8 points away from getting the win. 12 seconds on the clock. Can they get it? I don't think that rank 55
Oh my God, Joe! It's happened! The dream for rank 55 Dragons
it's not gonna happen.
In. No, it's not going to happen. They didn't get any more kills.
Esports, 495, 487. Moving into the grand finals, and look at Ron, hands on the head, relieved that there's a 15-minute timer.
I literally, that mistake there by me, not looking at the timer there, as I was so hyped about the rest of the game.
Look at the point spread. The point spread. Almost every single person from rank 55 had more points on the board. Of course, it just goes kind of factor of how many decaps, how many kills there are around the map. And rank 55 Dragons being eliminated there 3-1. And those last 2 games are honestly exactly what we expected from this tournament. From the series, rather.
I mean, it was in the end, yeah, indeed. Going all out, but just absolutely breathtaking games there from rank 55. So unlucky towards the end. Just some of those mistakes as they were towards the Mansion point as well, and they lost Misha. They lost some of that momentum to really get. That's how vital it is with these teams. How small mistakes are so punishing.
I don't know. I've never been so worked up about a single game before.
Yeah. I need some water, probably.
What a finish from Denial, and poor rank 55, heartbreaking loss. They probably, most teams, a lot of them don't even look at this. Look at the clock.
Yeah,
and
they really don't.
Like, you really don't for the most part. The only times you do is like Temple to Silent Storm. Yeah. So if it comes down to that, they're probably like, what? The game's over.
Yeah.
They had to have
they were
been.
on that hype train, you know,
Yeah.
that we're coming back exactly like I was towards the end of that game. But it was just not meant to be for these guys. And Denial, bang, we're in the final.
They're moving down to the finals for the second tournament in a row now, and they await their opponent between Vermillion and Astral Authority. That's the next semifinal we have coming your way. What are you thinking about who's coming out of that?
I don't know today anymore, mate. I don't know. I think I've predicted that it's going to be Vermillion versus Denial in the final, and I'm going to stick with that because with Vermillion looking at them in the first series, how important that practice was. Can you imagine if they had that other seed and they were in the semi-final already, you know? And they're in a different position. They needed that practice today, and they came together in that first round, and they did quite good. So I'm looking forward to that match, but I think it could be a Vermillion series.
It really could be either of those guys, but you know they're going to have to go up against the powerhouse Denial Esports, who have already had their share of heart attacks throughout that last game. It looked like they had it, man, but it looked like Rank 55 Dragons had the comeback. Honestly, if they had gotten those stomps on Drazi and Frey, like 5-10 seconds earlier, they would have won. We would be looking at a Forest of Niflhel game number 5 and a thrilling end to the series. But nonetheless, Denial moving on there after a 3-1 victory, and we're going to be able to send it down to the stage to hear what they have to say about that one.
All right, thank you very much, guys. We are here, of course. To my left, we have Rom victorious in that, moving on into the grand final. Forget everything else that went on in that series. I want you to talk us through that very last game because that was pretty intense.
Yeah, I don't think it would be valid to the game that I talk it through. It won't really reflect. But it was a really harsh game. Like, they came back strong, you know. It was typical 55. They analyze and they come back, you know. And I really admire that gameplay, you know. This time we were saved by the bell, literally the timer. And if it had gone on for a bit more, it was their game. But yeah, I feel, of course, good, very good to have faced these opponents.
Well, of course, you now move on into the grand final, anticipating to face off against either Vermillion or Astral Authority. I want to ask you, one, who would you rather play? And then kind of going forwards, are you scared of either of them in this going into the final?
No, I don't think that I prefer one of them. I really think that any of those teams we can handle. With our proper gameplay and with our mood and routine, I think we can actually take these finals.
All right, well, thank you very much, Rom. Good luck going on into the finals. We actually have a very special little change up here going on. We're actually talking to Levin as well from Rank 55 Dragons, one of our previous world champions here in Guild Wars 2. Got to ask you about that final game here. Obviously, it was so down to the wire. If you guys have had just a few more seconds on the clock, you guys would have been able to take it. So what was the feeling like over there in the camp of Rank 55?
Oh, it was really good. The whole last game, because we finally felt as we come back after we choked a lot in the first 2 games. We took a pretty good third game, and we felt pretty good going into the fourth game. It was pretty intense. We had really good team fights, and all went forth and back, and it was really intense till the last second. It was definitely, losing sucks, but it was definitely a good team. It was definitely a good game nonetheless.
Going into the next semi-final, I just kind of want to pick your brains a little bit between Astral Authority and Vermillion. Obviously, you're very familiar with Vermillion being from the European scene. Who do you think is going to kind of come out on top there and move into the grand final?
We already saw Vermillion playing earlier against PZ, and we saw that if they play to their full potential, then they play. They can play ridiculously strong. They were swim partners through the whole practice for World Championships. And I think... I'm pretty sure they can play a lot better than they even perform now. And I think if they play to their full potential, they're definitely going to win against Astral Authority.
Well, thank you very much, both of you. In fact, good luck in the finals, obviously. Commiserations, unfortunately, Levin, as I'm sure we'll see more of you in 2017. Right. For now, though, there you go, boys. Of course, join us after the break when we have our next semi-final coming up here for the Guild Wars 2 Grand Finals. It will, of course, be Vermillion going up against Astral Authority. The final North American team defends their honor here in the World Championship. Welcome back to the ESL studios here in Burbank, California for the Guild Wars 2 World Championship for 2016 as we're about to go into our next semi-final of the day. But before we do that, of course, once again, and as always, I am joined by two professional aficionados of this video game, and of course, Mr. Baby Thumbs over at the very end in Hurix. And overall, let's talk previously about those two last maps, or even one, two last maps that we actually saw there from rank 55 and Denial, of course. And of course, one thing that really stood out over on Temple was the fact that that 6 cap, which we very rarely get to say, actually came out there. So they were able to do pretty well. But it looks like we're going to take a look, of course, here at Kylo to start things off.
Yeah, so this was an important point in the match where 55, they actually portaled out very cleverly in order to try to save themselves. But Denial, they basically took the fight as a result of that. And this was, pretty much the case for this game. They were slowly pulling ahead, just winning the fights, denying them, defending their points.
Yeah, overall, it really came down to the wire here on Kylo. And obviously, seeing Denial do as well as they did, it wasn't without bumps, though, I would say, Hurix, right?
Absolutely, and speaking of bumps, my prediction, incredibly wrong, but there's reasons for that.
That's right, it was almost reversed entirely.
It was reversed entirely. It was exactly a 500 to 200 but on the other side. Yeah, exactly.
Well done, well done.
But there was reasons for that, like they used the NG and very, very intelligently, they used Zan to kind of create these isolated 2v2s, 3v3s, and that way they could get more value out of that NG, because without that like really persistent cleave that you get from those team fights, the NG has a lot more value in those engagements.
And Sinjin, as much as we did see Denial Esports be victorious and move on in game number 3 there on Temple, you rightly predicted that it was one of the harder maps for Denial Esports. Again, can you kind of run us through why it is such a difficult map for them in these certain situations?
Yeah, it's basically what Hurix said, that they kind of got Denial into those smaller fights, 2v2s, 3v3s, and that's when the strength of NG comes. You don't have the same amount of cleave power when you're only 3 people. You kind of need a support from the whole team, just like minor details like distortion from Mesmer to help the Rev be able to cleave freely without getting CC'd. Also, just putting down healing well to clear the weakness. Just minor details that will change the fights.
So, of course, I mean, moving on to Game 4 and just kind of briefly glazing over it again here. Subcutie, you must have been in many a situation as a professional player where you get to these very, very down-to-the-wire situations. What can that do to, like, a player's mentality, especially, like, on a grand stage like this?
Yeah, I mean, when you're in the moment and it's super close, it can be hard to maintain focus. One thing that a lot of players will mention is that the first time playing on stage, it's hard to think, and this can actually return when you're in situations like that, where you just go on autopilot and you're just playing the game and you're not sure what you're doing and you're confused and everybody's yelling at each other, and so it takes a lot of coordination for a team to properly, stay on the same page and really, pull through a fight together.
All right, so, yeah, this is just kind of coming to the very conclusion here of our segment. Watching these two teams trying to duke it out here on the final map with Denial Esports moving on, very much so, in an impressive fashion into the grand final. So looking at a potential repeat world championship performance here, because I think that's fair. I don't think, has that ever happened unless it was Astral Authority in the past? I don't think even Astral Authority did it.
We've never seen any team actually come to a LAN and win 2 consecutive. We've never seen that. In the finals, yes, but not winning 2 consecutive. So this could potentially be a first, and I know that they've been talking about that a lot in their interviews and everything like that, and I know they're excited to maybe make that a possibility for sure. So.
Yeah, all right. Well, of course, coming up in just a little bit will be our next semi-final. It will be our first showing of Astral Authority, which we'll get into in just a little bit. And then Vermillion, of course, with their first series of the day. It wasn't quite the clean sweep that we've been seeing from Denial so far or whatever, but Vermillion were able to put up a good performance in their first series. Who on Vermillion, for you, Hurix, like really stands out as one of the big playmakers for the team?
Honestly, I feel like I'm probably alone on this one, but I really feel like it's got to be Alcor. I mean, he's always jumping in and making those big plays to make sure that he's getting to the support to his teammates, because if you think about it, they don't run that Elementalist. They basically have to fall back on Alcor at all times for that support in the fights. Outside of the reses, it's all on him.
Yeah, but at the same time, like Astral is not playing the same comp as Denial or Rank 55, so that's the thing. You don't have the same amount of cleave and you don't have the same amount of damage.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing with them is that they're going to have to try to deal with the Thief if it does wind up coming out. And given the fact that, you know, they're going to be able to create kills very easily, yeah, the Inchi's going to be able to res, but that cleave, that's going to come out of that, because we know Nas is very likely to be running that Necromancer. And now, if he didn't know about it already, he knows about it now, but I'm sure he already knew about it, about that counter for that res. And they're going to have that up their sleeve, so...
Yeah, they got to be looking out for it for sure going into this next semi-final. We're just waiting a few moments before we actually do get into that semi-final. Of course, the team's getting ready on the stage and getting ready for things. Make sure to tweet at us with the hashtag GW2WC, as well as you can join in with the conversation over on the Twitterverse, which is always important. Make sure you predict who you think is going to actually win throughout not only this series, but also upcoming in the grand final, potentially when we figure out who's actually won this series, because we don't really know just yet. Which will be nice. But judging what we've seen from Astral Authority during the qualifiers, what do you think are their prospects here? Not only, I would say, in this series, but also in this tournament. Have they looked a little bit shaky, or have they kind of found themselves a place? What do you think, guys?
I think I'm probably going to be siding with Sind here that, you know, Astral, the fact that they have a Thief, the fact that they have a competent and very talented Thief, I think is a big, big factor in their ability to potentially take this, because the thing is a lot of teams, I mean, basically no team really have that up their sleeve. No team is really doing that, especially not at the performance level that Toker can. So that's a huge factor. A lot of these teams are running the Mesmer, and Astral isn't going to do it. So it's really going to come down to that Mesmer versus the Thief and how Toker is able to perform.
I also think a lot of stuff comes down to how well Toker will play. Like a lot of the weight is on his shoulders.
Yeah, and of course, let's take a look now at Astral Authority, our first team coming into this semi-final, and their first showing and performance on the main stage here. I've been with Astral Authority now for quite a while. Previously, the Abjured, if you remember that name. Of course you do here in America. Of course you do around the world, because they dominated for oh so long. Subcutie, I've got to ask, is something like not having a Mesmer available to them something that hurts them in this tournament? What do you think?
So that's something that a lot of people have been talking about. I mean, like, is Mesmer a core? Do you need it? And I think of all the teams, Astral will be the one to, you know, prove and show that you don't need a Mesmer on your team. I mean, Toker, he's ready. He's going to come out, you know, if he's playing Thief.
Yeah.
You know, if there's going to be a team, we're going to see it here.
All right, well, of course, arguably the most accomplished roster of all time here in Guild Wars 2 history. Let's take a look at Astral Authority.
Astral playing this off really, really well with everybody going pretty low. Look at Java here, dropped into the downstage.
So this is the biggest tournament that Guild Wars 2 has seen yet to date. The mindset we're in coming into this World Championship is great because of the advantage we get from being the top seed in A.
We get to bypass the first round to the semifinals, and this gives us an easier shot to the grand finals. I think our team being together for almost 2 years has contributed a lot to our success.
We know each other very well. Like, sometimes we don't even need to communicate and we'll know what each other will do. Our synergy is extremely high when it comes to just general gameplay. I'm a support player primarily. I mostly run the revive utility for our team. Wakey is the main healer for our team. He primarily plays Elementalist and has dabbled in other roles as well too, like Backpoint with Dragon Hunter. Our other teammate, Toker, he is most proficient at a high damage, high risk, high reward carry role. He plays Thief and Revenant to the highest tier possible. Phantaram is a brilliant multi-classer. He can nail everything pretty well and fill the holes in the team. And our final player, Nos, is an extraordinary Necromancer, one of the most experienced, if not the most experienced Necromancer that has ever played the game. We don't crowd the audio between us very much with useless information. Everything we say is useful, and we don't try to shout commands too often. It's more we just say information and we expect us all to do the correct move.
We don't know who we'll face. It'll either be Team PZ or Team Vermillion.
We think there's not a whole lot of variety that these two teams could throw at us, so we're prepared for what either one could do.
Our expectation as the top North American seed is to get to the finals and fight whoever makes it of the European side.
The team formerly known as TCG, now Denial Esports, has extremely strong individual players, and I think my team can match that.
Rank 55 Dragons. We fought them a few times at LAN events. They're really tough teams, and we've had some of the closest matches we've ever had against them.
We expect to represent North America in the finals. That's our expectation. That is a bare minimum of what is acceptable for us.
They've been a cohesive unit for years and years here. Astral Authority previously at the Abjured, looking to take to the stage and looking for the victory here against Vermillion. I've got to ask, I mean, they highlighted it as well there. The Noskok has been a necromancer throughout almost all metas. He's transcended the meta, to be honest with you, when it comes to him playing that necromancer and always being kind of a playmaker. Now, when you see all of the focus being on these necromancers from the European teams and doing oh so well, is that going to be able to put them in a good position moving forwards here?
Yeah, no, transcending is the right word. I mean, he was playing Necro and making it meta when it wasn't meta on NA. I mean, we would reach out to EU. I would talk to Denshin and be like, what do you guys do against Necro? And he's like, we don't have a problem with Necro over here. And we're like, what do we do? We have Nos over here. So, I think that he's really going to be a powerful force for Astral today.
And of course, on the other side of this match, let's take a look at Vermillion as well, a team that was able to dispatch of their opponents in their previous series, 3-1 in Team PZ. Of course, though, Astral Authority did beat PZ during their qualifying run, so let's see how that stacks up. Overall, guys, once again, Hurix, you pointed out Alcor as one of your main kind of focuses. Sin, do you have somebody in particular that you look out for here in Team Vermillion?
I actually think it's Curve who's the better player in Vermillion, and it's going to be a lot on his shoulders to carry. Like, the Mesmer role is so important for your team. Like, you have to be a good Mesmer. You have to land the Moss, you have to use your portal correctly, and you have to involve your team with it. Otherwise, it's not going to work out.
All right, I think we briefly actually went over some with you, SubQT, some of the Mesmers here that are about, and I think you may have mentioned Curve, but if you did, can you reiterate again what you think of him as a player on that Mesmer?
I honestly don't know a ton about Curve. In my eyes, it's kind of like you've got your Health Death, you've got your Misha, and then on NA you've got your Zromis and myself. And then Curve is kind of like the guy in EU who's like gonna beat you with, and you don't know. Right. But obviously, he's been on Vermillion for a while now, and so I think, once again, he's totally, within the realm of the top Mesmers.
Yeah.
I think, honestly, when it comes to a Mesmer role, as you were talking about, it definitely comes from being able to command the field. And if you have full control over where your portals are going, who should be going in those, it all comes down to vocalization. And that's something we're going to be able to see right here in this matchup. And it's going to come down to, I believe, Curve is definitely going to have some impact if he's able to vocalize those strategies.
Yeah, it's going to be impactful for sure here. Going up against, again, Astral Authority that is so well-oiled. I mean, to lend a comment from Denial Esports saying, they're a well-oiled machine. Likewise, I would say so is Astral Authority when it comes to the North American scene. So, boys, I'm going to ask you 4 predictions going into this series for our semi-final. He's shaking your head as if you really don't know which way it's going to go. So we're going to start with you, Hurix.
I'm going to say, not knowing the maps that we're going into, okay. I'm going to say it's going to be 3-1 to Astral. I think Vermillion is pretty good at adapting. I think they're going to find themselves a map. But I do think that Astral, with the Thief, I think that's going to surprise Vermillion. I don't think they're going to be able to adapt fast enough or often enough to be able to combat that.
SubQT?
I'm going to have to more or less go with 3-2 in favor of Astral.
I think Astral has never been as bad right now as they have ever been, because I was scrimming with Denial. I stepped in for some scrims, and they were performing really, really poorly. So I think it's going to be 3-1 to Vermillion.
All right.
But to be fair, there were some moments where Denial was even making 55 look like a bad team, when we all know that's not true. So, I mean, looking at it from a scrim perspective, you never know, and they could have been trying new stuff out too and doing different strategies, so it's hard to call from that.
Fair play, fair play. Well, overall, I think one thing that to really highlight here is that casting our minds back to the Season 1 Pro League, I believe it was Astral Authority that was able to knock out Vermillion, and Vermillion was looking for revenge coming into this World Championship against them in the semi-final. We are done for here. Thank you very much, boys. I'll check in with you throughout the series. For now, though, we're heading over to the commentary team. It will be Jebro and Storm once again to bring you our second semi-final.
Thank you very much, guys. And it seems, Jebro, like the kind of wild card is, knowing whether or not that Vermillion can take care of a thief moving into this matchup here.
Yeah, I mean, it's so key that they take care of him because Magic Toka has been one of those highlights. Ever since I can remember casting those boys, Magic Toka has always been that hype player, the man to take care of. But it's similar for Astral Authority. They need to make sure they're taking care of the Mesmer. And that's going to be the key difference. If Vermillion are successful with their Mesmer, they might be able to just cope with Toka in another way in terms of rotations and out-rotating if they can deal with that.
It's certainly true. And Toka, hands down, is the most accomplished thief in the North American region ever. And definitely continuing on that today, as it looks like he is going to be on the thief, and I'm expecting some interesting some things, because a couple of these guys on classes we didn't see from them in the qualifiers, so definitely making some changes up here. Why don't you run me through what we have from Astral?
I mean, there's a feeling of confidence from Astral we maybe haven't seen for a while. Now, we have to remember as well that these guys haven't really picked much up since they even became Astral Authority as well. So that's something to note. So as we have a look at the team, Phantom is going to be picking up that Revenant, of course, going for Devastation, Invocation, and for Herald. The power of him is going to be so important. He's going to be looking for those kills. Wakey is going to be playing on the Elementalist. Of course, we've seen him in this role so many times, so confident in terms of his support and his power, taking his team through those fights. Astral Nos is going to be playing Necro. What else is he going to be playing today? As we go over his builds, he's going to be going for Blood Magic, Spite, and Reaper here. Astral Toka, he's going to be going for the Thief, so it's important to have a look at his build as we go over to Deadly Arts, Trickery, and to Daredevil here. But he's not going to be going for the Staff, he's going to be going for Shortbow, obviously with Dagger and the Pistol, so very different to Oron's build earlier in the day. And Chafe, the real, not surprised, because a lot of people know that he's been playing Druid, especially on streams, but they're not going for that power res that comes out from the scrap.
On the side of Vermillion, I'm not really expecting anything different from what we saw from them earlier, as Alcor going to be bringing out the Dolyak and Menders. Nothing changing up really in the trades. Triffin going to be on Retribution, pretty much to deal with Toker there. He's going to be taking Rune of Surging and Marauder Amulet for himself. RG on the Engineer here with the Hammer, running with Leadership and Paladins. Nothing too crazy again in those traits for himself. Curve going to be on the Mesmer, running with Rune of the Sunless and Carry-On Amulet, and Snowball is going to be on that Necromancer with Scavenging. Carry-On going to be taking that Spite, Curses, and Reaper. And something to really note is the other teams, what they've played and what you see from Astral, right? So all the other teams that had the Necromancer combo, the combo is, of course, the Necromancer Engineer. So they've got Wakey for that, but it's less Resurrect power in a way, but it's a lot more healing power. So there's some trade-offs in that, but they're hoping Toker can have way more pressure so that they can't really do those stomps, because they're being so pressured so hard by Toker and Phantom. So I'm curious to see what we're going to be having in our second semifinal between Astral Authority and Vermillion. Winner taking on Denial Esports in the grand final after this. Let's take a look at some opening splits, as Astral Authority going with the what seems to be the NA norm. They're not going to be heading to that home point right away. They're going to be stealthing up and looking for an early burst play.
Yeah, something similar as well from the boys over on, obviously, not sure about this move at the moment, but all stealthed. Again, those stealth plays, they're a lot more frequent at the moment, and trying to pick up that early kill. Triffin jumps onto Phantom here as well, as the two Revenants kind of duke it out as we see people start to disperse and get into those fights. Also, Alcor obviously going for that cap over on the far point.
And already Phantom is going to be one of those primary targets. We see the Mo coming out onto Nas. Phantom taking a little bit more damage than Nas right now, but Nas is definitely the go-to guy for Vermillion's damage. I mean, you have to get on the Necromancer, and it's going to be turned right back around onto Snowball. Look at the Connie bomb coming out from Nas onto him. He doesn't have a whole lot to deal with it. A little bit of Shroud, but isn't enough. Now Nas being turned on by Snowball. He's going to be taken into the downstate here. Well being dropped on top of him. I believe he dropped his own well, as Alcor actually gets him back up into the fight. And that's what they're talking about. Alcor is a big player for these guys.
Yeah, man. I mean, look at the moment. And the thing is, even though the Thief is in such a big team fight situation, he needs to take advantage of the fact that he can move around the map quickly. quickly, he can now go over to Waterfall, which is exactly what he's doing, and get that decap and bring his team back into this. But when they're involved in such a big team fight, he can't do much other than get those decap. He can get in there, get the kill on the side. But yeah, they're doing quite well at the moment. Still, you know, low
It's
scoring
going to be taken into the downstate there. Shade coming out with the stealth. They're going to try and get it back up. Is there enough cleave? No. They get Connie bombed in the process. Look at the Connie's taking a Nas going to be dropped. Once again, Curve going in for the stop. He should be able to grab it for himself, but no, he's able to get away. Shade going in for the res. There's 3 guys down for Astral. Toker very low as well. Fanaram surely going to be following as well. And 2 of them on the run. Fanaram trying to get out of this one, but fight 1 for Vermillion. Great start to this game.
I don't think this team fighting is going to work for Astral Authority at all.
No,
you know, they
not.
need to get into smaller skirmishes where the thief can be a thief. He needs to decap, he needs to +1.
They've got
Vermillion are playing it, good game here.
They've got to play those 3 points. Toker has to have something to decap. He's not going to do fantastic in these team fights. It's just not the way of the thief. And already a 2-cap coming out for Vermillion. And you know, I talked to these guys earlier the other day. I overheard them talking about it. And they were talking about thief, and they knew that Toker was going to play thief. What else would he play? Revenant, then they would have issues with their composition. So they knew he'd be on the thief, right? So they had talked about their rotations with Toker. They knew how to deal with him. Yeah. And I don't think a whole lot of people realize that they definitely know they're going up against a thief, so they're going to prepare against a thief.
Free cap right now from Vermillion, who at the start of the day were getting absolutely decimated by Team PZ.
Oh,
they are conquering these guys in this first game.
There's the portal bomb coming out there from Curve, trying to follow up onto Nas, who might actually be forced back into his base right now. Look how aggressive they are right here, Jebro. And it's all Vermillion in the opening minutes.
Yeah, I mean, they're being cautious as well. Look, they're just hanging around the quarry. This is so reminiscent of Season 2 at the moment, but they need to be careful as Snowball drops into the downstate, and they need to get on his body straight away. Alcor comes out of nowhere and comes in for the res, and that's fantastic play. Curve dips away from the fight as well, and we see Distortion coming out, so the Mesmer provides some extra support from afar, and they rinse it back onto Nos. He's back up though, and Astral Authority are back on those reses, and they're doing a great job, but they have 0 points on the map as we're almost 4 minutes into the game.
And an issue with Vermillion earlier on today was the fact that Snowball was too aggressive. He didn't know when to pull back, and they seem to have figured that out now. They figured it out in the last couple of games that they won against Team PC. Snowball down once again. RG and Curve in the area. They should be able to follow up on this. Toker is now in the area, so this is going to get a little hectic for both teams. This is a full-on 5v5 with Snowball down, though, so a 5v4. Toker's in this fight. He can afford to be in an outnumbered fight right now. They're going to force him all the way back off of this. Hope that Snowball is back up into the fight before that next team fight starts to emerge.
Yeah, I mean, at least they've got them pushed so far, but they need to bail out quicker. They need to think about keeping their teammates up, and if Astral Authority are able to, you know, get those kills, roll 1 by 1, they're going to be able to snowball into this map and come back quite easily. So Vermillion needs to be cautious. Toker could get caught here. He does go to the downstate, and that should be an easy kill potentially.
Speaking of Snowball, Snowball's back up in the fight now. Continuum Rift coming out there into the Mo. I don't think it quite connected on anybody, but there's so much cleave as Toker's down, chased down. Fanaram maybe gonna follow, gets cleansed. He actually cleanses the, I believe he had Torment on him right there. That would have actually taken him down had he kept running, but was able to cleanse it. Look at Snowball. He's not letting him go anywhere. He's not going to make it out of there alive. And this is Vermillion again turning it around, putting them on their backs right now, and taking it to them because they're going to come out with a 2-cap, more than likely a 3-cap off of this, especially if RG continues to pressure over here at the quarry. RG being careful because Toker is in the roads. And Toker, a threat they haven't had to deal with. They haven't actually scrimmed against Jebro, but clearly they're dealing with it pretty well.
I mean, this is a massive game in this tournament tonight. You know, this series is so important to get into the final. To that money, the difference is absolutely amazing, and they're doing a fantastic job at the moment. Let's remember previous tournaments where they've gone against, you know, where they have been up against Astral Authority before. We know that Temple game, but today looks like they're very strong today. Full HP into the map. They've got the cap underway, and they're on the quarry.
They're going for the gate, to be honest. They don't want people to be able to get away. And that's something that Vermillion has to realize, and they definitely are doing a great job with it, is that they can't, when they get a 3-cap or even a 2-cap, they can't always expect to hold on to that. They're going to expect that they're not going to allow for the other team to get the cap, but with Toker roaming around the map, they can't keep up with them. They actually cannot, especially with Curve's limited portals. He's using those for the right moments rather than just the Toker decap, because Toker can come back at any point. So they're doing a good job with that, and They hold almost a 200-point lead with 8:45 left on the clock here as Snowball taken into the downstate. So is Nos, but the stomp finally coming through. Snowball, the only person to have died. What's going on with him?
I mean, look at yeah, I know, man. But look at the rest of the map. See, Alcor did not come into that fight to support the team. He's gone for a different decision. While Snowball is respawning, he's got himself a 2-cap. He's almost doing a thief's job at the moment, getting caps around the map, being quite mobile, and that's the benefit of the Druid. As the rest of the Vermillion team hold them, they can sustain because Toka can't get involved in these massive team fights because he's gonna jump into some cleave somewhere.
There's no better feeling than you being the one that dies, and then you look at the scoreboard, your team still manages to hold on to it. Yeah, right. So, like, honestly, he's like, all right, well, we're still doing it right now. We still have the graveyard. We're denying them any point income whatsoever. 30 points to Astral's name right now, who are just unable to find an answer for Vermillion. They finally get that quarry node, Jeffro. But what do you think about them trying to get back into this game?
Pushing out from Quarry now and with the downstay on Snowball once again, you'd think that they'd be able to push mid in their favor. But look, this is something that Denial were doing earlier. They still push back. They're saying they're not going to retreat. They're going to take out another member instead. And Nos should be there. No. Actually, Chafe is going to be completely annihilated. And if he was playing Engineer there, he probably would have got him out.
Yeah, Wakey forced to retreat. They do grab the graveyard, but at what cost? I mean, they lost Nos, they lost Chafe.
Yeah.
And I'm really curious to see if they're going to be able to come back into this. I mean, it's going to be a very uphill battle, especially with Vermillion taking the 2-cap here. You got to wonder about the composition that Astral has chosen.
Yeah, I was thinking exactly the same thing, my friend. I think in that situation, I think Chafe needs to play to his strengths. I think he just needs to go to Scrapper, and they need to think about if they need to go for a Druid today.
I was about to say the same thing. His strength is the Scrapper. I mean, there's not a whole lot.
He's awesome, dude.
Exactly. There's not a whole lot that compares to it in terms of, but they've been practicing this clearly. I mean, they're confident with it, but it's just not working. So you move over to the second game. It's not quite over, but a 3-cap for Vermillion really hurting them here as we see Wakey about to be going down in the roads. Nos going to be following as well. They're so spread out right now. Look at where they are around the map. There's no chance you're going to come back with that, but you got to think of moving over to Forest and Niflhell for our game number 3, and then of course we're going to be hitting Temple of the Silent Storm for game 3. When is the right time to change up the composition?
They need to do it next game, in my opinion. They can't screw around with this. I don't think Chafe is playing the same position as a Druid would normally play. He's playing more of a team fight role as well at the moment. Now he's on a singular point, but they're still losing members, and that's because they need to get the cap and they need to move into the map. I really think that his power is the supportive role going on to that Scrapper, and with the Elementalist as well, maybe they don't need that Druid. But the thing is, it feels like they almost can't change enough up because Vermillion are doing so well at the moment. It's so aggressive. How much of the game have we seen them over on this quarry node? So much. That's a confidence I don't think we've seen in Vermillion in a tournament before.
Well, a 300-point lead now. 382 to 82 there with 5:20 left on the clock. It's Snowball going to be bursted down by Fanaram. Not like they're going to be able to do a lot. Maybe Snowball getting pretty low. They probably going to be able to get it back up. They've got all their guys here at this point. So if Snowball goes down, he surely is going to get back up as Fanaram able to get his shield block off. He's going to be taken into the downstate now. And like you said, they can't really afford to team fight with Toker. Like, they can't have a 5v5 team fight. It's not going to go, like, they've got a little bit more heal potential with Wakey on the Elementalist because of, obviously Vermillion doesn't have one, but they've got a Thief, and the Thief doesn't really thrive in this place.
Yeah, I mean, at all, and they're just forcing them in it all the time, and Astral Euphoria being sucked in again and again. Okay, look, here's Snowball goes down again, prime example, bang, straight back up. What have they got to get this man up? They've got Elixir S, they have Sneak Gyro, they have the Function Gyro, they have the Sustain in their team, and also the damage and the distortion.
I mean, as soon as we see Nos go down, no one from Astral they don't follow up to get the Resurrect. When we see Snowball go down, everybody is on top of him, and that's just, I don't know, we haven't seen that Astral for a long time, to be honest.
No, we haven't.
We really haven't, and a lot of it to do with the meta as well. I mean, the last time we saw such dominance was when they were all on their best classes and they could skill anybody on their class. And
I think they're right, yeah.
That's definitely showing right here as Vermillion just going to ride this one out on the caps alone. Forget about the Lord. They've got the gate down. Doesn't matter. Joker going to try for a decap. RG should be able to get here with Rocket Jump. Not even going to need it, so...
This is an absolute trouncing. This is an absolute destruction. I mean, next game, this game is over. This game is done. I feel like Chafe, and this is not me saying that, you know, he's an awful player or anything, but like in terms of what the Scrapper is going to offer them, I just feel like you remember those top players from back in the day, the big tournaments, where there's the Moa throw and all these different things, how powerful he can be.
I mean, I think you're doing it wrong if you go into the World Championship with only one team composition in mind. So I'm assuming they're going to have something else they can fall back on if they really feel like they want to. Because if it was, you know, if they put up 300, 350, that's a different story here.
Yeah.
But they're looking at 150 to end this game, which is not even close to a close game for them. So they're going to have to change up something.
They've just not had any push at all into Vermillion's side of the map. They've got Waterfall, but they've been pinned down into Quarry yet again. And Toko's not been able to be effective, like you said earlier, you know?
501-144 is Vermillion taking a commanding game one on Legacy of the Faux-Fire. We're going to be heading over to the Forest of Niflhel for game two. Of course, I feel like given that you know 144 for Astral, regardless of whether they swap up compositions or anything, heading over to Forest. Forest is a map that allows for a little bit closer games sometimes, as opposed to a Legacy game. So that's the general thought process of you can't snowball as hard.
Yeah, exactly. You're right. So maybe we will see that potential closer game. They're not even loaded into the map yet, which is interesting in itself, just because, you know, wondering about potential change. And whether or not even like thinking about the Thief, is it going to be viable here? Because they have a tactic for this at the moment. They're drawing them into these big team fights. When they're doing so, Alcor is kind of moving around the map, trying to get some caps, some decaps as well, even risking losing Snowball to the point where they're pushing them so far to their spawn that Snowball's back off respawn, coming into the map, they can retreat, regroup, and push again. And they kept doing it over and over. So it's, I don't know. Not sure about this Thief comp at the moment.
Yeah, I'm not really a huge fan of it. I mean, at least given the last performance, maybe it can work, maybe it doesn't. Maybe they could come out with some wins.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just not. Maybe it's not even the Thief. I don't even think it was the Thief that game. Like Toker was still trying to get decaps. It's just building it around it and making sure the rest of your team composition can compensate for when you're not there. And I mean, they can't focus. They've got to play the 3-point strategy. They have to let Toker do his thing. Otherwise, it's not going to be working for him here.
No. So we'll see whether or not they can do that on this map. I mean, Forest is different as well, like you said. So maybe like we have to give them this next game to, we've got the hand warmers and everything for these boys. They're getting pro. Obviously, we're at this stage in Guild Wars 2 PvP with a massive prize pool in the semi-finals of the World Championship. Moving on from this, the team that will win this series is going to grab himself a ton of cash.
And I've just been told that actually Chase will be making the swap to the Engineer for that game too. So he is going to be changing over, and I think that's the right move for them. I think you got to go to that comfort pick 100%. There's no doubt in my mind. Like, if you get dominated that bad, you go to your best class. There's no doubt about it.
Because it's like, you know, and I think it's something that, you know, Never Lucky took on board in a way themselves. You know, we cannot play at the meta classes as well as these other guys. So we have to bring something different. But okay, they are strong. He is strong on Scrapper. Bring the rezzing power. Screw the Druid, take him out, and maybe no one else is going to pick him up. Maybe Fanta is, and maybe Toker is going to go back onto Rev, and they'll switch things up that way, which probably would do them better.
It's going to be interesting to see what they are going to do, because we know Fanarim has some Ranger experience in the past.
Definitely.
So maybe he can be making the swap. Wakey played all 6 of their games in the qualifier on Guardian. So he's got Wakey is honestly, to me, he's the best North American multi-classer there is. He's always been. He was one of the most dominant warriors back years ago. One of the most dominant elementalists, and honestly, he could be one of the most dominant guardians for all we know. But we only saw 6 games of it, and it wasn't even a hassle in the qualifier for them. They made it look easy.
Yeah, right. I mean, it's what they could run on the day, and being confident in Wakey, because there's still not that confidence in Ellie and where it was at the time, right? But now, like, they're relying on the Elementalists, trying to keep their team, rather than thinking about the Necro going down, right, and rezzing him. They actually thinking about the fact that they need to keep him up before that even happens, so can just do continuous damage.
All right, well, the teams are joined up here as Chafe made that swap over to the Engineer here. He is going to be on the Elixir X. You know, he has an RNG. Elixir X is an RNG for Chafe. It's 100%. You get Rampage for Chafe. He's going to be on the Hammer, running with Leadership and Paladin's Amulet here. It's going to be taking Vengeance, Alchemy, and Scrapper. So he's taking the double gyro here with the Elixir X. A little bit of a different build from what we see from RG, who's going with the Elixir S. So I feel like RG's a little bit based more around getting the Resurrects, but they don't have that Elementalist who can go in as well.
That's the thing, you know, this well of corruption really, like RG using that Elixir S, it almost guarantees that like he should be able to get that res as long as it's off cooldown, you know. So that's one way that they've tried to come up with the counter for that, which we have seen today as well. But the thing is, like, how they're going to deal with Toka as well, still on the Thief. Like, this is going to be so important how they deal with Chafe now.
All right, well, it's going to be game number 2 on the Forest of Niflhel. Vermillion holding a 1-0 lead. And opening splits coming out here. Toker looking to get some damage on a curve. He's going around the backside trying for something there, trying to mess around with them. And Toker is great at applying pressure. He is excellent at it. And he's going to do that right away on the curve.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Alcor as well is going to slowly, he's going to get into mid as quickly as they possibly can. And they really need those pickup kills. Like you said, Toka needs to make sure he's on point there. Gets involved in some cleave. As soon as that happens, he's on someone else. He's on Alcor, trying to stop him getting into the fight. And then on Snowball, straight away, you can see him moving around the map, being very, very focused on his targets there. But unfortunately, no.
You already see Chafe getting the Rampage. So Snowball in and out of that fight as quick as it can go, and Toker trying to mess with them over at the henge point. And this is Astral.
That's it.
This is Astral. I mean, I'm glad they made the change because it's gonna it's gonna be a much better Astral team. I'm not even sure why they wanted to try the Ranger first off, but you know, they gave it a try, and the Engineer are gonna be a lot better for them, I think, in this game and overall in the series.
Completely, you know, I think that's Chafe's strength. He is good at Scrapper. Then stick that rezzing power that he has back in because Druid is still another situation, you know, where he's on his own still around the map, but now he's in a position where he can be his strongest, and that's a good pickup for that team. They've got the 2-cap now, this is fairly strong with the D-cap over on the henge as well.
Yeah, that was a great D-cap coming out there from Toker, able to find it for himself, and Alcor going to try and follow up on some damage. So they've got a strategy around dealing with Toker, and this time they actually have to put it into effect. And it looks like it means not getting the full cap, just bombarding the point and forcing Toker into these team fights.
Yeah, they have to, and then they can go off that kill and then get the caps as well. But Snowball going down is a massive thing for Astral. They've worked out how to take him out in this fight eventually in the end, and Nos can then push forward. Look, they're moving back. They're even getting separated. They've got the stealth. That's great for them. But now they're just trying to hold Astral Authority in a place where they can maybe get a cap back into this game.
I think the strategy coming out here for Vermillion, as I was saying, is allow Toker to get that decap, follow up if you can, but then follow him back into the fight. And then you're going to see Toker be forced into the fight, because what's Toker going to do? Go back to that point and get the full cap? No, that's not what you do as a thief. You're not going to be able to do that there. So that's their strategy, but it just didn't work out for him right there because Snowball got dropped. So is RG, tripping both off the board. They're looking for the side caps, looking to try and out-rotate them.
I mean, it's good for Astral that they got that extra kill because they actually lost Chafe over on the mine. Now, I didn't check to see if that was a 2v1. I don't think that was there. And I think, you know, Chafe's going to be moving into that situation where Toker can +1 on the fight as long as they're able to sustain elsewhere on the map. So they're looking for those opportunities for the +1s. But now as the Vermillion start to move into the map, they're going for sides and even pressuring the third node. And that's what we saw more familiar in the last map. So that might be a little bit more successful for them as they push into the 12-minute mark.
I'm not sure how I like that 3-point push with Toker. I feel like you could really force Toker into some of these team fights. And take a look, Snowball going to be dropped here at the keep. Not going to be able to get back up after that one. So the dual threat from Fanram and Toker really being a force to be reckoned with here. And regardless, we are going to see them still hold on to a 1-cap apiece as Toker tries to get past Alcor. Alcor not going to let that happen. And they're trying to get something going for themselves over here at the mine, but just not quite yet here for Vermillion.
They really need to punish Chafe for this matchup that he's going for versus Curve. They need to just pile on to this point at some points in time and try and take advantage of it. Nos downstayed, and there's not really much Chafe can do about it because he was taken down quite low. And then he does get taken out in the end. RG is very low on this node as well as Curve over towards midpoint, but he's looking for the decap and they're going again for that 3-point pressure.
I like that portal from Curve. He set that up just a little bit ago, and able to get that decap for himself at the keep. And looking to finish off Wakey. Wakey going to be taken into the downstage. It's just Phantom and Chafe, and they're not even going to try for the resurrect. Oh, maybe they're okay. So now they're going in for it, waiting for him to use that Vapor Form. As Nos coming in with the chill to the bone. Maybe finding a kill into Alcor. He gets his heal off. Celestial Avatar on cooldown, though. The chill really hurt him. He's going to be taken into the downstate, and that's huge for Astral if they can pick up the kill onto Alcor. Trippin and Snowball all in the downstate. And Astral Authority looking like a whole new team.
That's fantastic job from Astral Authority, and some really big mistakes there from Vermillion as well. Like, they were not on that corpse, they just almost let them free res. And I don't think we saw the stealth reposition there, and this is going to enable Astral Authority to get a boss kill as well and push themselves further into the lead. Fantastic at the moment from Astral Authority, and even the different choices of the engineers here going for that Elixir X is doing them so well, waiting for that Moa play to come out again from Chafe.
Toker was looking to get a decap over at the Henge, and that's going to be one of his primary objectives. They've got a sizable lead here, finding a 2-cap for themselves. Astral Authority, one change, and I think a little bit of a boost in confidence with that swap over the Engineer, definitely making a massive difference for him as we see Kerr trying to follow up onto the mine point for a decap with Triffin, but I don't know about this, man. I don't like the fact that they're pushing 3 points right now. That really enables Toker to do what he wants to.
Yeah, he can get out of this situation now, like you say, get the decap over Henge. It's inviting. It's like they're going to give him a present at some point in time where he's getting these
Exactly, and Shadow Step coming out for him. He's able to get immediately get all the way across the map there and find a decap once again. I don't know if they know that he's running Shadow Trap because it really wasn't a great opportunity for them to see it in the last game, but now they might have an idea because he just went all across the map and, under like 0.1 seconds there. So he's able to get there really quick.
Exactly, and they need to also think about and also to a degree, it almost forces Curve to put a portal in various places to make sure they don't lose that cap, and then they can't get their Necro out, they can't get some of their players out to help them to survive. And you can see the sustainability coming out from Vermillion now in a bit of a better situation here over towards the mine, and Nos is completely taken out here as well as Chafe, who's just trying to get back involved in the fight with Toka here. Looks like they've got some nice focus onto Curve as well as Snowball. He's looking quite low, he uses his heal, needs to get back behind his team so that they don't get absolutely wrecked here.
This is an opportunity for Vermillion to get back into here. They had an opportunity at least, when Nos was down. But look, Toker is trying to follow up with some. There's nothing for Toker to decap, so he's actually going to go and try and full cap. So it's going to leave a 5v4 here. Toker knows, a team fight's not really his place. Maybe he's going to go for a chieftain kill. It looks like that might be the case. Or maybe he's just dropping the Shadow Trap as we see Snowball getting pretty low here. This could be a dangerous situation for Vermillion.
Yeah, I mean, but they haven't got real focus down on this side of the map. They're 5 versus 4 at the moment, and really the pressure feels like it's completely on Vermillion as 2 members go into the downstate. They are being 4v5'd here in terms of, Astral Authority being the 4, and that's a great position for them. Get 1 res, but Snowball is down and completely out. So there's a lot of pressure
can't happen for Vermillion. They cannot lose a 5v4.
Yeah.
And they had, a great amount of time before Toker came back plus that fight. And Toker's still alive in the roads right now. He just cannot be dealt with right now. So, the strategies of Vermillion around Toker clearly not working. They're going to have to, think of something new. And it wasn't even necessarily Toker. They're not winning any fights either. So this is just not Vermillion's map.
Not at the moment at all. And like we were talking about before, Chafe just switching back over to Scrapper is a fantastic boon for them as well. Now he's watching out for that mine node as we do wait for some Vermillion members to, of course, respawn. Until they know the positioning he's doing, he's just guarding the point over there, and they're trying to catch people out in the roads. RG is quite low as well as Triffin. They're stealth, moving back over towards potentially taking out Phantaram here, and Astral members are a little bit split up. Can they take out Toka here? Is he going to be able to get past? He does. Look, he's moving over towards the Henge, forcing the Druid to move back into that position. That means the Druid is going to be on that node, trying to get back the full cap and moving back over to mid.
It might have been the first decap that Vermillion's actually stopped.
Yeah.
In 9 minutes in this game. So finally trying to deal with him as we see Curve looking for the 1v1 with Chaith over there at the mine point. The rest of the group getting very low here at the midpoint. Snowball is consistently under pressure. There's not really a whole lot he's been able to do against Fanaram and Toker. Is Snowball going to be taken into the downstate? So is Toker. Can they get him back up though? He's going in for the stomp. City of Flesh stomp goes through, gets Toker back up there. And Astral Authority so close. 80 points away from taking this game number 2 and tying up the series.
Complete switch around for these teams, and just with one change, as well as obviously the map that you were talking about earlier. The thing is, if Toker's like you're saying, you know, earlier, he's able to get the decaps. And if that's possible for him to do, he can force Alcor or someone to move to get that cap, and then he can +1 in the most effective way in a team fight or on the other side of the map, and then just snowball it in terms of their favor from mid or from one of the sides and get some of those kills down. So they're doing a great job at the moment. This is game over at the moment. We all know what's happening right here. 2 free kills, another 2. They're wiping them out. They are taking it to another game. Of course we were. But fantastic comeback from Astral in this.
And they're going to find a decap to wrap it up here as they're 40 points away from taking game number 2. Nas going to go for the Chieftain now and assume that Triffin's just going to let him have it maybe, because this is pretty much game over. It's going to be a 1-1 set as Astral Authority take game number 2. As we move over to the Temple of the Silent Storm for the 3rd map, it's going to be 500 to 206. Like you said, a complete turnaround from that first game. And terrific performance from Astral. Finally getting something good here for the North American teams.
Yeah, I just think, you know, there are more than one composition to run at the moment in terms of, you know, we're talking about Druids and Mesmers, and they're proving at the moment that they don't need that composition. They just need to be them, you know, they need to do what they do well. Toker is doing Thief well. He's actually, you know, getting those decaps. He's able to +1 fights, then putting themselves in better advantageous situations where they can move around the map, and they've got so much sustain going on. 4v5 that they won over on the mine should not have happened. That should not be happening to those guys.
It can't happen. If they want to win the game, they can't. It can't happen. But, you know, looking at game number 3, Vermillion, you know, I say time after time again, but we moved to Temple of the Silent Storm. So that's like their map. And if you recall, Season 1 finals, Vermillion had the massive comeback on this map against Astral Authority to actually take. They lost the series 3-1, but regardless, they did take this map. So if there's any map for Vermillion to move on to after a loss, it's this one right here.
Yeah, it's gonna, and that's already building up an awesome storyline to potentially push us into more games in this series. And we're not even in the final yet, you know. I think I'm waiting for another hype game here right now, mate.
All right, well, let's send it over to the guys to hear their thoughts on that last one.
Thanks very much, guys. All right, 1-1 here in our 2nd semi-final of the day. Let's start once again chronologically. Let's go back to game number 1. I think something that our commentators pointed out very, very well was the Chase Druid. It wasn't really doing the business there in the first game, no?
Yeah, I mean, I have to completely agree. I think that, you know, given the time that he was allotted for making that change, and it's a big change because Druid does require a lot of mechanical skill and a lot of know-how, and it just takes practice, and I just don't know if he had the time to kind of pull that off. And I think that, honestly, the change to Scrapper just gave them that extra comfort for them to come through and you know, play a little bit better.
Well, before we get to game 2, let's take a look a bit deeper at game number 1. Of course, SubQT, you've been in the back, rifing through these games and having some luck for some stuff.
Yeah, so, you know, Vermillion was, you know, handily, you know, winning this game. And this is just an example of Vermillion being like, hey, you know, even though our home is Newt, we're still going to push into your home and just kill you. And Astral really, you know, had to regroup after this one. I mean, this really took away their momentum for the rest of the game. This actually resulted in a 3-cap for Vermillion.
Yeah. Do you think that the result would have been drastically different if we'd have seen Chaithball and Engineer in this game, or do you think that it would have still gone to Vermillion but have been much, much closer?
I think that the result would have been closer. I think that Vermillion probably still would have won that one, but I think that just his familiarity on NG would have been better. Yeah,
much better. And then obviously going into game number 2, we did see that familiarity kind of pay dividends on the engineer, as even some of the fights where we saw, like even in 5v4 situations in game number 2, still were able to go in their way despite being a man down.
Yeah, even some clutch getaways as well from Chase, just having that comfort of being able to get that rampage as well. As we all know, he just always seems to find a way to get it, and I believe it's actually right here that he manages to do it in this fight. But honestly, not just the comfort, but as well having Toker in that role to be able to use the Shadow Trap to their advantage, to be able to get around, and they were honestly not only just winning the fights, but they were winning them sometimes even 4v5 with Toker just roaming the map and taking those decaps, which is hugely pivotal.
I also like the fact that Chait picked the Elixir X instead of Sneak Gyro, and he still runs Elixir S as well. So he has the stealth on the down body, but he also has the Moa for the Necro Shroud, so you can instantly kill him.
All right, well, of course, in this series being 1-1 at the moment, something that is important to note here on the side of Vermillion is that Curve is always a factor going into these games. He's a fast learner and a faster thinker. Let's hear from Curve.
Hello, my name is Kaya van Vliet, also known as Curve. I am from the Netherlands, I'm 17 years old and I'm playing Mesmer for Team Vermillion. I found the game Guild Wars 2 because a friend suggested it to me. I really enjoyed that combat style of game. The team fighting game, the conquest maps, I really like that kind of style. I'm only 17 years old and I'm already able to travel across the world, which is just an amazing feeling. My family are really impressed by the fact that I'm able to travel and earn money with playing games. They are really proud of me that I made it here.
Curve is a very special player. He's mechanically extraordinary. He picks up everything on a very high level in a few weeks, which people like play 4 years, which is really impressive.
Esports is growing insanely high, and this is like the thing I want to be a part of. I'm gonna work really hard to try and make this a living for me in the end.
One thing's for sure, Curve aspirations are set high.
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, we were talking before about Curve a little bit, and we were talking about the importance of having the vocalization in terms of being a top Mesmer. And one of the things that I believe we noticed in that second map was that whenever they would lose a team fight, what you would see a lot of times from players like Misha, Hellseth, and all that, you would see disengage portals. You would see a lot of that communication being brought out, and it would help those teams disengage from those lost fights. They would be able to recover a lot easier. And having played with Hellseth, I mean, do you feel like there's a discrepancy there then?
Yeah, you can see that he's lacking like a plan B every time they go into a fight. That's the big difference between the Mesmers. I also think that Mesmer and Thief is the two classes that require the most of the player.
All right, well, of course, there is 1-1 currently going into this series. Thank you very much, boys, for checking in with you guys halfway through this. We are going to head over to the casters. Once again, it's game number 3 here from our semi-final between Astral Authority and Vermillion.
Thank you guys for those excellent thoughts, and I can't wait to get into this one on Temple of the Silent Storm. I think this is going to be quite the turnaround, I think, for Vermillion, and even Astral after that first game, obviously a great turnaround for them. But showing on a second map for Vermillion, I mean, what do you even have to say? Going on to your best map, I want to say it's their best map, to be honest.
I would agree with you as well, but the thing is they need to make sure that they don't do the comeback at 499 points. Let's not do this again, because I'm not sure if my heart can take it today. But they need to, if they're going to come back into their game, they cannot leave it too late. Of course, we've got, one apiece. They're getting ready to get back into this map. Fantastic day so far. This is a semi-final of the World Championship today. 2016 for Guild Wars.
All right, we're starting this one up on the Temple of the Silent Storm for game number 3 between Astral Authority and Vermillion. Like you mentioned, tied up 1-1 right here. So looking at these opening splits, see Toker and company stealthing up, maybe looking for something. Toker going to go to that far point and harass like he does time after time. And at the gate point, see some high ground skirmish going on up here. It's going to start to migrate towards the actual point in just a moment as RG already trying to get the cap for his team. So 1 cap piece right away, and Toker going to be looking for something over there at the altar.
they're starting to collapse on Snowball. Snowball's actually in between a rock and a hard place, literally. Argy actually comes over here quite well and just helping him out, giving him some support. But still, there's a lot of conditions coming out to Snowball. They need to be very careful here as the focus really comes out of that Shroud. He's going to be going into downstate, but you know, he's going to be completely fine at present. But the thing is, as he goes down, the focus is still there. They won't have the cooldowns available.
Snowball once again taken into the downstate. RG gets veered off though. And it doesn't look like they're able to get Snowball back up. He's down and out of the fight, and they're still without a point. Although Triffin and Curve are both at the temple point right now, and we see Toker trying to mess with Alcor, trying to get some cooldowns out of him, maybe even try to finish him off, to be honest. He's forced Ancestral Grace out of that and dropped down to the lower buff. RG now is in the passive Elixir S, so he's going to be dropping down. He's actually going to be taken out by Toker, and already Astral on top of their game.
They start to lose it from that kill onto Snowball on the midpoint. They've still got the node over on the temple, but it's the opposite side of the map. So now Astral can just collapse.
Oh my goodness,
onto these
Snowball.
members. Oh,
Snowball is going to be taken out before he can even hardly leave the gate. You can't leave the gate solo without especially without your engineer there, and expect to make it out alive when there's 2 or 3 people just camping that.
Yeah, and then Archie's just, you know, he's all ready to move out and he's moving back into the map. They've still got the 2-cap though at the moment as well, which is actually kind of surprising, but they were pushed so far to the spawn that they they weren't able to come back into the map and just get that decap there as well. They wanted the kills. They're getting some focus onto Nos, but we've got the healing turret and other support coming out stealth as well from these guys to make sure they do survive just for a moment in time there. And just as Vermillion get back into the map. Toker actually taking some heavy damage here on the gate as well.
And that's why he can't really be a part of these fights, and that's exactly why he's probably headed to the temple right now, is Alcor taking a little bit of pressure, but we are going to see Curve make his way over to the altar to find a decap for himself. Going to be a little bit ahead of Toker at this time, but they're starting to move towards the altar. So we already see Snowball once again taken down. RG going in for the res, able to find it, but Snowball, time after time, he's in the down state way too often for these guys.
And as soon as he comes back up, they're mixing their pressure up onto RG as well, and also even Triffin at times, and Snowball does get rezzed again, but what does it cost them? They're just moving from fight to fight, rezzing. They need to be careful that they don't get taken out in this team fight in the end, because at the moment...
Oh, now Nas taken in the down state as Triffin follows up with a bit of burst himself. It doesn't look like they're able to finish him off, though, because Snowball gets stomped out there as Toker makes the plus. There's the portal from Curve. It gets Triffin out of this one. It doesn't quite get RG. RG is going to be falling into the downstate here. Alcor making his move over to the altar. Knows that there's going to be a lot of people. It's his home point, but some people may be coming over there on the side of Astral Authorities. Toker gets really low, almost taken down. They've got to figure out a way to deal with this guy.
Stillness coming up as well, which means that Astral will have a 5v4 advantage, and obviously we already know that they can beat Vermillion in a 4 versus 5 situation as well. But here we go, round Stillness, a lot of the action is occurring as we do see obviously a 1-cap apiece still out. Nos does go into the downstate. We gotta have a look where Chafe is. Chafe is not in a position to help out with that res, and you can see how important it is that he's there in those bigger fights, you know, over towards the Stillness. So him not being in that fight has really caused the loss of Nos as well. So that's actually quite good that we've seen Vermillion dealing with him in a way where they've just put him on the point.
That's 100% true, as Chafe was trying himself in a 1v1 against Curve. Curve actually pops the Continuum split Moa onto him, and somehow, despite this game easily...
Free Stillness?
Yeah, Stillness is still up, and they actually get it. They don't have any points, though, so it's going to be irrelevant. But it's still surprising, because it really feels like Astral has control of the game, but the scoreboard shows otherwise. Vermillion had a 2-cap very briefly. They still hold a very minor lead, going to get their home point back, and Vermillion are just out-rotating them despite losing all of these fights.
Yeah, it's something that we've seen throughout the day as well. You know, a lot of focus on kills, but rank 55 did actually, but then not thinking about potentially getting the caps as well that enable you to get the actual extra points that you need to win the game. Which, you know, it sounds like an obvious thing to say, but it's just not happening for Astral at the moment. They do have Stillness popping through, so they do have a 2-cap for a while.
It's going to be a very, very small window with that 2-cap, given the fact they got the Stillness pretty early on. And so that's going to expire right there. So now Vermillion able to build that lead slowly but surely. Chafe looking for a sneaky play. Not quite going to find it, though. Curve able to blink onto that point. So still managing to hold on to 2-cap. Vermillion's in a pretty solid place. And despite Toker on the Thief, they've still managed to keep up with some rotations. A lot of that is credit to Curve. Curve's had some terrific portal plays already in this game.
Yeah, he's doing a great job. He's winning, you know, when I say winning the fights with Chafe, he's just, you know, pushing him away. They're forcing him into a situation where they can be strong elsewhere. They're going to get the decap here, obviously. Toka's there, you can see him, he's +1ing a fight, but really to push him off the node. So at least it's decapped. They're contested, but Wakey down over on the other side.
Yes, he is. We're taken down because Toker decided to outnumber that. They outnumbered him at the midpoint. Wakey wasn't able to hold on for too long because of that damage from RJ and Snowball together. So now the fight seems to be over here near the altar node. Nas barely making it out of this one alive. Snowball joining the fight, trying to get some damage onto Toker. Misplaces his mark right there, but nonetheless, Toker going to be able to make it out alive. We do have buffs up in about 15 seconds here, Jebro.
Yeah, and they're going to need to put themselves in situations to get these. Obviously, if we start seeing people fall around this time, it's going to be really fantastic for either team, but they need to think about positioning. Who's going to go down there? Who are we going to put upstairs to get that stillness? Who are we going to put downstairs to get Trank? Are we just going to contest it, or are we going for the actual cap of the buff? Because at the moment, Astral need to do something. They need to pull their finger out because they're losing a 2 cap here at the moment. And Tranquility, no, this is not a great time for people to go down as Nos is taking this to downstate. Chafee's over here. He's put down the function,
that's a start, man. And like you said, that's going to be huge here for that one kill to come through. They still have the 1v1 at the bottom, but that's not going to go anywhere anytime soon. Wakey's never going to lose that 1v1, I don't feel. And Toker, though, going to find a decap at the gate. Like you said, it's a 2 cap right now because they still hold on to the temple. I believe that was Toker that found the decap, yes. So it would have been a 4 cap, but Toker able to save the day, and Vermillion starting to pull away with this map.
We've got at the moment the person who is, you know, doing in a 1v1 position, Alcor, fighting over Tranquility. Yes, okay, that's great for Vermillion, but is Wakey down here the best option?
It's not the worst option. I don't like that Chafe is the one finding himself in these 1v1s right now because a lot of Nas's support, sorry, not necessarily support.
Well, he needs them both, right?
Nas's life is dependent upon Chafe. So a lot of these situations, look, Nas is getting bombed by Snowball. He has RG. If Snowball's down, he has RG in the area. Of course, this is a 3v2, so that's not always the case. But regardless, you know, it's built them a lead right now, and Chafe finds a decap over there at the temple node, but I don't think he's going to be able to win this one. Curve proving to be too much for him to handle, at least right now.
I mean, I think I'm picking up what you said earlier again about, you know, the engineer, about Chafe over on that point, and then we've got Wakey downstairs not supporting the Necro. They were actually able to win that in the end, which is surprising. But we don't have an Elementus on the other side, and I think RG may have been just a bit of out of touch there with where Snowball's position was, but they had fantastic pressure either way. Still, it is even in terms of capture points, but Vermillion have a significant lead of just over 150 points. This is looking good for this team at the moment.
Snowball able to return the favor onto RG and get him back up out of the downstate. Now Nas, see there's no one around him. He's got Wakey at the bottom buff. He's got Chafe over at the temple node. There's no way that Toker or Fanaram can out-cleave that. They can cleave it. They can counter-cleave, but they can't get him back up. There's not a chance they're going to be able to get him out of the downstate. We do have stillness, Jebro, up in about 40 seconds right now. Tranquility still available, but not going anywhere anytime soon. And this is all
not
about
going to go down there. They don't want to force that.
No, there's no reason to. They have the lead.
Exactly.
Got a huge lead right there. There's absolutely no reason for them to
leave Wakey down there. You know, at the moment they're sitting down at the bar. They're just having a drink. Then they're chatting. They're not doing anything. Wakey for his team at the moment is not in a great position. I think they need to try and think about either switching this up, or like you said, a good point earlier, moving Chafe out of this 1v1. He might actually lose this.
I don't know how many times Curve has actually continued to split Mo at him right now.
Yeah, I know.
It's been at least a few times.
It's been a replay.
It's not a crazy cooldown for it, but you know, continuing split is a little bit lower than the actual Mo itself. So Snowball uncontested top up. No, gonna get interrupted just at the last second by Toker. What does Toker do? He's gonna go for a decap. That's the right play. He's going to allow for them to get that. There's no way he can try. I mean, he could try to get that 1v1 for himself, but it's just probably a better play to be able to get the, you know, get the cap at the gate. Now there's no income on the side of Vermillion.
That's true. I mean, that was a big cooldown for RG to use as well, because he tried to function gyro res triffing up, and you know, that was a big cooldown to use at that point in time. Probably should have just bailed off that, because the likelihood of him getting that was, you know, pretty low, and it wasn't in his favor at all. Snowball low on this side of the map. 2 cap for Astral Authority at the moment. We're just going to go back in time there, but maybe they can go back in time to when the Abjured was strong in the game, in tournaments, in our world championships, in our pro leagues, and they are not. Unfortunately, with Chafe going down, Oh, we see a nice res coming out as well from Nos as well. Of course, Snowball going down. They need to secure this kill and keep these points coming in.
Thankfully for Vermillion's sake, they were able to get the altar back in their favor, and they're finding a decap here at the gate, so they're not going to allow that 2-cap to be too long-lived there by Astral Authority, who are looking for something in this game. 125 points away from Vermillion to take game number 3 here, come out with a 2-1 series lead, but it's not over just yet. Gate will be capped, 1 cap apiece now. I don't know, are they going to have any chance, either team, of getting that Tranquility buff here?
I don't know if they want to. I think Vermillion will go down if they get desperate. But at the moment, keeping Wakey down there is working for them to a degree, but I think Astral is trying to use the fact that when Chafe gets into a 1v1, they're going to go to that situation and, you know, finish it off. Either get the kill or move out. And they need to make sure they take advantage of that so they keep players in this game and in this map. Because at the moment, the way it's going, it's still 1 cap apiece. We don't have much left on the map. We only have 3.5 minutes to go. We do have Vermillion with the 2 cap as well. We have...
we have 2 guys down, though, on the side of Vermillion. So that's a good... that was a surge in mids coming out there from Phantom, able to finish off Curve as well. And it's going to be Triffin looking for a decap over at the Temple. Phantom not going to see him, not going to go around back to that as Toker finds a decap. So they're trying to get something going here late in the game. 3 minutes left on the clock. Stillness buff up in about 30 seconds here, and Tranquility will reset. Of course, it doesn't really matter given the fact no one's gotten it this game, as this will be a long-lived, a very long game here on Temple of Silence. So a lot of decaps coming out, and that's pretty much the reason it's so long.
RG is gonna die here if he's not careful, but Snowball comes to the rescue. RG is still very low, 3k HP, just under 1,000. We're gonna see Curve coming in for the rescue. Distortion res, is it gonna be enough to bring them back up? And Snowball, a nice knockback from Phantom, is gonna put the members potentially down into downstate. Curve could go down here if he's not careful, if he gets followed upon here.
Oh, Toker, uncontested stillness buff for them. That's going to give them a 2-cap here, and it could be Astral. This is their chance at an Astral comeback here on Temple of Silent Storm.
Completely the opposite
who are
way.
looking to find themselves with a 4-cap if they do manage to get this Temple node, because Triffin has no support even close to him. RG is really the only support even around.
Nos might go down in a bit of a position here where he's probably out of place. He's thinking about a push. He's just trying to weave people away here as well. We see the 4-cap, like you said, coming out over on the side point and the mid, and they really need to regroup here and make some decisions.
This Astral, if they let this 4-cap keep ticking, it's going to, I mean, Astral will definitely get back into this game. It's under 100 points away, but Triffin follows up onto Nos there, smokes him. Pushes him maybe down. Oh, he almost pushes him down. That would have been huge because Chase would have had to drop with him, but Triffin pops his heal, gets up to about 75% HP there with it, and he's going to be sitting pretty, but Phantom follows up with his own surge and miss there. Nos going to be dropping out there. Now Phantom took too much damage. He might be actually taking it to downstate there. It's just Chase remaining up top, and oh man, Toker finds a decap at the gate, but I don't know if Vermillion will be able to find one, or excuse me, Toker found one at the altar. Vermillion's going to be able to find one at the gate with RG, and more than likely really pressure Chase over here at the Temple node.
Yeah, they'll start to get those switch over in terms of points. We have 1 minute left. We have about 60 point, just on 60-point lead. They need to keep these capture points in favor to make sure they don't lose any kind of point income moving into the, because we've not got long until Vermillion are going to take this game. I mean, at the moment, they're not looking too hot. Chase,
if he's taken down, he's going to be taken out. Phantom might go in for the res. No, Toker's going to be here. Oh my goodness, Toker! What a surge in the mist coming out from him. He has been on spot with those today. And Chase is back out of the downstate. His Curve is eliminated. Snowball in the downstate. 35 seconds left in this game.
Yeah, and we got 1 cap apiece. They need to get that decap over on the altar. They've got people in position as well.
Triffin teleports onto Nos just before he gets the decap there. So Triffin keeping Vermillion's hopes alive. Under 20 seconds, all that could do it. They
don't want to feed them 5 points after 5 points.
All they can do right now is get the Trank. That's Vermillion. They're going to be taking game number 3 here, unless Wakey has done the impossible with an Elementalist killing a Ranger here. I don't think that's going to happen. It's going to be Vermillion going up 2-1 in the series. 467 to 425, and they are going to be happy about that one. Relieved. Look at RG's face right now. He is relieved after that game.
I would be in the same. Anyone would be in the same position there because they started to lose it towards the end of that game. It was a very, very close game, even though they had the lead for most of the map.
But I think, you said what you said earlier is very important. Put the people in the positions, like Wakey was fine downstairs. As long as Shafe was in the position to support people like Nos, who, we've been talking about this this Necro Scrapper duo for so long, where, Nos is still being effective because, he's a top Necro in the world, we can say. And he can still survive with with Fantaram as well, using that CC, a classic show of his abilities there over on the temple right at the end of the game.
I don't like how Chaith was always in the 1v1 either, though.
Yeah.
I didn't like that. He wasn't able to support Nas, and I think that really might have hurt them a little bit on that map.
But that's a team call, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they've made a call there which was questionable. For
maybe you didn't expect Kerr to put up such a fight. I don't know what they thought. Maybe that was the right move, but it obviously didn't work. They weren't able to get the W there, and it's going to be Vermillion now at the match point as we move to the Battle of Kylo for that map number 4. Map 5 is Forest, should it come to it. So what are you thinking? I mean, Battle of Kylo, this is a really good map for Toker, especially with that vertical mobility onto that clock tower.
I mean, we could easily see it go 2-2, and we're going into a final map here, especially because of that very reason, like you said. They've got so much mobility through the map. Like Toku, this is classic back in the day, whenever you've got a thief, as long as it's not staff, I guess, you can just go through the map. He can nip through the window. He can just pop, he's got so many abilities. He's still using that shadow trap as well, which is going to be even better on this map. He is going to be all over the shop, and they need to shut him down or force him into situations like you said previously as well, where he's not available to get decaps, or there are no caps for him to decap as well, because it's difficult. You have those decisions are quite tough for Vermillion to make. Like, do we capture this point and then force these skirmishes going?
Curve and the rest of the group, Curve specifically, did a great job of denying some of those decaps throughout that game on Temple. It wasn't like it was perfect. I mean, he got plenty of decaps, but Toker is going to continue to do that. You can't totally shut that down, but as long as they can try and keep up with him in terms of rotations. You don't always have to get back to the point, but you got to match out on the other side of the map. But game number 4 on the Battle of Kylo, as Vermillion hold the 2-1 lead now. Taking this would mean they move on into the finals to take on Denial Esports, but Astral trying to tie this one up at 2-2 and force it to our first game 5 of the day. Toker right away trying to find somebody over at the mansion, and Alcor, it feels like he knows something is coming.
Yeah, exactly. He's back over on that side of the map. They're going to get the 1 cap apiece. Actually, Astral get it a lot quicker than Vermillion do. And now Astral just want to keep them kind of... They can engage fully in this fight now because Alcor is not available. They've got 5 members here, 5 versus 4. But even Vermillion come back strong here. Get Wakey into the downstate. Is Chafe available to get the res? They're easily able to get that. They've got their cooldowns. They're fresh. They're okay. He obviously Vapor Forms has got the stealth. They do get it in the end. That was quite a struggle there.
We see Toker actually using the shadow trap to get back to the mansion, find a decap for themselves, and that's what I'm talking about. Curve doesn't have to get back to the mansion. He can go to the windmill and decap there, so it's the same effect in essence, and it's going to be decaps around the map now. A minute into this one as this clock tower fight continues, and Snowball getting dangerously low. Pops the Plague a little late there. I didn't like that one. That's a decently long cooldown. He's going to be dropped, and RG is not going to get him out of the downstate after that one.
That's a massive cooldown to use to almost really a complete waste, in all honesty. Again, it's almost like that panic that we've seen some of the Necros actually do today. Use those abilities, those high ability cooldowns. Maybe needs to take a leaf out of Curve's book in terms of that. But anyway, as we go over towards the windmill as well, Chafe, Argy is just trying to poke at the moment, giving his teammates time to respawn into the map. Snowball's back in with it, but still, we do see that Vermillion do have 1 cap in their favor taking it.
Chafe will follow up onto the windmill, so again, this mid-fight going to be what gives the 2 cap. Oh man, Astral actually managed to cap Clock Tower, but all 5 guys of Vermillion are here.
Surprising. He's like in... I think they're trying to be more cautious here, focus on the kills.
This is what I'm talking about. They've got the 5v4. They've actually 4v4 now that Curve's out of here, and they actually win the fight. 3 guys down on the side of Astral Authority.
There is no
Toker's on the other side of the map. Chafe is in the area. Can they get Wakey back up? That's not going to be the case. Trippin, RG, and Snowball, too much damage, and it's going to be a 2 cap if they can finish off Chafe. And actually, Nas is now in the house. And actually on the Raptors here, maybe going to be taken out. Don't want to be too aggressive, Trevor.
I mean, you can see like RG's face as well, and the rest of the guys. They can literally hear these guys from here. We're on the other side of the studio. It's ridiculous how loud they're being.
I don't know who is who sometimes.
I know. I'm pretty sure that was RG.
I never know who is who when they're shouting.
Definitely heard RG shouting a lot over the time.
And this is going to be a 3-cap off of this. A 3-cap, Jebro, after a single team wipe. And look at Astral around the map right now. They've got 3 guys in the general area. Toker is doing what he needs to, getting a decap over there at the mansion. And Alcor trying to get there. Does have Ancestral Grace. Not going to be able to make it there in time, but they're forcing the regroup from Astral, and they hold a dominant, like map kind of presence right now. Given the fact they hold the decap, and they don't even want the mansion right now. They want to fight the 5v5. They don't care if Toker wants to run the map.
Yeah, just outnumber them, you know, or attempt to outnumber them, which is what actually Astral Authority are doing. They're sticking Toker in the fight, and this is what they got suckered into in the very first map. Nos goes down, and they've got the power to bring him back up. They should do. The amount of
the stomp comes through from Vermillion, but Snowball down in the downstate. Can they get it back up? Curve now in the downstate here. Can they get him back up? It looks like they got, I mean, Snowball up with ease here, but Curve proving to be a little bit more difficult. Wakey now taking a lot of heat. He might actually be the next one to drop in a bad position. He's going to be taken into downstate. Toker going around the map, probably going for the mansion point to get that full cap. We saw that from him on Forest, went all the way across the other side of the map to get the cap. And, you know, no caps across the board, but Vermillion looking so strong here.
I mean, this is a big difference again between, you know, even Astral Authority and Denial. You know, Wakey or Denshi could have gone through a portal at that point in time. There is no option for Wakey. If the engineer can't get the res with his gyro and the rest of his team, they're running out of ideas. They've got no backup plan for that. Although that's what's made Denial so strong. In today's, they've got so many options for surviving. But at the moment, Astral feels like they're running out of ideas. What are they going to do to pull themselves into this game?
Well, they're looking for a 3-point play again. Curve going to follow up with his own decap, and Jade going to be denied by Alcor, who's looking for it. And, you know, Triffin pretty low. We'll see. Have to see if they're able to follow up. Look at the condies on Triffin right now, as Nas isn't able to see him around the corner and get onto him. So health pool's kind of in favor of Astral. Just need to make sure Fanaram isn't dropped here. We're going to see another 5v5. I mean, there's a lot of 5v5s, given the fact that Toker is on the Thief. He's going around the map looking for decaps here, but I think Astral should come up with the clock tower.
Astral have just under 10 minutes to change this game. Otherwise, you know, they're not going to be able to do much else today. That's for sure. And we're looking at a regroup potentially as well as a push out over towards the windmill here, as they do get the decap in the end. Just grouping up, moving back over towards mid as well. We are going to see RG grabbing themselves that mansion point. So we're looking at a bit of a, we're probably going to have another mid-fight team. It feels like they're getting the easy decaps here at mid. Like, especially this point,
it's a little too easy for them. I don't think they need to be way more, you know, aware of that's it's happening. And we've got decaps now across the board. RG going to spend the time to get the mansion. A lot of their strategy today against Astral hasn't really revolved around getting that point, but they want to have one in their favor. Even if Toker wants to go get the decap at that point, he's actually going to make a good move. Look to plus the fight, help out Fanaram, make it a 2v2 now. Try to get on top of the Curve and Alcor. That's going to be tough for him to take down. There's a lot of AoE damage in that combo. And now the whole Astral group, most of them, 4 out of 5 of them, going to look for a regroup right now. I think that's what they kind of need in this situation, down 100 points. Not out of their reach by any means in this game just yet, but, you know, they got to look for something before it gets too big of a deficit.
I mean, I think it was good what Astral were trying to do there. You know, they get the decap on the mansion, and then they force a bigger team fight over towards the windmill. So then whoever goes back over towards the mansion, especially when Vermillion are a man down, have to pull that guy all the way back over to the other side of the map as if they're staying in that fight. But Vermillion pull back over towards mid to get quicker respawns over to that team fight. The thing is, they're still getting, Astral is still getting them down. They cannot finish them at the moment. They still have that one cap coming in at present. We only have 8 minutes left in this game. We have not hit 200 points yet. It's a slow going.
It's because of the Thief and the Mesmer. I mean, Curve's done a terrific job.
Stop
and
doing good work.
Toker has done an excellent job of getting these decaps, and it's really slowed the pace down, in which not even the fight, it's just the clock and how many points they're really getting. So every point is essential in this case. I mean, we saw it earlier today with 55 and Denial. Every point is essential, and Joker trying to get on top of Triffin here, but finally Astral get the sole point of this game, trying to work their way back into this one. It's definitely possible. Just got to keep up with these kills on the Snowball, who's taken into the downstate. RG not quite where he needed to be. Nice knockback coming out there from Phantom, able to deny that. And Chaith going to be dropped, but should not. Nope, he's not going to be getting back up after that one. So
They
maybe a
don't
one-cap piece.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't capitalize off that Snowball kill, unfortunately. I mean, you know, maybe that's enabled Toka to get a potential full cap over
Another
on the
decap at mid, man.
Yeah, like easy peasy. They're going for these kills, but then it doesn't feel like they're massively capitalizing after they get a kill, especially after they lose a cap. Like, are they weighing up their odds? Are they going for the right decisions here?
A lot of it seems to be based around attrition, and it looks like Wakey going to be taken down now. Triffin pretty low. Can't afford to go in there, has his teammates around, and they're not going to be able to get Wakey back up. That's their main support right now, and you hear him right now. They're excited because Phantom's down as well, and Nos going to be hit by the whole surge and miss from Triffin and taken down.
That was like the war cry right there, dude. Like, they just, as soon as that came out, members of Astral just get absolutely shreked across the map. One cap, that's a 120-point lead with 6 minutes and 20 seconds left in this map. I think there's a lot more noise coming out from Vermillion quite soon as well, as we've seen these Astral boys get back together. But are we going to see a free cap versus Astral Authority? We are, and that is 2-6-5 to 1-2-3 with the caps ticking in favor. That is a lot of points to come back from in a map where we have no real comeback mechanic. It's all about the capture points, and Toka's got some work to do to bring his team back into this game.
If you're Astral right now, they're trying to get a full regroup on their home node. That's pretty much the only thing you can do.
Yeah.
And assume that Vermillion is going to have somebody hang back and try to deal with Toker. So Toker's got to pick up the decaps. He already found one for himself. He'll have to get over to the mansion and do the same, but they can't lose the 4v4. And that's what they're doing right now. Chaith extremely low. Snowball actually taken down, so not quite lost just yet. With Snowball in the downstate, they have to capitalize on that. And Astral able to find the kill on him, so that's a pretty good start for him to try to get back into this one.
Yeah, I mean, we need some, backup for these guys. They're starting to get some momentum now. They're doing a good job, like you said, over towards the windmill, pushing back over towards mid. But if now Vermillion distract too much, it would destroy any momentum that Astral will have. They've got their members back into the map. They've already kind of distracted enough people over towards this windmill. But it doesn't feel like Vermillion are going to lose anything out of this. It doesn't feel like Astral had the power to push into the map. They needed those kills to bring themselves back in. 5 minutes hits, and we've got a 200-point lead almost for these guys. An easy decap there as well comes out for Curve, as Astral are trying to find something in this game.
Oh, Triffin finds the kill onto Phantom. Can they finish him off? Wakey's going in for the res. Chaith on the other side of the map. He's in the 1v1 with Curve again, man. And Curve, Curve just doing a great job of getting these decaps time after time. Definitely deserving of that star player. And doing a terrific job this series, the tournament as a whole. And like you said, 4:30 left on the clock here. 150 points away from moving into the finals.
Is it over, Joe? Can Astral for it come back?
I think it's going to be extremely difficult. With 4 minutes, remember that timer. Can't forget about the timer. With the pace of this game, with the pace of this game, I would say no. It would have to be a complete turnaround. A 3 cap here for Astral, and assuming no decaps from Curve, which is very difficult. Snowball in the downstate, but finally get the stomp onto him right there. And they had their chance to get back into it, but I don't know. Curve's down, RG maybe to follow. This could be the final shot.
Yeah, I think this is good. Like you said, he's good. We're literally in a similar position in the last series with rank 55, where it's their final shot around that 350-point marker, where they can potentially come back. If RG goes down here, they can snowball into their favor. Like,
how is he still alive right now?
Joe.
Oh my goodness, lands the thunderclap perfectly. Has the stealth to get out of here. Wakey's trying for 7 on. Oh my goodness, RG.
And he's got his res back up and stealth gyro, which means it's easily going to get up.
What a play from RG.
They needed to get that kill.
It's not even going to be much of an impact in terms of, like, sealing the victory, but Astral has a 2 cap now. Yeah. 3 minutes left on the clock. Nobody in the downstate, but this is what they need.
they have to. They cannot die. They cannot lose caps because time-wise, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to bring this back at the moment. RG is looking low over in Rhodes towards the mansion. They get the decap as well.
Yeah, you can't let Curve do it.
Yeah,
you can't let Curve get the decap.
And he's doing the job of a thief right now.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking earlier. He's doing the job of a thief and then some on top of it. So, and they got the cap. They find a second decap onto the clock tower, find the kill on the Nos potentially as they go in for the res, but it's going to be the end of Nos. Chade can't afford to get in on that. And now they're going to turn it right on to Chade. They're under 100 points away from claiming this and moving into the final. Chase solo, he's going to drop into the downstate as well, Jebro. Do we have our second final contestant?
I think we do, my friend. I mean, there's no... Look, 2 members down. We've still got time for them to move back into the map. 2 minutes left. It's not going to be possible. We've got the cap over on the windmill. We've got the cap over on the mid. They're not going to just end it with the win in terms of points, but they are going to end it with a free cap on Battle of Kylo. This is amazing. So, these guys at the beginning of the day were getting wrecked by
completely
PZ.
changed around.
Yeah,
completely changed around. The first 2 games, I've got to say, it was embarrassing for Vermillion, those first 2 games. But after they made a change up, after they had a regroup, they completely turned it around, improving it here, despite losing that first game rather to Astral. You know, they turned it around again.
And my prediction for the Welsh is
second game, not first game. They
we know what you mean. We know what you mean, man. It's all good.
I mean, it honestly looked like Astral would come back into the series, but it's going to be Vermillion, 501, 196, going to be taking on Denial, and they are happy. You can see it. Taking on Denial Esports once again, the second consecutive LAN, going to be an all-EU final here.
I'm really happy for these guys. Okay, it's EU pride, I suppose, in a way. But also, again, you know, Astral Euphoria, feeling for those boys not able to get through to that stage. But these guys have been not the full underdog today, but in terms of those 4 teams to make it, like there weren't many people that said they were going to be able to get to the finals.
I mean, after that second game where Astral changed up their strategy, I honestly thought they were going to win the series at that point. I mean, looking at how dominant they were on Force, it wasn't complete dominance like we saw from Vermillion on Legacy, but I thought they were honestly going to win the series. I thought they would win the 3-0 from then on out. Maybe not Temple, because Temple is a difficult map, but I thought Kylo, I thought Forest on Game 5, I thought it would go to Game 5. I honestly thought that Astral would have won that series.
I mean, and we're at that stage of the tournament, you know, where it's extremely painful, especially with the amount of money that's going on at the moment as well. They've dropped a lot, and you can drop even more between first and second. But today, now we have got the 2 best teams in the world, and they will be fighting against each other for that cash prize.
It's going to be extremely, extremely exciting to see those 2 teams go at it. Denial Esports and Vermillion in your World Championships finals. Denial trying to crown themselves as the first team ever, like they said earlier, the first team ever to get that second consecutive title. But we're going to send it down to the stage to hear from Vermillion.
Thank you very much, guys. All right, once again, I am here with Snowball. Already had him here before. It was good to talk to, so I thought we brought him back once again. So going into this series as a whole, game number 1, pretty clean cut going up against Chase Druid. You were able to kind of dominate that position quite nicely. But across the whole series, I wanted to kind of pick your brains on how you're able to deal with the Thief. Obviously, Toker is well known on his Thief. So how did you guys approach that situation and come out with a win?
Yeah, Toker is a very scary Thief, and we just told Alcor, just like, let him go for the decap. We'll outnumber a team fight, and then we'll get the kills on Nos, and then we'll just get the caps after that. Pretty much that's the game plan.
Okay.
That worked out pretty well for us, I guess.
As simple as that. Very nice, very nice. So I kind of want to move on in now, looking forward into the grand final, which is the all-important thing. You guys have already secured yourself 50K. It's not bad. It's not bad. It's pretty good, but there is more. So going up against now Denial Esports, obviously you guys know them very well from the European scene. What are your anticipations going forwards? Are they going to be a tough opponent? What do you think for the grand final here?
Denial is a very good team, and we'll give our best shot, and we'll see how far we will go. You know.
Any special plans or?
I mean, they have Hellsand. It's 4v5.
All right, then. All right. Well, thank you very much, Snowball. Good luck going into the grand final. We wish you the very, very best. For now, we are going to head off to a break, as later on down the line, we have our grand finals coming up for the World Championship here for Guild Wars 2. But right after this, a very special thing to come here from the ESL studios. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Guild Wars 2 World Championship here, as the grand final is on the way in just a little bit's time. But before we get to that, we have a very special treat for you here for Guild Wars 2, as once again, actually not even once again, this is the first time I've had you guys here along for the ride, we have two members from the PvP development team here to have a bit of a chat with us. We have Evan Lash as well as Grant Gertz. How have you guys been enjoying the tournament so far?
The game's been great. Really been enjoying them. A little disappointed to see NA out so early, but the games are going to be really good, and hopefully we have a great finals.
Yeah, that game going to time had me on the edge of the seat. I was a little disappointed, but they've been really hyped.
Right. I was going to ask you actually about your highlights from the tournament, but you've already pointed out very, very clearly that one game going to the very brink.
10 seconds.
10 seconds. Damn you, EU. I'm sorry, boys. All right, so I have you guys here for a very important reason. I did want to ask you one of the most important question for me personally, which is, in a duel 1v1, who wins, Evan or Grant?
It's Evan, with hands down.
Pretty sure I'd mess him up.
Yeah, mess him up. Which class?
Warrior.
Oh,
yeah,
right.
I've been playing Guardian recently, so.
Yeah, so he definitely will. Yeah, okay. Cool. All right, so I have you guys here for an important announcement or an important showcase of what is to come for Guild Wars 2 PvP. So guys, what do I have you here for? What are you here to show?
So we have a brand new map releasing next Tuesday, and we've put a video together to showcase that map, and then we'll talk about it a little bit.
That's true, actually, yeah. So before we do actually get to talk about that, let's take a look at what we have to show you.
Team has obtained an artifact. Did you see that? Red team got a capture point.
That's right, the Eternal Colosseum for PvP is soon to come about here in Guild Wars 2. Under the hammer of gladiatorial combat, we will see people rise and fall in front of a spectator crowd. So boys, I've got to ask you to start things off right out of the gates. What are the mechanics here for this map? Give us some details.
Okay, so aside from the standard 3-point conquest, there's secondaries on this side of the map. There's 2 artifacts that you can capture, kind of like the buffs on Temple of the Silent Storm. One is an offensive artifact.
Yep.
When you capture it, it will give your entire team a 20% damage boost, physical and condi damage. And the wielder of the artifact, every time they down somebody, it will automatically summon a Reaper out of the ground that will do a stomp animation that'll basically be a free finish unless they get rallied.
Right.
The other artifact is a defensive artifact. It's called the Shield of Life. The entire team gets 5,000 HP and 100 toughness, and the wielder of the artifact gets a one-time free res the next time they go down.
All right, awesome stuff, awesome. So, I mean, Grant, what kind of wanted to push you in the direction of creating a map such as this one, as the Eternal Colosseum?
Sure, so a continual theme in PvP is the player's pursuit for glory. We even named our currency after that. We have the Shards of Glory in PvP. So a natural selection sort of for us to, a theme to pursue was going to be like the Colosseums. When you think back, gladiators are very much the rock stars of their day.
Mm-hmm.
They're bleeding and fighting out there on the Colosseum and the arenas in pursuit of that glory and that fame. So it seemed like the next step for us to kind of try and push that theme for PvP. So we kind of introduced a crowd mechanic too that we really think is going to kind of tie that all together and really kind of ignite that atmosphere for the players to really kind of get that pursuit and that glory feel.
That's actually a cool point that you bring up there. The crowd as a whole, I kind of from what we saw there and from what I've seen myself, it seems to add a little bit more immersion. Does that kind of rise and fall as well throughout the gameplay, depending on what happens?
Yeah, so the crowds are going to definitely cheer and jeer depending on what's going on.
Right.
When you get the stomps, when you get those clutch rallies, getting the artifacts, the crowd's going to react accordingly, whether depending on what side of the field you're on and what team you are. So it's really going to add that little extra bit on top of that feel for you.
Yeah. Not only the immersion, but the moral support. If you did something good, good job. Well done.
Absolutely.
So one thing that I want to ask is, you guys must have been playtesting this map quite thoroughly internally. Are there any interesting strategies or things like that that have come out throughout that playtesting?
Yeah, so something we're really going to be interested to see is how the community reacts with having two side buffs that open up at the same time. Do you commit one player to each, 2 players to each? Do you not commit anybody? Do you want to retain map control? How does that really play out? We've seen a couple different things appear through testing, but nothing's really emerged as a dominant strategy, so it's going to be really fun to watch the community react to that.
Cool. Well, sorry, go on.
Yeah, I was going to say one of the differences between this map and some of the other maps is the secondaries don't immediately give you team score. So while you may be able to get the artifact, you still have to capitalize on having that buff with your team before you can, make use of it.
Right, and we've got a bit more open area around the midpoint, so it's going to be really interesting to see how players find those good line of sight points while still maintaining that balance of being on point, but getting off when you need to kind of refresh some of your cooldowns.
Right. So kind of going forwards compared to other maps like, Faux Fire, anything, Forest, of course, what really makes this stand out? Beyond like the crowd mechanic and things like that, what defines this map for you guys? Like, what are the big defining factors of this map?
So the buffs are incredibly strong. I don't think we've had buffs that strong passively in our maps before, so I'm really curious to see what kind of influence it'll have in competitive play, having these 20% damage boost for your entire team.
Yeah, huge different swings in gameplay is something for sure. Well, thank you very much, guys. It's been a pleasure having you here to kind of introduce the map. But not only do we have you guys here to actually introduce the map itself and the mechanics that we were speaking about, but also we will be having an exhibition match here to show everybody out there as a world exclusive between some of the teams, some of the players even here, I should say, from the other teams. We've created all-star lineups from some of the teams here, and it looks like actually most of the players are from the North American side of things. So excited to see how they're going to play this out. We are going to head over to the commentary team here, as it will be Jebro as well as Hurix bringing you this exhibition match on the Eternal Coliseum.
Hello. Yeah, this should be quite exciting. We do have to get ourselves back into, obviously, the brand new map, a brand new Conquest map for PvP is really, really exciting.
Yeah, and we've taken a look at it. We've seen a little bit of it. I'm really excited to see how players deal with those new buffs, see how impactful those are, because obviously they're designed to be and everything. And I'm really curious to see how these players will play it out.
So obviously 2 new buffs as well, and that's something like going on with the Conquest theme of Guild Wars 2. Like that's something which obviously since Stronghold came out as well is something that players in the competitive scene feel is going to be very, very strong and useful to go on in terms of the future, in terms of these LAN tournaments, and we're looking forward to seeing these new maps coming into the game. So with the, it's a Colosseum, you walk into the Colosseum, you've got this great kind of atmosphere as soon as you walk in, and we will be bringing the action as soon as we can, of course. You can see a selection of players as well, fantastic stuff. We've got, Never Lucky, Rank 55, and Team PZ all playing on the same side of things. So, and looking at the other side of the map on the studio as well, it's good to get these guys back in. You can see obviously Muffin, Zan, Levin, Zeus, and Jeffy's they're free for the rest of the day, obviously. So we're going to bring you the action as well. So we're just looking at getting into this game, of course. Good to see these guys coming out as well. So team is going to be Gems Out. There was a little bit of an extra thing coming towards that as well, but I believe we cut that name down. So how do you feel about this map here?
Honestly, I'm really excited to see the map. I mean, obviously, every time we get a new map, it's really exciting. It brings a lot of potential to the game because we can also potentially at some point see it in like ranked queues and everything. And it's a great, it's an interesting perspective to see like the professionals come here and be able to play it for us, you know, and see how they're going to do it and see how the meta builds are going to work on it and everything. So I'm really excited to see how they perform on this map and see how this map kind of interacts, see what the run times are like between points and everything like that, and see especially how the interactions work with those 2 new buffs.
Yeah, I mean, it's exciting, like, as well, how that would be in the competitive area, you know, because you don't have to rely on specific utilities to get potentially, you know, an immediate kill. Also, some survivability relying on those buffs for that is just great, you know, but they're going to have to think about comps. They're going to have to think about different situations, and how that's what I want to see, and how see the scene develop, bringing in different compositions.
But of course, I mean, got to have 2 teams on there, and the next team is going to be Team Baby Thumbs. We've got Fanaram, Krail, Texby, Kpud, and Moves. And honestly, this is going to be a fun roster, especially because you got Moves in there. That's always going to bring some fun to the gameplay as well. And of course, Kpud going to be throwing out some memes for sure in the team speak. So I believe those guys are going to have a lot of fun together, and I'm really excited to see what comp they wind up running. And I hope they have a little fun with it too, because I'm really excited to see that, especially.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is just going to be a fun match, right? We're not going to be trying to like be too serious about it. We're having fun. These guys, obviously, they want to chill for the rest of the day and just, you know, watch the tournament, enjoy the atmosphere. And we've had a hype tournament so far. It's been a fantastic day, and you can already tell that people are having some comments from the audience there. It wasn't working at all.
Yeah, the big thing is basically I'm looking to see which one they want to kind of put a little bit more importance on. What do they think about the offensive buff? What do they think about the defensive buff? What do they want to put like the most importance on? What has the biggest impact in the game itself? Because if you think about it, looking at the offensive buff, having that like free stomp, I mean, we talk about the NG because it has that function gyro. I mean, basically giving a class the opportunity to be able to do that, to get that nice, easy instant stomp. That brings a lot of utility into a fight, and especially on a map that can potentially provide a lot of team fights like that midpoint on this new map Coliseum here. I mean, it could have a lot of value for sure.
Walking and as soon as you like walk into the actual map as well, literally there is cheering. Like, and I think they were telling us about the fact that when you get a kill, there's like a cheer on, and you know, like it's almost like you've got hype from a crowd in the game, and from potentially, you know, if it's in the tournament setting, like right here, from our fantastic audience who have been absolutely amazing, as well as everyone on stream today. But yeah, I mean, we've got a lot of characters all mixing it up together. Obviously, some of these guys have played together against each other. Today.
Yeah, that's the coolest thing, is that these guys have now competed with each other against each other, and it's cool to see them come together as a team. You see a lot of the guys from NA there, of course, come through on the qualifier. So these guys have a lot of history with each other and everything, and it's cool to have them come together, play on a team, and duke it out on this new map. So I'm excited about it for sure.
And it's always good to see the development of new maps and how much effort, you know, in terms of not even just, you know, the way it's played, but graphically, like the actual, because it looks really good when you walk in. You feel like you're in a Coliseum, you're fighting for those capture points. There's like one central mid cap, which is so essential. And the ways that you can get, because there are little
there's a lot of
panels and stuff that you can jump
well, there's
on,
also
right?
a lot of interesting pathways too, and a lot of the cool things to note are that in a way you can kind of get yourself lost in a maze. So it's like you have to be always kind of cognizant of your surroundings. You have to be aware of them. I mean, you have to make sure that when you're trying to get, let's say if you're trying to get from that spawn point to the midpoint, you kind of want to make sure that you're taking the right turns and everything, because there's the difference between the run times between those points. If you're actually trying to get from point A to point B, I mean, you're going to have to take some routes that at first might seem like the best way to do it, but in actuality, because of the way that the map is designed, there's some interesting other ways to get places, teleports, leaps even, that I'm hopefully, I would love to see the players kind of try out.
Jeffy, he's such a character today. This guy, he's been brilliant. And actually, like you say, you know, there's a lot of different pathways and stuff to get to the capture points and get into the map in the first place. That, you know, you're gonna see these guys have not played this map. They've not actually played on this map yet. So you're gonna see how like pro players, which is what they are, deal with a new map. Like, how do they feel it out? You know,
try out new strategies, try to figure things out. Yeah, and I mean, honestly, that's probably one of the more interesting aspects, especially given the fact that for the most part, these guys are coming into it, I mean, kind of blind, and they're going to have to basically play it as they go and try to figure things out. And these are the top players in the, these are some of the top players in the world that we're looking at here that have been in this tournament now, in the World Championships for Guild Wars 2 here. And I mean, they're going to be duking it out, and it's going to be intense, man.
So you can see obviously Zeus there along with Jeffries and the rest of his EU team, as well as Muffins there at the end. They had a good run to there actually. You know, you always have that feeling. I know we're talking about the map, but you know, we're at the tournament. We're still thinking about those teams towards the end of the day as well. So it's worth talking about that, as that is the reason we are here. But great time to showcase a map which has got a lot of potential. So when this is released, like giving that feedback to the devs is so important, you know, for that kind of beta map release. Give them the feedback, you know, play the map to your heart's content, and you know, get it into that potential ranked situation with, you know, changes if they need them. But it feels like quite, you know, it's a nice map to run around at the moment, at the very least. That's what I know, that's for sure.
Do you expect anybody to be running any kind of fun builds, any changes apart from what do you expect?
I mean, you know, it'd be fun to see a Shatter Mesmer in there, maybe. I think they can just play those really powerful damage builds that they want to see. Like, people are going for the kills, aren't they, rather than anything else. So, yeah, it should be pretty interesting indeed. But Mesmer builds, like we could see anything. You could see Thief. I mean, these guys all played various classes. What Fantaram might play as well is going to be quite interesting. Is he going to go over to Rev or whatnot as well? Going to be great.
I'm actually interested in seeing what some of the players that we haven't seen as much. Obviously, Moobs and Krill are two guys that stand out for me because we haven't seen too much of them. So this also gives them a platform to kind of showcase their abilities with some different dynamics on the team. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, we all kind of figure he's going to be picking up the Guardian as always, but it'd be way more interesting if he actually picked up something else and we could watch him on something else. And you know, obviously a lot of these guys are kind of in their team kind of playing in kind of like a specific role, but you know, this is a great opportunity for them to kind of dip out and try to, you know,
just have a relaxing time in a way, you know, just to chill, not the pressure of having to win. Although Fantaram looks kind of focused there, doesn't he, really, to be honest?
Yeah, he looks zoned in right now, and looks like they're just prepping up right now for the matches and just kind of getting acquainted a little bit before we start up and everything. But you know, honestly, what kind of, do you think there's going to be any players that stand out here at all?
I mean, yeah, all of them in their own way. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see what Texby plays as well. Just because of, you know, his multi-classing ability that he has, all the different things that come out in terms of, you know, even tournaments where he's played, you know, Necro and got everything else under the sun when he used to main like Scrapper as well. So it'd be fun to see him kind of back on like Engineer, Scrapper, you know.
Yeah,
maybe some core classes.
I would like to see Muffins on Thief is what I would like to see, because I remember way back in the day, Muffins on the Thief, and he has gone to Mesmer, and he's gotten very, very talented with the Mesmer since. But you know, I would like to see some throwback, because that's actually some really interesting stuff that I would love to see for sure. And I mean, looking at the matchup, I mean, we know who are going. We know who is going into this. Who do you think has the advantage? Do you think it's going to be Gems Out for Harambe or Team Baby Thumbs?
Gems Out for, that was the final name, was it? It was indeed. I didn't come up with that. I wonder who did. I don't know, in all honesty. Let's go with, we've got to go with Harambe, right? I mean,
Harambe.
Yeah,
I'm going to go with Team Baby Thumbs, given I love the inspiration of it, and I just want to oppose you. I just want to be different.
Okay, guys, we're going to be right back after this short break, and we're going to bring you the action from the World Championship in 2016. We won't be long.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Guild Wars 2 World Championship here, as we are rapidly approaching the grand finals. But before that, of course, we will indeed have an exhibition match on the Eternal Colosseum. Now, I just want to kind of give you guys a bit of an update as to what's currently going on. The map is being played on a test build, and as such, sometimes we run into slight technical difficulties, which is what we are currently trying to fix as soon as possible so we can get into that right away for you. For now, though, I am joined on the couch by Hypno as well as Olrun from Team Never Lucky. I wanted to get these guys Some cheers for these guys as well. I appreciate that, guys. We want to get your impressions on the internal Coliseum that we've just seen as well. You guys have had a little bit more of a look into it. So what are your impressions going forwards with the new map soon to come out?
I mean, we're always happy when new maps are being added to PvP. I know that some of the maps like Spirit Watch and Skyhammer didn't receive very much positive feedback from the community. But looking at the Eternal Coliseum, it really does look like one of the better maps they're releasing. The main thing that's probably going to affect the map is how the ports and mobility affect the travel time between the nodes. So it'll be interesting to see what comps the players are choosing and how much targeted ports they have to move around the map.
Right, right.
There's a lot of choke points on the map, basically. If you don't have ports, you're forced to go around, and that can kind of cut down time for whomever has ports, like a Revenant, Dragon Hunter, Thief. They can get the advantage off of that. And in my opinion, they should add the secondary level where they can actually kite on top of. That would be incredible.
Okay.
But they would have to have jumping puzzles to counter the ports. Otherwise, ports would be abused in that sense. But I do quite like the map. It's really good for skirmishes, and like I said, the choke points are crazy for team fights because one person goes down, you go for a res there, everything is just being smashed in. You know, you have a Revenant.
Yeah, yeah. Have you guys already kind of seen the map a little bit, kind of theorized any like little niche picks or anything like that that you would maybe run on a map like Eternal Coliseum in the current meta, or what do you think?
I mean, the main thing is the things like the Thief, the Revenant, and the Dragon Hunter. With flashing blades on the Dragon Hunter, it's easy to get between nodes. Same with the Revenant and Shiro. And the main thing that might change is Thieves might, instead of running short bow for mobility, they might run the sword pistol because the sword 2 is able to port through the walls as long as your allies give you a target. So you might see more assassin-type builds because of the ease of getting between nodes instead of the bunkery type people that are going to try to hold the nodes.
Right, right.
And then, of course, when you talk about the buff damage, you know, power and Condi damage, it kind of favors the skirmishing power comp with mostly ports. So like I said, it's probably going to be a really fun skirmishing map.
All right, okay. Well, just in general, moving on from that topic at the moment, this is your guys' first LAN. This is your inaugural run here at a studio. What's it been like for you guys to play on the stage? What's it been like to kind of experience this LAN environment, etc.?
I mean, although our matches didn't go quite as planned, we were very grateful for the opportunity. It was incredibly fun. It's really a unique experience just seeing how everything is set up for, you know, from day one to the actual event. So I'm honestly just grateful. I'm really happy to be here. Even though we lost, I was still smiling, you know. So much to learn. And we improved as a team, even though it didn't look that way on the screen.
Olren?
I just really enjoyed coming here and meeting everybody. Like, it's an entirely different experience talking with your teammates on TeamSpeak as opposed to actually meeting them in person. And on top of that, we met all of the other teammates, teams that compete and are here, and it was just really fun meeting everybody.
Yeah, it feels like I personally opt into doing all the Guild Wars 2 events that I can because your community is so nice. So that's why I come along for these kinds of things. So moving forward, like into 2017 and things like that, are there definitely things that you have learned from this kind of experience and then putting that forward into your PvP careers?
Oh, for sure. I mean, one of the biggest things I would say is LAN pressure. Your performance it depends, you know, how much experience you have at LAN. Of course, teams that have been here before don't have as much of an issue. In our case, we did choke. You know, that's kind of the one of the reasons why things didn't go as planned. You know, we had plans, we know what to do, but we just couldn't do it because of the pressure. It was more than we expected in that sense. So I'm sure if we do come back next year, which we will try to, it will be different. The performance will definitely increase, yeah.
All right, boys. Well, thank you very much for joining me here. It's a pleasure to be able to get a little bit more of a look and insight into how you guys function here, it being your first LAN especially. But for now, though, I have, unfortunately, some bad news. News that I don't particularly want to have to break to you guys out there, but this is what we got to do. Unfortunately, we have to cancel the exhibition show match due to the fact that the test build that it is currently being run on it is unfortunately a little bit broken. These things unfortunately happen in the world of technology. But do not worry, because very soon now, that means we move past that, and of course the map will be coming out very, very soon anyway, but we moved past that, and we now get into potentially, well, in fact, of course, we get into the grand finals here for the Guild Wars 2 World Championship. So we're going to go to a short break, and when we are back, that grand finals is on the way right after this.
Red team has obtained an artifact. Did you see that? Red team got a capture point.
Live from the ESL studios in Burbank, California, our World Championship match to determine who will walk away with first place is scheduled for a best of 5. One of these teams will walk away with all the marbles, apart from 50k for the second place, of course. As for now, we will find out who will be our official 2016 World Champion. Will it be Vermillion or will it be Denial Esports? I'm joined at the analysis concave, I should say, once again by our lovely experts in Syndraneer, Subcutie, and Hurix way down over there. So, boys, this is our grand final. It's Europe versus Europe. Sorry, boys. But overall, I think when we've watched these two teams run through this bracket, they have certainly looked to be the two teams that have deserved these spots.
Yeah, I mean, down the line, it definitely, I think everybody anticipated Denial to be one of the teams that was a top contender, if not kind of a shoe-in for that final spot. It really kind of came down to that matchup with Rank 55, and given what we saw against Rank 55, I expect them to be extremely powerful in this matchup here against Vermillion.
That's right, not a single series so far during the day has gone the full 5 games. It's been 3-1s or 3-0 here throughout the day. These are the roads that these teams have taken as Denial Esports find themselves a win versus Neverlucky and Rank 55 Dragons, one of their biggest rivals in the European scene. And then Vermillion decided to go on a North American stomping spree down towards the lower half, finding themselves in the grand finals as well. So Subcutie, obviously Vermillion comes in to the grand final really as the big wild card. I mean, even getting to the grand finals alone for them has been an impressive feat here.
Yeah, so, during the final a few months ago, we saw Astral actually do really well versus 55, who has done now well versus Denial, and Vermillion beat Astral.
Yeah.
So, we're going to see, hopefully, a pretty good match, coming up against Denial.
We've seen members like Alcor, Syndraneer be kind of almost linchpin damage dealers for their team to be able to kind of move through things. Is he going to have to shine again here? Who are you looking to shine against a team like Denial Esports specifically? Because it is a tall order.
I still think that Curve needs to step up against Denial because Mesmer is such an important role in this meta.
All right.
I think the big thing, just going off of that, is that, I mean, you're now looking at a direct Mesmer v. Mesmer matchup against arguably one of the best Mesmers in the entire world here on a stage like this. I mean, it's got to be daunting for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Let's take a look at the road that Vermillion has taken here to the grand final. It's been not exactly an easy one. There's been 3-1 for either matchup that they've taken here against North America. But let's start things off as they did go up against Team PZ here and were able to do pretty well for themselves.
Yeah, the big thing here was definitely about these Necros, trying to deal with Java, Snowball making that adaptation, going over to the Spectral Armor there as well, just to make sure that he sustains himself, given that they don't have this, that Elementalist. And you can see, I mean, the actual potency of the damage that these guys provide and the coordination that they have to get these big team wipes that we've seen time and time again from them.
It felt like they gained a little bit more momentum as the series went on. I believe that the first game was in favor of PZ, if I recall. And then from that point on, Vermillion was just able to kind of do what they needed to do against them boys. So kind of what were the defining factors here for Vermillion? What do you think, Subcutie?
Oh man, Vermillion, you know, they had some really great portal plays. I think that Alcor, you know, he really came through with the Druid as we predicted. Really, they just played tight together overall.
And there on screen is indeed Vermillion, looking to try and push through and find themselves a spot here in the, well, history books, really. Since, obviously, Denial Esports has already crowned themselves a champion, but Vermillion is yet to find themselves that spot. Are they a huge underdog here? I mean, going up against Denial Esports, is it that daunting a task? Is it going to be a very, very hard-fought battle for them if they're able to get the win? I mean, Snowball, when I interviewed him on the stage, you know, he was hopeful, but still a little bit concerned going up against Denial.
Right, so talking to the players, you know, I think that Vermillion is definitely in kind of an underfoot position here. As Sindrunir mentioned earlier, you know, Helseth is really going to be following around Curve, looking to just be like, I'm the better Mesmer, and I'm going to just kill you here so that we can snowball.
Right.
Alternatively, as Sindrunir also mentioned, you know, we could also have Rom following around Curve, so multiple options.
And of course, you know, talking about those two members in Rom and Helseth, we have on the other side is Denial Esports as the current reigning world champions here, looking to repeat and looking to claim themselves $100,000. Again, you know, I mentioned it before, it's a star-studded lineup here. There's really so much talent on this side, but Sindrunir, you mentioned in the past, you know, there are some weaknesses here, but do Vermillion bring those kind of weaknesses to the table is the problem?
No, I think Vermillion is a weaker version of rank 55, so I think this is as favorite for Denial. Like, they're gonna stomp them.
All right, well, we shall find out in just a little bit. Let's take a look at Denial's road to the grand finals here as well, of course. As I say, back-to-back grand finalists defending their title here. So where are we starting things out on? Of course, they did go up against... Who did they play first? They played against Neverlucky, and then being able to win out their opponents in rank 55 Dragons to start things off. So what has been like the X factor for them in these series?
I think, honestly, the biggest thing for Denial is that, I mean, they're so far ahead of everybody coming out of Season 2 as well. They really have put a lot of time and effort into it, and we've spoken with them and we've talked about the different factors that make them such a great team, such a phenomenal roster, and it's not just the fact that mechanically these guys are really talented, it's also because they have the craft, they have I mean, they just have the devotion to wind themselves up here every single time that we do this, it seems. And honestly, at the end of the day, I kind of have to agree with Sen is that this matchup should be, I mean, pretty cut and dry. This is essentially the same matchup that they just went through. They had a great, basically a warm-up match there against what they're going to be playing now again in the finals. And 55, in my opinion, is probably a little bit stronger. So I think that I have to agree. It's going to be pretty nice for Denial this time around.
It's a huge momentum ride for Denial as well, beating rank 55 in the semifinals and going into the finals.
Even given what we saw in that, just barely scraping by against 55, a very close match there, literally saved by the bell, was the words that I remember Rom using. But honestly, I mean, if they're able to pull a win out against 55, they should be able to pull out a win against Vermillion.
Is map order something that's a factor here? I mean, when does Temple of the Silent Storm, for example, come in? Because we've seen that they do have some weaknesses there. We even saw at the very final of those highlights the fact that rank 55 was able to take a convincing win against them. So is that Vermillion's hope to try and find some momentum there?
I think basically the only time that we're going to be seeing Vermillion really, really standing up and having a really, really good shot is when they can find ways to allow RG to kind of isolate these 2v2s, 3v3s, much like we saw Zan doing, especially on Temple of Silent Storm, and even at times as well on Kylo. If they can manage that kind of stuff on some of the other maps where you typically don't see that, if they can kind of create those opportunities for themselves, they're going to definitely be in a pretty good spot to contend with Denial Esports.
I'm going to throw a bit of a curveball. Last finals for our Season 2 Pro League final, we did see Denial Esports, and previously TCG, bring out that, well, warrior with great sword, I believe it was, and kind of really throw a bit of a curveball at their opponents during that. Is there anything in today's meta that, say for example, Denial or even Vermillion can bring to the table that is just wacky and out there? Is there anything, or is it just going to be kind of the standard compositions we've seen so far?
It will be the same compositions, but I think the Corrupt Well is the only thing that makes the difference.
Right.
Yeah, I think honestly at this point it's probably best for them to go for that safe pick given the corrupt. Well, they have the counter. They've worked it out now.
Yeah.
It's worked now against 55. If I was Denial, I'd say stay the course.
Stay the course, stay the course. All right, well, I want to get your predictions then, going forward into this grand final. And we're actually going to start on this side. We're going to start with Syndroneer.
You should. So I can just copy, right?
But you've been utterly terrible throughout the day. So we're starting with Syndroneer, and then we're going all the way down.
I'm confident in my old teammate, so I'm going to say 3-0 to Denial Esports.
I'm going to say 3-0 as well for Denial.
I'm saying 3-0 for Denial.
No, no, Hurix, no. Give us some hope. To be fair, the whole tournament, you have got the numbers right.
Yeah.
Just completely the opposite way.
Yeah. So now that I said 3-0 for Denial, it's going to be a 3-0 the other way for Vermillion. And it's going to be a huge upset. But I'm still saying 3-0 for Denial because when that happens, and it will, then I'll finally be right.
I don't know. I really want the Hurix curse to be born. But anyway, for now, we are going to head over to the commentary team. It is the Guild Wars 2 World Championship Grand Final brought to you by Jebro and Storm.
Thank you very much, guys. We are really excited about this final matchup between Denial and Vermillion. Of course, Vermillion I don't want to say totally expected to get into here. Like they had said, a big wild card today, Jebro. And what do you think their chances are up against Denial?
I mean, it was, 3-0 from all of our analysis. It's like, wow, guys.
Well, I've been casting with Christian for a long time, and usually he's wrong about predictions. So, it might be the same thing today. It might be the same today. Both teams are joined up and ready to go, though, and it doesn't look like we are going to have any comp swaps coming out from either team. Although, a big factor of Snowball's success throughout their games was the fact he changed over to Spectral Armor, and that's going to be exactly what he's going to be running here against these guys. He's going to be getting a lot of pressure on him from Frey. Especially, Frey has pretty much went uncontested throughout most of this tournament. I mean, they've only had one series, of course, but in that series, there wasn't a whole lot that people were able to do about his pressure, and that's something to really keep an eye on here from the Nile side.
100%. And as you saw on the screen was that absolute amazing trophy, as well as the fact that we are now fighting for the winning team of $100,000.
Quite a big difference from the 50K that second place gets, so double it. So
that's
the biggest they've ever had on the line before. As builds are pretty much the same. We'll take a quick peek after game number 1, but Snowball actually back on Wealth Corruption. So I looked at him earlier, he had the Spectral Armor. Maybe he didn't think we'd take another look at it, but he is going to be running that well for him. So game number 1 of the Guild Wars 2 World Championship Finals about to get underway. Denial Esports up against Vermillion. Let's take a look at some opening splits, as it's going to be both teams kind of, Vermillion especially, kind of adapting to the opening splits, and they're going to be kind of taking on that style of not pushing somebody to that home point that we've seen from these other teams.
Yeah, having a look over towards Quarry, I think that they're actually kind of going to bypass each other here. And they're very cautious. They've literally gone to opposite sides of the map in stealth, and they haven't found each other yet. So they're looking for each other at the moment. Still grabbing a bit of extra stealth. Vermillion can get a bit more because they've actually got a stealth gyro as well, so that's actually quite nice.
Yeah, my goodness, and Alcor already getting bursted down by Frey. That's what I'm talking about. They just turned on him. They said nobody wants to make a move from the rest of Vermillion. They didn't want to move in on them, so they just turned around and destroyed Alcor, and that's a great start for Denial in that one.
And are they going to completely own Triffin here as he starts to move out? RG tries to cover him, also just even body blocking a ton of that damage. But he goes into Elixir S proc there as well, I do believe. Have to wait for him to come out. But the portal comes out and they defend it. They don't want Denial to, completely destroy him early on to get their morale defeated. They need to regroup, and that's what they've done.
They saw the match against Rank 55 Dragons. They don't want that same situation here for them on Legacy the Football. They know how good Denial can really be here on Legacy, and they don't want that same thing to happen here. And they're waiting for their respawn. Alcor's back. It's going to be a 4v5, given the fact Rom is kind of protecting that Quarry node. He's going to make his way over here, but Triffin putting a lot of hurt on to Draze, who's got to be careful.
Triffin he's got to be playing one of the he's going to have to play the best series of his life. It's the same for everyone, but he needs to pick up those kills. The pressure on Draze needs to be on it, and he grabs that staff, and he's going to be able to control Draze along on the side. But now, actually, potentially could go down. No heal available. Are they going to be able to get the kill down on here? And one of the first reses, they've still got a lot of cooldowns, function gyro and whatnot as well. So we're looking at the next kill on Vermillion.
It's going to be Draze, seemingly that focus target for Vermillion. Already out of Shroud. We see a portal play coming out. There's a couple guys going to go through it, but Draze will be stomped out here, and the rest of Denial is actually going to make their way over to the waterfall here. So they're ending up with a 2-cap, and they looks like they want to pressure this quarry node.
One good thing there as well from Vermillion was they actually had a ton of pressure on Denshi. Now, if Denshi was in that fight, providing support and sustain, they maybe could have held that together, but they couldn't in the end because he had to dip out just to make sure he was going to be able to live. And that's the kind of choices which are so important for Denial to keep that lead that they do have at the moment.
And something I think Vermillion's really taking into serious consideration here is playing this game, at least the first one, the series overall, very carefully. They don't want to give these absolute monstrous leads to Denial. And already Rom and Frey in the downstate here at the graveyard. Can they get Frey back up? He's so denshi's trying back up in this fight.
Yes,
Denshi's trying, but the CC coming out there from RG, able to shut him down, get 2 kills for himself. Gonna get the kill on a Denshi. More than likely, if Triffin can follow up onto it, Denshi gonna use some CDs, maybe get back into his base, but a great turnaround from VM.
1, 2, 3 men down for Denial, my friend. And there we had a double down state, and I saw someone going for the potential down on Snowball there as well. I was thinking they're going to be able to get Reg back up in this fight. But Vermillion had the pressure that you were talking about there that was so important to carry them through that fight. Great stuff from those guys, but they need to recover well. They need to use that. They need to capitalize on those deaths and move into the map solidly. Even pick up that next kill, because Denial are back in the game. They're already respawned. They've only got 1 cap on the map at the moment for them.
And it looks like Rom is going to head to the mid-fight. A lot of these games I've noticed today is a lot of people have just kind of really centered a lot of their play around these team fights. They don't often go for these side node caps really quick, let the outnumbered fight happen and hope for the best. They're all in on these 5v5s. Got another one going on right now because Draze is mowing up right here. Snowball also pretty low outside of that Shroud. Look at the con he's taking on him. Draze able to get to safety, but that first kill is imperative to their success as Snowball is taken into the downstate.
Yeah, massive here. They need to get the res. They power through, and now they need to follow up with a kill of their own. But Snowball goes down again. What do they have left to bring him up? Surely nothing. Outcore goes down to 30% HP as well as RG, and they have survived the fight to a degree because they've actually come out without losing anyone else, and that would have been absolutely awful. They've made a good decision to survive that fight.
It's a sneaky play from Outcore. He actually goes right back through the portal. Not a lot of people, I don't think anyone really saw him until Helseth saw that he was trailing. He's looking for this 1v1 matchup, doesn't want to give up the point, probably going to sword leap back onto it. He is actually giving up the point. Surprisingly enough, looking for the regroup with this team. They're a little spread out right now, but they're looking for even fights around the map.
I mean, yeah, I think you're right. Get over to that quarry. And that's what they need to do. They need to try and defeat any momentum that Denial Esports get on this map. They don't want to let them roll over the kills. And Freya is actually a constant target as well. They downstate a couple of times here, and we will see a ton of Condi damage coming on.
The surge in the mist from Frey, able to take down Snowball. RG and Triffin want nothing to do with that. And Denial able to hold on to their claim at the graveyard. Still holding a decent lead, but RG, what? He lives through that with the sneak gyro.
Yeah, he's not risking anyone.
He's still stealthed up, actually. That was not sneak gyro. He had actually tossed his elixir. Yeah, so he was able to keep himself alive. Surprisingly enough, Frey trying to fall back onto him. Thunderclap not quite going to land, able to get to some safety. But Curve in this 1v1 with Rom, and we saw Curve up against a couple of Rangers earlier today and trying to do his best. Might actually take him down here.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that 1v1 normally quite... It's in the hand of really the Druid as well, especially if it's Rom. Kev is just playing a fantastic game today. He's easily he's easily many people's MVP as well, to be fair, especially for this team. And he's going to be one of those guys who really pull them back. And look at Waterfall. We had a Waterfall cap. They got a couple of points back into the game. Now Snowball is low HP, and obviously, you know, we're going to see the Necros falling often. Snowball is the main focus of Denial. It's the same all day. The Necros are having a horrible time. They're in downstate probably more than they're playing the game.
It's really surprising that Frey is actually not following up on the Snowball. He's trying to deal with his own sake, and RG going to be right on top of him, looking for the res right now. They are going to be able to get it back up. Frey now in the downstate. He seems to be a pretty good target for him. The stomp coming through. Outcore able to finish off Frey, and they're looking to get a hold of this graveyard. They are not too far behind here, about 40-some points, as it's going to be Draze now taken into the downstate. Snowball going to go down as well. Can they get the kill, though? Rob going in for the res. Denshi is also in there for the res. Snowball's back up now, able to cleave out Draze, and Vermillion looking really good about halfway through this one.
Yeah, they're pushing him back out of the midpoint now. I mean, Draze and now Denshi going down as well is going to, you know, limit their sustain in the map. See Vaporform through the portal, but look, VM are kind of around the portal already, and that's what they need to do, so Helsef doesn't get that. He actually goes through the portal rather than go for the res. There's no way that's going to happen. Where's Helsef now? He's over on the midpoint, and now they're really split up in a situation they don't want to be in. Vermillion have choices to make. They leave the waterfall, they secure the quarry in the mid, and they're going to regroup as a team here while Denial has
my goodness, Triffin able to get the search again onto Helsef and take him down. And this just doesn't feel like as coordinated of a Denial Esports as we saw against rank 55.
This is so close right now at the moment. It's the first map in the finals where a Vermillion team at the beginning of the day were getting absolutely trounced. And now they're equaling up things with the team that have been so furious all day, so dominating, that at the moment, Vermillion are able to control part of the map. They need to be careful. They can't get too focused here, but they're able to get the kills here over on this side.
They've got some confidence, finally. It looks like they finally have some confidence in their own play. I mean, going into this, you know, I was talking to them, they're very excited to at least be in the finals. They're happy with being in the finals, and they're not certain of how they're going to be doing, of course, but, you know, having a lead now against Denial in the finals in the first game, they're going to be feeling pretty good about it. And Rom very close to going down. He might actually bleed out here. He's got about 5. Oh, man, the Condi Bomb coming out there from Snowball and Curve, able to finish him off. And Denial are trying to hold on to their home node.
Now, at the moment as well, another thing to remember, as I said earlier in the day, is the fact that these guys on the right-hand side, some of them trained this team. They brought them up. Snowball goes down again, obviously. That's a quick res. We know that's going to be the case indeed. And it's how they respond to this. They jump immediately onto Drazen. He's down, but Snowball could go down here as well. And they need to make sure they cleave out Drazen to continue this on, and they do. And they are going to be successful on the side of the map with a full decap portal as well. Comes out elsewhere with movement from Denial over towards the mid. They're not going to get the full cap, but they should be able to get a decap over on the quarry.
And now Denial kind of honestly taking a page out of the Vermillion handbook there, because Vermillion, a lot of their strategy early game revolved around them. When they lost the fight, they would just portal out. A lot of teams wouldn't have that portal available, and Curve did a great job. He's got to be the backbone of this team with those portals. Sin was talking about earlier, he has to have incredible plays if they want to come out on top, and you're seeing it time after time here. And finally, Denial trying to get something going for themselves, but Rom going to be taken into the downstate. Triffin, Frey going in for the stop. Oh, he's going to find it. Rom back up out of the downstate there, and now Denial on the offensive.
Now, maybe Vermillion heard what the analyst said, dude, because I don't think they want to let them have that 3-0 prediction. That's for sure. We see Curve over again. He has a massive amount of responsibility as Denshi is in that fight over here. But we have 2 deaths coming out, of course, for Vermillion at present. They can't let this get to them, because sometimes, you know, this is a weakness of Vermillion. They start to lose kills on the map, and they can, you know, they get demoralized quite easily. It's been better today. They have been able to come back, but RG is in a horrible place at the moment, and then they're going to have to wait for him to respawn. They will lose the waterfall if they're not very careful, and the lead.
Well, Curve does drop the portal. Going to try and blink on out. Actually, FaZe retreats back, really nulling his blink in the first place. So all out of cooldown. Snowball trying to grab some life force there.
It's a good comeback from Denial right now.
Yeah, a terrific, not a huge comeback, but terrific showing in the last minute or two from Denial, able to assert their dominance on Legacy of the Faux-Fire, the map they have dominated so well today, and are going to be finding themselves holding a 2-cap and reclaiming that lead for themselves with under 4 minutes left in this game. It could very well come down to a Lord play once again here, Gemini.
Yeah, I think, you know, Vermillion will definitely push for that if they keep losing kills, but they still need to find another, they need to get to 350 for the insta-win.
Oh, they're going for it right now. We see the portal. Hellset, they're on it. They've got 2, 3, 4 of them, 5 of them back here. Wow. And Vermillion is coming back to defend. What do? You can't send all 5 back. You have to find decaps for yourself. But
they need to make the decision. They're moving too slowly.
They should already be at the gate.
That was flaky as.
It was. That was
flaked out completely just then. They didn't know how to move. It's something similar from rank 55 earlier as well, but they're waiting for them to engage boss.
They hesitated.
Let them focus, right?
They really hesitated. And if you're the shot caller, you gotta know in that particular situation, guys, we gotta get back. This guy has to get the decaps. You gotta know ahead of time who gets the decaps. The Lord does get the heal off though. There still is 1 MOA left for Hellseth, and he will drop that should he need it. Decaps around the map now. The stomp coming through. Will they finish off? It's going to be Denial Esports taking game number 1, 518, 322. After a bit of a hesitating, you know, kind of an interesting mid game coming out from them as Vermillion really came back into that.
Yeah, I mean, even on that Lord Rush at the end, like, I'm not gonna, as well as actually getting the down, they actually got some kills off as well towards the end of that fight, which pushed them over to getting that down. Now, I really feel like Denial got off really in the end, got off quite lucky there.
I mean, you saw that huge sigh of relief from Hellset.
Yeah, he
just
doesn't
there.
Like,
he went up to Frey rather, and he's like, yeah, we got this. We won the first one, we got past it. And they know Vermillion's here to play now. They know that it's not going to be an easy game. It's not going to be an easy series by any means.
I think they're feeling that still from even the rank 55. Like, they can be confident, they can be pushy, but Vermillion, they ain't over none of it, man. I mean, look at they're quite chilled as well. They're concerned, but they should be proud of that themselves from that game.
They should still be, they definitely, certainly should be still happy with how they perform there. Of course, they still want to go away with the W, but moving to what, you know, we say time and time again, what we would consider one of their best maps, Temple of the Silent Storm, is going to be a heck of a game, I have to say. We'll have to see if Vermillion's able to keep it up or if Denial will sweep this one away. As our third map will be Forest, and we've seen how well Denial's done on Forest today as well. So I'm curious to see if Vermillion's able to take one back. Do you think they can do that here, Jebro?
Well, we're on that map, right, where that happens. So I think if they're going to do it, if they don't do it on Temple, then I think, you know, we could see a potential end, you know, even on a third map. This is their map, you know. We've seen them come back on this map. Okay, they've lost it in situations, but they have been able to pull back a certain amount of points in the qualifier as well, back to that 499 where they were coming back through the map. They got a couple of extra 100 points, but they need to keep it together and just do it. Play this in a similar style to the way they played against Astral. And that's not just the tactics, that's also their confidence and regrouping as well.
Okay, well, game number 2 about to start up here on the Temple of the Silent Storm. Denial Esports holding a 1-0 lead in this best of 5 in the grand finals of the Guild Wars 2 World Championship. Let's take a look at some opening splits now, as it's going to be Rom heading over to the altar. It's going to be Alcor also heading to the Temple, so both Rangers taking the same path. And Hellseth looking for the 1v1 with Alcor, probably maybe just dropping the portal and heading on to that gate point.
Yeah, I mean, it's, dropping the portal down, and we'll have to wait and see if they're going to move back over. They could just move back over and actually just team up the curve, just in stealth, still over towards the midpoint. They actually pull Frey and Denchi into a situation here, which might be great for them. Actually, Drezza doing a good job up top, and they need to pass some pressure on. Curve gets up top to put that pressure on where it is needed. Trying to CC him with that shield, of course, doesn't, in the end, Blood Frenzy doesn't get off either. Look at the amount of support that comes out from Denchi, and even Rom just pushing to him there.
Massive Condi bomb on the Draze. Look at the Condi's taking on him. Took a massive hit from Triffin as well. He's going to be dropped into the downstate. So Snowball's back up out of the downstate. Going to drop that well, potentially. Got interrupted originally, but he's back up out of the downstate. Now Draze down once again, just outside of the reach of the well, but they're going to follow up with a lot of cleave and a kill, as a matter of fact. And although that happened, Helseth finds himself with a decap over at the temple.
Yeah, 3 members popping back through that portal. They get the loss, they don't stay. They do not stay to try and potentially go for the contest, although Frey does return. Again, you know, able to get onto the node, evading that damage, making sure he's going to be able to hold this for an amount of time versus Argy especially. And over on the other side of the map, we have seen another decap. But we're seeing a lot of times, especially towards the later end of this tournament, where people are choosing to go for the decaps over full capping, giving themselves more options because they want to make sure they're not outnumbered elsewhere, because that's part of the tactics of these teams at the moment.
Snowball about to be taken into the downstate, able to get his well off at the last second. If I'm not mistaken, that was his. And the Resurrect actually gets him back up as Rom is going to be taken down over there at the altar, if I'm not mistaken, by Curve. Draze also taken into the downstate here, so Vermillion actually looking pretty good on both sides of the map now, and might actually make a pretty solid push over to Temple if they want to. Alcor stealthed up, and he's going to look for a 1v1 with Helseth. It's going to be Frey that's going to plus this one.
I mean, right here is like the decision, right? Because blue team are spawning on the opposite side of the map. Vermillion can't respond too hard to Denial going over on the temple because they've got to deal with respawns if they can get the kills. But Alcor going down over there, okay, isn't great. He should have got away from that, but unfortunately and doesn't. Snowball is low over towards the other side of the map in Reaper Shroud as they just circle around each other here and pick up a kill on Draze themselves. So, you know, it's 1-for-1 there, not too bad. Alcor is fully taken out over.
That was a bit of an aggressive move by Alcor. I like, you know, as soon as he saw Frey coming in there, I don't know, there's no possible way to be able to hold on against Frey and Helseth there. I mean, that'd be an easy kill, and it was. In fact, Rom actually finding a decap for themselves. Nice pickup as we are getting closer to that stillness buff, about 25 seconds away now, as these teams need to make sure they do not lose any lives. It's the worst time to lose people.
This is so, like, this game, we've not even hit 100 points yet. Like, this is insane. And most of it is kills, actually. 2 side camps come out now for Denial, who are behind, but will slowly start to crawl back, especially with Curves in the downstate over here, but still a lot of cooldowns going on for the team, so they're able to keep him back in this fight. A lot of support as well from these guys. But they don't want to engage too hard into these fights, especially if Denshi is around. He's offering so much support.
Snowball taken into the downstate. Frey sitting on top of him. Nice Moa coming out there as well, able to finish him off, and it doesn't look like they're going to be able to do it a whole lot as RG and Curve both taken down. Denial moving forward with the 2-cap and going to be able to capitalize on the stillness buff as well. More than likely, we'll find a 4-cap here, Jebro.
Yeah, I mean, you could see Rom's face on the screen as well. You know, he's pretty happy about that. And that's going to snowball the game into their favor extremely well here. And they will be able to pick up a 4-cap, because they have the stillness buff as well. And that's another death as Triffin is also finished off. RG is going to respawn here, but they're still waiting for Curve and Triffin to get back into the game. Now, decisions. Because over on the midpoint, they're going to get the 3-cap, and we have a 6-cap coming out in this second map on the Temple. The map where Vermillion are supposed to be victorious in terms of how the day has gone so far.
A decap came through from Curve over at the Temple, which is going to help them a little bit, but they're at such a big deficit now. Over 100 points, and you're not even 5 minutes into this game. And they do pick up a point for themselves, but they're really having a troubling time with Frey. Frey's aggressiveness right now is just hurting Snowball so much. He's taking him downstate. RG might fall as well. Maybe able to get him up. He does get back up. Look at the health pools for Vermillion right now, having such a difficult time. And once again, Snowball's so low, he continues to drop. And Draze gets very close as well. It's going to be another 5v5 off point. That seems to be the theme of this series.
Denshi is just an absolute monster when it comes to supporting the team. And even just the movement here with himself and Helseth, like moving into a position to recover from this loss of Draze, obviously, is they need to keep things going. They need to keep sustained on the map so they can keep control of this lead. Because they've got 1 cap at the moment with Water. We've got 1 minute till Tranquility and Stillness. Now, Vermillion, in all honesty, are probably looking at the point score and thinking, 140 points, that's nothing. We can come back easily. We've seen them doing it before. So at the moment, not even I'm worried about this. But, you know, we're going to have to see if they can follow up. But Snowball going down here would be absolutely tragic.
It would, especially at a time so close to Tranquility and Stillness buff, two essential things for this map. And Snowball going to be taken down completely out of the fight. Helseth also off the board for another moment or two. Now Draze is going to be the one. Like I said, a lot of these fights, almost every single fight I think I've seen, maybe 70-80% of them has been in the roads, Jevro. Not a lot of fights have been on the actual points.
This is like back again when with Boston WCS, how we used to see a lot of, we need to kill. Like, is this a kill meta now? Like, we need to get the kills, bounce off the kills, get the caps. And that's the way
basically to kill the Necro meta.
Yeah,
that is honestly the meta for most of these teams here that are featuring these Necro compositions. And a lot of it comes down to Snowball and Draza and their team support to be able to keep them alive. Of course, with Denshi, they have so much healing potential. The 5 shouts help so much. Trippin going to be taken into the downstate. RG takes a huge chunk of damage there. And he's not going to be able to make it out alive. Maybe just wants to die where he can. But the stillness buff going in favor of Denial. We do have both Rangers at the Tranquility buff right now, and they're on their way to getting the second victory.
Yeah, I mean, it's not far away at all. And if maybe Vermillion can power down to get a nice mower there on Dresden, they really need to finish this off. 2k HP as he comes into Reaper Shard, and you see the support coming out as well, but he goes into downstate, but so is Snowball once again, which how many times have we seen this happen? But Trippin comes in with an amazing elite there from the Herald, and then we do see Snowball going down. That's not enough, unfortunately, to carry them through this fight. It's Denshi's support, his backline. You need to give this guy so much credit today because he has been an absolute powerhouse for them and carries this team fight with the rest of his team to wipe them out over on that mid node. And now you're going to see potentially people looking like maybe a Tranquility push at some point in time to bring them back into this game.
RG just barely making out of that fight alive. Kerr finding himself in a very difficult 1v2 as Triffin will bleed out now. And they're going to go finish him off. Draze leaving the point here as this is, if I'm not mistaken, it is a 2-cap coming out here for Denial. They do hold the gate and temple right now. And with Triffin off the board, they are outnumbered. And it feels like most of this game has honestly been Vermillion being outnumbered. They keep losing a guy, not necessarily Snowball all the time, but they keep losing somebody and then making these, they're outnumbered around the map. They can't really win a whole lot.
Yeah, it's difficult at the moment to see where Vermillion are going to be able to push back. It's almost as if they've waited before for their opponents to make a mistake so they can capitalize on it to get the Tranquility buff to come back quite strongly and then hold that and see how it goes. But at the moment, I can't see a gap where these guys are going to be able to get in and get that kill, let alone take advantage of any of the mistakes that Denial are pulling out. Because at the moment, they're playing pretty flawlessly. They're doing a great job.
They are 90 points away from taking this game number 2. Vermillion, this is their chance to do the unthinkable. If it is possible, it'd be right now. I mean, there's no better opportunity, especially with Stillness up in about 30 seconds now. They'd have to get a couple points. They'd have to get that buff for their own. And they are going to find themselves almost at a 2-cap, but Draze able to find the decap over at the Temple fight. We still do have that fight going on here at the gate as Helseth looking for the 1v2. It's going to be Snowball getting so low, able to keep himself up, surprisingly enough. Denshi coming in for the support onto him. Griffin needs to get a resurrect, oftentimes not his role, so he's not going to even try for it. He might actually bail out of this fight.
Yeah, he has to. I mean, he doesn't want to fall here as well. They don't want to give up their last chance with Tranquility and Stillness up. They lose another body in this fight, it's game over. They're just going to lose the Stillness. They're going to lose any kind of advantage or push back into map they have. They've got pretty much one more chance to get into this game, otherwise it will be over. And this over on this side of the map on Temple, it looks like they might be able to grab this. RG is just trying to be a bit of a pain.
It's going to be Trippin taken down as well. They hold on to the gate, 80 points away from taking game number 2 now. Nobody even caring about that Stillness buff. Neither team really even needs to. I mean, Denial obviously doesn't need it to win, and Vermillion has plenty of other things to clean up before they even think about a Stillness buff, and it's going to be Frey going for it. He'll find it for himself now. Decaps across the board, though, and it looks like Denial are well on their way to that 2-0 start to this final series.
I mean, it's very similar to what Sin and the other guys said earlier, in terms of what is so beneficial for this Denial team with a well of corruption, the Elementalist preventing, giving Drazi a little bit of a buffer at the very least before he goes down and trying to counter the res power that Vermillion have got. Now, Vermillion losing on this map will be difficult for them to come back in the series. They have one more guy. This is
they just wiped over there at the Temple node. That should seal it. 50 points away from taking this game number 2. 4 minutes left on the clock as the Rangers still duke it out below as Ram and Alcor not really going anywhere with that 1v1 as expected. They do have the 2-cap now. The last couple of moments, a couple of ticks from Stillness going to expire there, and well fought here from Vermillion, but just not enough to be able to take Temple of the Silent Storm.
These are very upset about this. Because at the moment, I think, out of any map we thought they would come back on,
yeah, it'd be this map.
It's this one.
I mean, heading to Forest, and Forest is the map that Denial chose. So you can only imagine they've got a game plan going into it, and they're going to be pretty thrilled about, taking the map that Vermillion picked, map that Vermillion's always been good on, and, they're going to be pretty excited about heading into Forest with a 2-0 lead. There's not a whole lot to worry about if I'm them.
Yeah, we've got the standing still of the players, which we don't see much unless
You know it's
exactly
over, and it's going to be Denial Esports taking game number 2. 501-258, going up 2-0 in your grand finals here. Pretty hard-fought victory for them. Not too difficult, but nonetheless, 258 on the board there for Vermillion. Not as great of a game as they had in the game number 1.
No, I mean, I actually looking at Vermillion as well, just there, you can see that they're quite, I don't know, they seem okay. They're
just happy to be in the finals.
I mean, of course, but I think, they could still give Denial a bit of a fight on this map. I think it's not over, but that map was so important for them to clinch, to get in their favor, to give them momentum, because we have seen them in the past when they lose, or when they lose players, even in the game, they can lose that momentum, they can lose that morale and focus to get them a potential win on the following map.
I mean, it's certainly not over for them, and I'd be surprised to see if they wanted to change something up. It doesn't look like that's going to be the case for the game number 3. Maybe some build change or something.
Yeah,
Maybe they just want to go out with a bang, but I don't think that's going to be the case. But I think we're ready to send it down to the guys to hear their thoughts on those last 2 maps.
Thank you very much, guys. At the moment, 2-0 here for Denial Esports, the current reigning world champions. Still looking pretty dominant. Although, that being said, game number 1 was not as cut and dry as we may have been expecting going into this series. Vermillion started off that game here, very much so, in a position of power.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one player that kind of stood out, at least in the beginning stages of that game to me, was Triffin, really coming through, throwing Helseth into the wall, even taking kills. And they were really doing quite well in those team fights. But eventually what we saw was Helseth making basically adapting to that. And then essentially what they were doing in that second game, and even in the latter stages of the first one, was just Helseth having the foresight to lay down the disengage portal and basically trading Draze for map control. I mean, just giving the kill up and just rotating out of that fight.
Well, the later stages of that first game, in fact, did end with that Lord attack, which was almost, super, super impactful on the outcome of that game there. Super Cutie.
Yeah, so I mean, this game, Denial was really, their gameplay was out rotating here. I mean, they were losing a bunch of team fights against Vermillion, and then, they regrouped, and I can just imagine them like, all right, guys, let's calm down, let's just, get 350, and then the moment they hit 350, they were just Lord. And obviously, I'm sure they're expecting some resistance, but as you'll see, when the Lord finally does go down, unfortunately they don't get the interrupt on the first heal, but when the Lord does go down, they immediately stomp it. I mean, they were so ready. They had their stability ready.
Yeah.
They were just like, all right, we got this game.
They had full control over this attack. I mean, like, you can see, even when the Lord is, still alive for a little bit, there was so much damage that they're putting onto the Vermillion roster as a whole that they have full command over that position. It's fantastic play by them, surely.
Yeah, and it was also kind of, on that Legacy map, it was also kind of the same exact situation that we saw with 55, and again, mirroring the scenario, I guess the dynamic between 55 and Vermillion of being kind of similar teams. It happened again where it was kind of like that slow return back over to that base and trying to get a defense, and it was just being a little bit late to the draw, and then having to try to recover and just not having the ability to do that.
Well, of course, with the current 2-0 situation that we are in here, as Denial Esports is 1 map away from crowning themselves once again 2-time world champions. But one player on their team, of course, that we've seen many times this tournament is the ever-energetic, the Wildfire. It is Rom.
My name is Henrik Thulin. I come from Sweden. I am 24 years of age, and I go by the alias Rom.
I really, really like Rom because he's a personality, in the team. He has a great influence on me because he has like the LAN experience. He has been in every LAN of the game, and he's really the type of guy you need in the team to hype you and stuff.
I feel like one of my jobs is to put everyone on the same page in a way. I personally want to create a team that has 5 individual thinkers.
Me and Rom have played together for basically as long as I've been competitive in the game. Me and Rom work in real life. We can go out and grab a beer and have fun, and then we can also be really serious and play the game and compete. So for me, having Rom on the team is really important to have someone to share that competitive experience with rather than, doing it alone.
My Guild Wars 2 path is definitely not at an ending. I feel like I can go on all day and for months to come, maybe even a year or two, who knows?
Already a multiple-time world champion here is Rom, staring down the barrel of yet another. But as we're going into game number 3 here, Sin, what are some of the important factors going into map number 3 and what has already occurred so far?
You can see the big difference in team fights. Every time they down Draze, they don't really capitalize as much as they should. Basically, TCG is Denial is out-rotating them. But also, you can see the difference in support from NG to Ellie. Ellie brings so much more support.
Right. So again, quick round of predictions. Are we still sticking with what we had before? Is it still the Denial show here, guys?
Absolutely.
I'm worried about your predictions. I'll ask the other two. Sup, Cutie?
I'm impressed with Vermillion, but I have to stick with Denial.
Yep.
Yeah, the worst map is out of the way for Denial as well, so they're going to go 3-0.
That's true. They did able to get the W on Temple of the Silent Storm as we now go on to game number 3 here for the World Championship for Guild Wars 2. I'm sending you over to, once again, Jebro and Storm for all the action.
Thank you, guys. This could very well be the last map of the tournament here. Jebro with Denial up 2-0. Vermillion, like you said, they look content with their performances in those last couple of games. You think they might be able to take one back on Forest, though?
I mean, if you're a betting man, you're saying no. But if you're a hopeful man, you think Vermillion have a chance. They're in this. They've got nothing to lose. They're going to put their all into it. There's a lot riding on this at the moment, and they need to be fully in this to make sure they win. They can't do what other teams have done today by saying, we might be able to win it. We might be able to get there.
They certainly have a chance. I mean, they are what a lot of us were saying was, the wild card going into the tournament. And surprisingly enough, like they had said on the desk, wasn't as clear cut of a victory as many people maybe had expected from Denial. So Vermillion putting up some resistance here and there, and they're going to do their best to try and take a game back and force it over to the Battle of Kylo, which is also, I think, a map they're pretty comfortable on. So we'll have to see if that's going to be the case here. It doesn't look like we're going to have any changes, though. Snowball maybe bringing out the Spectral Armor here.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to bring out something extra here to make sure that, they're going to be able to power through. What it is, we'll have to wait and see. If it's going to be more tactically on the map, I mean, they need to use Curve and how effective it's been. Like, some of their portal plays on Temple, they weren't as noticeable as we've seen earlier today, as well as in those first couple of maps we saw. But this is it. This is the final game, potentially.
All right, game number 3, Forest of Niflhel. Denial Esports 1 game away from being crowned your Guild Wars 2 World Champions for 2016. Opening splits coming out here. Both teams going to stealth up pretty much the same split as before. Both Rangers to the home point and looking to bombard somebody at that midpoint.
Yeah, both stealth, like you said. Let's move into this mid node and see who is going to be picked up first. Looking at Snowball and obviously Adreze as well.
Frey going around the backside here. He knows somebody's around here. He's looking, not quite going to be able to teleport up to him there, but he's looking for Snowball, and they all went around the backside. So Frey is going to be right behind him. He's able to get the knockback and trying to follow up onto some damage there. And they're looking to mow someone out. Draze not quite going to be the target. It's going to be Snowball taken into the downstate right away. Curve going in for the rest, but the stop from Denji might connect. It will. The first kill of the game coming out there right away onto Snowball.
There we go. They've ported out. They've made a good decision there. They need to leave that fight.
Frey actually went with him, do the unrelenting assault there. That is unfortunate because their strategy, it revolves around getting back and regrouping with that portal, and the fact that Frey was able to come through with that doesn't allow for that clean-cut regroup.
Yeah, no, as long as Frey doesn't die here, then it's good. But, Draze does go down, staying elsewhere. And that means, Frey's fighting on the point. They're really split up here, Denial. They need to be careful because they've lost Draze. He's down and out. So even that push through the portal maybe even wasn't the best for them in the end anyway.
It's a little aggressive, I agree, but the fact that Denial can keep up the pressure over at the mine point, and I mean, RG's looking for a decap at the mid. He'll be able to find it, but we do have Draze off of respawn. They should be able to hold off until this fight actually wraps up over at the mine. Frey, though, getting pretty low in this fight. Griffin trying to follow up onto him. He's being trained down by Helseth, however, and they will be able to pick up a cap, so it will be 1 cap apiece. A slight lead, a 30-point lead in favor of Denial, but Triffin now taking a lot of damage himself, able to get his heal off in the glint form. And this is going to be a back-and-forth fight over at the mine point.
Yeah, Triffin is very low. He's going to drop here unless they're very careful here, and in the end does go down. And what are Vermillion going to do? They back out. They don't even go for the commit on the res. They move around the map. This is more like it, you know? They're not committing to try and get the res, losing people, letting Denial snowball and just basically wash over them and start to snowball the map. They try and regroup in a way where they've got, you know, decaps and potentially a mid cap under wraps. We'll have to wait and see if they can move in successfully.
Well, they just gave up the midpoint to Rom right there. They had 3 people coming in, and RG just left the point. He was trying for something sneaky, trying to get over towards the henge, but they will, again, find the cap as the portal goes down from Curve. It's going to be one of their guys that goes through to get the cap, but it's going to be Snowball again, dropping into the downstate. Alcor tries to go back through, accelerates it again, I think, as RG goes in for the res with Alcor. Can they get it back up? Bray in the downstate. Rom going in for the stomp. He's going to be able to find it as Frey's already back up out of the downstate before that stomp even came through. Now RG is just loaded up with Connies, at least he was for the time being. He's able to keep himself alive, kind of juke around, at least get Draze to drop down there. And Denial is slowly building a lead for themselves with these decaps.
Like the application of poison and everything else that came into RG, it's a wonder that he survived. Like thanks to Alcor and has obviously had some cooldowns there, he was going to be safe. But Frey downstate on the other side of the map could spell danger for this Denial team that are looking for the final win here to take the prize money. Frey is going to go into the downstate. Is this a chance for Vermillion to come back into this map? Helseth is caught literally in that stream over there towards the mine. That's a great pickup. Unfortunately, RG going down elsewhere isn't fantastic for them. They need to watch this body, and if anyone is going to come in for the res. Over on the mid, they're continuing their powerful run as they go for a mid cap. They need to pick up another kill here to make sure they can capitalize elsewhere on the map.
Triffin a little aggressive there, but it's a 2v3 in favor of Denial. They are going to get Snowball back up here, and Curve is dropped in the streets as Frey able to find the kill onto him. And now they're going to move into this 4v4 as well. Helseth just bled out there. Nice surge in the misconnecting from Triffin, not able to follow up with any kill though. And Snowball or Alcor, they both actually trying to DPS from afar, but 1 cap apiece here, Jebro. About an 80-point lead for Denial.
I'm not sure about that movement from Curve over towards the other side of the map as well. Like just the length of time that he was there. It was unfortunate in the end. They needed to make sure that he didn't get taken out as well. And now they're on the back foot. Snowball does get back up, but it's the next kill onto him where it's important what Vermillion do. Are they going to escape like they did before? Snowball goes down again. Alcor's low. He gets taken out completely. Frey needs to be careful here as he moves back out.
That was on Frey right there to be able to follow up with a huge cleave there, connecting with the Surge once again. These guys have been on spot with these Surge today. Surge in the Mist, of course, a massive benefit if you're able to land it. And he's continuing to follow up onto RG. Gets hit by Triffin, though, falls up with Precision Strike, finds the kill. It's a matter of whether or not they can finish it off, though.
Is that overconfidence there? Maybe a tiny bit, but I think, you know, they've kind of deserved that to a degree all day. Helseth now in the situation versus Snowball here as well. And Curve needs to back off. Now, Helseth is doing a really good job over on the henge right now. There is no denying this. Like, they're not going onto the point. They're not trying to get the decap and force Helseth to guard it. He's actually just going to back off here. Distortion, he's going to be absolutely fine. There is a portal, so we've got to be aware of that as well. 2 cap to Denial Esports. This is potentially, if they win this game, the last one.
They've got a bit of a skirmish in the road. Svanir decides to become a part of it, so somebody decided to bring him in there. And, 25 points, definitely not a massive boost, but it is points nonetheless, and it's going to be Denial picking it up for themselves. And this bloodbath is it's going to be Triffin that drops into the downstate. Alcor also gets hit up by Frey. RG running for his life now. Alcor gonna dodge back into the fight, maybe buy some time for RG to get to that keep. And Snowball now under pressure as well, and this is all Denial.
I mean, not only did they steal a boss, but they got the kill. Now Snowball's low again. Alcor is not there to provide the, the 1v1 power they need or the support, but we do see a downstate coming out onto Frey. No one's really in a position to come and get the res, but Snowball is down. Drezzy comes in for the res as well as Denshi, and they need to try and get this. They need to keep him down. They need to get the kill to make sure they can come back. But RG, like you said, is low as well as Snowball. He's in Reaper Shroud at the moment. As soon as he comes out, he should be dead. He's gonna die. He's gonna be taken out here as well. And Denial Esports on their position to push this map and win this Guild Wars 2 World Championship, Joe.
We see Alcor looking for a cap over at the mine point, will be met by Rom, but a lot of these fights are in the roads, and oftentimes when they're in the roads, it's always Denial who has the point, so they just build themselves up such a big lead and stall out as long as they can, oftentimes coming up with the win in those fights as they hold a dominating lead, finding another kill onto RG, who just got separated from Triffin and the rest of the group. There's 4 people from Denial around that key point. The rest of Vermillion nowhere to be found. Snowball looking to help out Curve in the 2v1 against Helseth, but Denial 155 points away from claiming this game and claiming the tournament here. Helseth will be dropped, but we might actually see Vermillion come up with a 2-cap for the first time in, I believe, the game or quite some time here.
Yeah, I mean, this is almost, again, 350 kind of mark. We've got 7 minutes left in the game. If they, Helseth's out of the game as well, like team captain, but, they've got those members to drive them forward. Denshi and Drezzy, if they can get a kill here, that'll be absolutely fantastic to come back. But I don't think Denial are going to let them, and they just absolutely rinse Alcor. He's in the downstate right now. They need to pick him up quickly, but Triffin is also dropping quite low here. They need to be careful as they look at that power that Denial have. 4v5 on the map, and they still take a kill. Are they going to follow up onto Triffin, who's also low? He's used his defensive cooldowns. He's not got his heal left either. They need to make sure they keep him alive and in this fight, because otherwise it's going to be over, I feel. Triffin downstate here as well, and other members start to drop. Look at RG as he is dropping low, trying to regroup with Alcor here, but it's not going to come, I don't think, at the moment.
They're trying to turn on to Draze right now because RG able to keep himself alive. In the meantime, Vermillion found themselves with a 2-cap, and now it's going to be a 1-cap as we see Rom follow up onto the keep now. Curve too busy with Helseth at the henge. RG now in the downstate. Denshi going in for the stomp, able to find it for himself in just a moment's time. Under 100 points before they win this tournament here, Jebra. All they have to do is hold on to this 2-cap, and they should be able to pin Vermillion back to the henge and in their base. Isn't a whole lot left they can do at this point.
That's very, very descriptive of today, of how the games have gone for Denial. Not in all cases, of course, but they've pinned them down, they've taken them out, and they've been able to kill. And they have been able to kill very effectively, keeping these teams out of the games, demoralizing them, denying them of the wins in these maps and denying them of the World Championship. We are 60 points away from these guys winning it all.
At this point in time, if you're Vermillion, the last hope you have is to try to find some decaps around the map, but they can't even get to those points. Look at the positioning of Denial right now. It's Frey and Helseth. Frey is 1v2ing right now as Helseth just sits there and he finally gets Portal back, and he's going to be able to find a decap at the only point Vermillion holds. The rest of them are pinning them back in their base right now. Can't even get to the mine point. RG solo, Snowball solo in that fight, and it's going to be Denial taking this one. Jebro Frey is getting pretty low, but there's no chance Vermillion has to be able to get a decap at the keep and the mine point with under 5 left in this game. They are going to take it. It's going to be Denial Esports, your first ever repeat champions, 2 consecutive times in a row, taking the World Championship here.
Absolutely amazing as they do get taken out completely almost, but they don't
500,
care.
250, Denial Esports, your Guild Wars 2 World Champions for 2016 there. The first ever repeat champions, consecutive titles coming out from them, and they are happy about that one. Taking home the big money.
Absolutely deserved. Today they have dominated all of their opponents. Rank 55 came close earlier, Vermillion as well. But you have an absolutely fantastic performance, good sports as well. Vermillion, absolutely nothing you can take away from these guys.
Yeah.
Because I feel like they got to a place today where they can move on and become winners.
More power to them for putting up a pretty solid performance against Denial, given the fact how Rank 55 did against Denial. Denial just crushing their opponents throughout the day.
Just beautiful stuff, like fantastic gameplay, fantastic talent all day as well. These guys have worked so hard
so hard. And the like you say, Pro League Season 2, as well as World Championship, that is such an achievement.
And they are all smiles up there. Even Vermillion, you got to give them credit here, but it's Denial taking it all, Jebro.
So just waiting for them to get their hands on that awesome trophy as well. Helseth obviously in the middle. Fantastic job. They've got their coats on. I feel like they had their coats on well into it here as well. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2016 Guild Wars 2 World Champions, Denial Esports.
All right, boys and girls, welcome and well done, guys, as you have crowned yourself champions once again. Who wants to come talk to me? Is it Helseth? Yeah, I figured it'd be Helseth. That's fine by me. All right, Helseth. Well, congratulations once again. You guys are back-to-back champions, world champions now here in Guild Wars 2. It's a cliche in esports. But I've got to ask overall, what does this mean to you guys? How do you feel right now?
I mean, this year has just been perfect for us then. Like, we had a really rough start, and we didn't really know like how things were going to turn out, but when we reformed our roster, we've basically been able to turn into this incredible team. It's completely transformed how I view Guild Wars, how everything... Now, I'm just going to be PM. It was easy.
All right, it was easy. It was easy, fine. Well, I mean, going forwards now in Guild Wars 2, 2017, are you guys still looking to continue the same form? Are you guys still staying with the same roster, still looking to dominate in the same position that you've been in?
So, I mean, this was a 3-0. 55 got one game, charity game. All I got to say is for the next year is please challenge us. Like, please get us some close games and see you next year.
All right, well, thank you very much, Helseth. Once again, give it up for your back-to-back, two-time undisputed champions of the world, Denial Esports. A big thank you, ladies and gentlemen, to everyone who tuned in throughout the world. A big thank you to the crowd here as well. For now, that does it here for us at the ESL studios. Of course, make sure to check out the new map coming out September 20th, which is the Eternal Coliseum. And also, as well, and we do apologize for the fact that we weren't able to give you that exhibition match. Also, as a special prize for our champions, even though they don't know it, but they're about to find out, a big thank you to our sponsors in Alienware, Corsair, and Sennheiser, as our champions will receive a PC from Alienware, a keyboard and mouse from Corsair, as well as a headset from Sennheiser. For everybody here at ESL Studios, a big thank you for tuning in, and we shall see you in 2017 for more Guild Wars 2.